Ola Electric presents Green Bharat, an initiative by Network18.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ola Electric presents Green Bharat, an initiative by Network18. And now, please put your hands together to welcome your host, Ridhima Bhatnagar.
Good morning, everyone. Let me try this again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, all of you. Let's just begin the day by giving ourselves a huge round of applause as we get some energy in the room going, guys. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, so that we get some energy going before we kickstart this event and summit. More like it. That's the kind of energy and momentum that we really want to build on right through the day. A very, very warm welcome to Ola Electric presents Green Bharat Summit, an initiative by Network18. On behalf of Ola Electric and Network18, it is my absolute honor and privilege to have all of you join us together today for a day of celebration. This will be to celebrate innovation, sustainability, and India's unwavering commitment to a much greener tomorrow. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, and I'm so thrilled to be hosting each one of you today. So thank you for taking out the time and joining us in this endeavor of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, today we've all come together to explore transformative ideas, and highlight success stories that are really shaping the future of electric mobility in our country. From pioneering EV technologies to sustainable solutions and even robust policies, we will be diving deep into what truly makes our country, makes India a global leader in this EV revolution. You would all agree with me when I say that India today is at a pivotal moment as far as its electric vehicle journey is concerned. Let's take a look at some data and statistics. EV sales in the country surged by an incredible 134% in 2023, which means we crossed the significant milestone of 1.3 million units sold, primarily in the two-wheeler segment. Now, the government's FAME 2 scheme and supporting state-level subsidies have also been very, very instrumental in driving this growth and driving this change. India's strategic targets, ladies and gentlemen, for 2030 include a very ambitious goal of achieving 30% EV sales in passenger vehicles, 70% in commercial vehicles, 40% in buses, but most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very impressive 80% in two as well as three-wheeler segment. But wherever there is growth, right, there is also challenges. There are challenges like charging infrastructure, range anxiety, affordability, some of the key focus areas as this country gears up to lead the EV revolution. To tackle such issues, the government has even expanded its incentives beyond the FAME 2, introducing the Electric Mobility Promotion Scheme for 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the scheme that allocates 500 crore rupees, especially for subsidies on two as well as three-wheelers. Let's talk a little about the infrastructure front. India really is rapidly scaling its EV ecosystem with incentives like the PLI scheme, the Production-Linked Incentive for Advanced Battery Techniques. This move, alongside investments from key domestic players, has a very, very clear aim. The aim is to lower manufacturing costs and even accelerate ED adoptions. Furthermore, local manufacturing of batteries and components is also growing and creating a Make in India initiative to create more sustainable and self-reliant supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, with these developments, one thing is very, very clear, that India is not just witnessing an electric mobility revolution, but today we are actively shaping the future of what we call sustainable transport worldwide. So that really sets the tone and context of where we currently are in our EV journey. To talk about this a little more, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now take this opportunity to invite on stage and welcome Chandra Shrikant, the Deputy Executive Editor at moneycontrol.com, to join us on stage and deliver the welcome address, please. Could we have a huge round of applause as we welcome Chandra, please? Hi, Chandra.
Hey, Ridhima, thank you for that. I just landed this morning from Bengaluru, and back in Bengaluru, whenever we read headlines about Delhi, it's all about the terrible AQI. But walking into this room and seeing this sea of green, it feels like the AQI has already improved. So a very warm welcome to all of you to the very first edition of Green Bharat, a flagship platform from Network18 and Ola Electric to shine a light on India's path to a green future. This landmark initiative is a significant milestone in the nation's journey towards sustainable mobility, emphasizing the economic, environmental, and societal benefits of EVs, while also addressing the critical challenges hindering their widespread implementation. So Green Bharat, which we've launched in collaboration with Ola Electric, India's largest pure-play EV company, to chart the road to green, is a passion project for us. This is designed to be an ongoing multi-platform conversation spanning all our platforms: television, digital platforms, print and on-ground activations. And this integrated approach, we hope, will give you a holistic coverage of where we are as far as India's EV landscape is concerned, and also help in spurring collaboration and innovation at every level of the ecosystem. So the maiden edition of Green Bharat will bring together influential policymakers, industry pioneers, and sustainability advocates to really discuss the future of electric mobility in India. During the course of the day, you will hear from Union Ministers Nitin Gadkari, Piyush Goyal. We already have G20 Sherpa and former Niti Aayog CEO Amitabh Kant with us in the room, someone who's very passionate about green mobility. We're also going to have a lot of exciting founders of EV startups, technologists, diplomats from various missions from Europe and Africa to really talk about what's working for them, what role India can play in being a global leader in green mobility. So welcome again to the very first edition. And here's wishing you all a great summit, and we hope you have a very fruitful and insightful day. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chandra, for those very, very insightful words and really setting tone and context of what we plan to do today, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I also now want to take this opportunity to invite on stage Ram Kripa Ananthan, the Head Vehicle Design and Product Planning at OLA, to please join us on stage to deliver the opening address on how OLA Electric is working towards revolutionizing electric mobility, transportation, and being more sustainable. But before I do that, let's give a huge round of applause as we welcome her, please.
Hi everyone, good morning and very warm welcome. I realized as Chandra was speaking that I'm going to repeat exactly what she said, so maybe you don't have to listen to me at all. As I said, I'm Kripa. I head design at Ola Electric. I'm honored to be here at Green Bharat 2024. It's a testament to our collective commitment in accelerating India's vision of energy independence. We at Ola Electric share the same vision and are happy to play our part in making India a global EV hub. With an aim to create an opportunity for the industry to forge new partnerships, share ideas, and align our collective vision to drive India's sustainable mobility vision, this initiative marks a defining moment in India's journey forward. We have with us some of India's most distinguished leaders, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Minister of Commerce and Industry, and Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Union Minister of Railways of India, whose leadership and vision have played a pivotal role in shaping India's energy and transportation revolution. Their presence here today underscores the importance of the Green Bharat initiative, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude to them for being part of this momentous occasion. With the EV market aimed to grow and the user base set to expand considerably in the upcoming years, India is poised to enter an era in green mobility. This is not just limited to mobility solutions, but also charging infrastructure, energy storage, battery production, and design innovation. The rapid transition towards EVs is a transformative opportunity to propel India into the forefront of global EV revolution. Central to Ola's vision, we strongly believe that we can leverage our strong manufacturing capabilities and abundant resources to establish India as a global hub for electric battery production. The road to green may be not so easy, but we are up for that challenge. Our time is now. And in this very context, a platform like Green Bharat becomes an opportunity to highlight the crucial role that policy, regulations, technology, and infrastructure will play to foster job creation, boost economy, and generate millions of skilled positions in manufacturing, R&D, and design. With India's booming tech ecosystem and engineering talent, we can become the global powerhouse in driving economic growth, innovation, and sustainable development. We are at the cusp of transformation in how we think about mobility. And Green Bharat is an invitation, a call to action to contribute to a brighter, greener tomorrow. With that, on behalf of Team OLA and Network18, I extend my warm welcome to all our esteemed guests and speakers to participate in a meaningful dialogue and pave the road to green in driving India towards a sustainable and electric future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ananthan, for those really valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with our sessions, I do have a very interesting announcement to make. I would like to tell each one of you that your photographs are just really a scan away, because that's the kind of digital world we're really living in. So what you'll have to do is you'll have to look out for the QR codes either at the registration or the lunch area to get your event pictures. Everybody loves some pictures post the event, so you do have an opportunity to do that. But ladies and gentlemen, this is really a moment of pride and honor for me as I try and introduce our next guest. He has been a man who's been integral to India's growth story. India's G20 Sherpa, the former CEO of Niti Aayog. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome him on stage. Sir, thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us. Your presence means a lot. Welcoming Chandra also back on stage to join Sir for a fireside conversation.
Good morning, sir. I hope you can all hear us. Welcome to the very first edition of Green Bharat. I remember when I heard you speak a few months ago in Bangalore, you spoke about how the internal combustion engine is a dead technology and that India's future is electric. You also urged the automobile industry to transition to 100% electric mobility in 2- and 3-wheelers by 2030. So, how can this really happen in terms of actioning this? How do you think India's journey towards becoming a global leader in green mobility should play out?
So Chandra, first and foremost, we must be clear that, look at the global scenario. The United States has imposed 100% duty on import of vehicles from China. 100% duty is, in the history of tariffs has never been seen before. Europe has imposed a 45% duty from China. Now, if you look at the movement of EVs, China is more than 50% EV. Europe is 23% EV. US is about 10%, and India is just 2%, just 2%. Our manufacturers are 5 years behind the curve. If they were up to date today, India would be the biggest exporter of EVs to the United States and to Europe with 100% and 45% duties. So we need to accelerate the pace. The disruption will be so rapid and so fast towards electric in the next 5 to 6 years that India needs to go, to my mind, not 30% electric, but minimum 60% electric by 2030. And we need to go 100% electric by 2035. We need to do this because 42 of your 50 cities are the most polluting cities of India. And without the transportation sector being tightened up, and you need to bring disruption through policy changes. You need to tighten the CAFE norms. You need to ensure that only auto should be, the two-wheelers and three-wheelers should all go 100% electric in these 42 cities. Without this, India will be, it's like saying that we'll be selling typewriters in a digital age. That's not possible anymore. It's important for India to technologically leapfrog in automobile manufacturing, in battery manufacturing, and in fast chargers, interoperable fast chargers across the country. Without this, we lose out in the automobile revolution, because in India, 7% of the GDP comes from the automobile sector. We employ close to about 34 million people in the automobile sector. We've been a champion. There's a technological shift taking place across the world. If India doesn't do this, you lose out the market across the world. You will not be able to export. And therefore, massive disruption by the industry is required, and to global size and scale. And this is critical. And I'm making this point because the industry is sitting here, industry is 5 years behind the curve.
Wow, you sound pretty angry, Mr. Kant. But why do you think we are 5 years behind the curve? Because if I look at the numbers, compared to where we were a few years ago, I think till November of 2024, EV sales, at least in the two-wheeler space, has crossed 1 million. So the scale and volume is still there.
Don't go by numbers. Look at the percent. What is the percent? Less than 2%. What is your size and scale of India? What are you talking? Your analysis is all wrong. 2%. China is about 60% now. We launched the PLI on automobile PLI and battery PLI in 21. Not a single paisa of disbursement has taken place till now. The government has shown its intent.
Why do you think the industry is falling behind? When you say 5 years, it's a very strong statement.
Look around the world what is happening. The scale at which the transformation is taking place. If 100% duties are being imposed across the world, then India should have been benefited. If the world is moving away from China, then who is the next beneficiary of that change? It should automatically be India. India is a trusted partner. Indian exports of EV, two-wheelers, fast chargers, cars, etc. should have penetrated Europe and America by now.
So is this a capital issue? Is it an R&D issue? Is it a technology issue?
It's an entrepreneur issue.
It's an intent issue.
It's an entrepreneur issue of looking 5 years ahead of the curve, not behind the curve. We should have done this much earlier, much faster, much quicker. And I'm making this point because the world is going EV. The world is going EV because the world is looking at 1.5 degrees centigrade. You can't live in a country where 42 of your cities are amongst the 50 most polluting cities of the world. You're creating a chaos and a havoc for the citizens of India. And that's happening because of the transportation sector as well. So the transportation sector of India, young entrepreneurs must take the lead.
I'm sure the industry is listening, sir.
And you can't make yourself dependent on China for batteries and for fast chargers. You have to manufacture in India. You have to, and I appreciate all the startups who've driven this. I appreciate many startups who took the lead in EV. I appreciate many of the startups who started making EV chargers in India and making them interoperable.
Right, but more needs to be done.
10x more needs to be done.
And interestingly, while startups led the charge in this space, we are also seeing some of the traditional automakers stepping up significantly. Will that move the needle for India?
See, the problem is that people have become very status quoist because I'm talking about the car manufacturers. At least on the scooter side, on the two-wheeler side, there are 1,432 startups. So that demonstrates the huge strength of the startup movement which caused the disruption.
Yeah.
But if you'd left it to the legacy players, it would have been very difficult for India to move that. Startups which have forced the pace on the legacy players as well. But look at the established car manufacturers. Indian car manufacturers like Tata and Mahindras have pushed the pedal now on new cars, new models. They will, take it from me, 1 year down the line, both on EVs, Tatas and Mahindras will face capacity constraints as new models come in. But they should not look at only India as their market. They should look at the world as their market. Because the EVs will be exported across the world.
Yeah.
And India needs to export. India needs to export because China will find it very difficult to export with 100% duty. The world is your market. This is the opportunity for Tatas and Mahindras and for Maruti and for Hyundai from India to become the biggest EV manufacturers of the world.
Right.
If you look at this. We talk about Tesla. Tesla holds only 12%. BYD is controlling 22% of the market share. But BYD will find it very difficult to export. Where will the markets be if you're putting 100% and 45%? The market is open for Mahindras and Tatas. The policy shift in these countries, Europe and America, has opened up the market for India.
So
it's
it's
for
up to
Indian
us
entrepreneurs
to
to take advantage.
Leverage. It's
Yeah.
up to us to capitalize on that and become
automobile sector is contributing 7% of your GDP. So if you do not make the technological shift, if you do not do pole vaulting and technological shifting, imagine the impact of India's GDP. Imagine that this sector contributes 35 million jobs. What will happen to jobs in India?
Right. Mr. Kant, in answer to my previous question, you said it's not a capital issue, R&D issue, technology issue, it's an entrepreneurial issue or an intent issue. But in terms of, building an ecosystem, because it's not just about building a vehicle, it's about building an enabling ecosystem. How can we ramp that up significantly? What lessons or models or playbooks can we adopt from all these countries? Because even to educate users, to, make them overcome charging anxiety was a Herculean task. So they literally have to build the ecosystem along with building vehicles and ramping up exports. What else can be done?
So look at the government policies. Actually, in the last 4 years, the government has put out 75,000 crores for the shift through FAME 1, FAME 2, PME drive, electric fast charging, automobile PLI, look at the PLI for batteries. There's not a sector which has been left out. The first policy shift we announced was for BLIs in batteries. 30 gigawatts has so far been taken. Our intention was 50 gigawatt. My belief is that look at this. The world today look around the world for battery manufacturing. The world is doing 1,200 gigawatt of battery storage, gigaplants, 1,200 gigawatts. We have zero, right now zero. I think OLA and Reliance are getting into battery manufacturing. OLA will do it by April, Reliance will do it subsequently. About 100 gigawatt has been announced. But announcement is no good. You should crack delivery, implementation is the key. India should now have been producing about 200 gigawatt of battery in India. You can't make yourself China dependent. And similarly, fast chargers, they should all be domestically manufactured. And there are 4 or 5 really good startups which have started doing manufacturing in India. So fast chargers, interoperable, million fast chargers across the country, that is the way to go. And 100% two-wheelers, three-wheelers penetration of EV in at least 42 of these cities which is getting polluted. And the CAFE norms must be tightened on two-wheelers, three-wheelers to make them 100% EV. Go 100% EV in 42 of the polluting cities. There's no rationale. Why should the lives of citizens get impacted by polluting transportation?
I'm sure the industry is listening and hopefully they will ramp up efforts. But Mr. Kant, I have a follow-up question on the policy angle. The one thing that the EV industry is looking forward to is, how the government will go about FAME 3. And we've heard Mr. Kumaraswamy talking about it, that, it will be a broader scheme. What can the industry expect from FAME?
No, so you have the PME drive. My view on this is very clear, that the government should do 100%, force the two-wheelers and three-wheelers to go 100% electric. And the second thing the government must do is to do large-scale procurement of buses, like we did, about 6,000 buses for 6 cities.
Right.
Which demonstrated that you can buy buses in India, use the size and scale of procurement, like we did for LED bulbs. We procured 400 million LED bulbs, brought down the price of LED to 15% of its original price. We did 6,000 buses. It took me about 140 meetings to bring down, to get 6 cities to agree to the norms, because every city had different norms. Now, Prime Minister said 10,000 for the next one, for which the Mahua Ministry of Housing and Urban is doing, 10,000. The next tender should be 30,000, the Prime Minister said. And the fourth tender should be 100,000 electric buses. Make India go 100% electric on buses. People must travel by electric buses all over. And that will make India the center for electric bus manufacturing in India.
So public transport will certainly play a huge
Public
role.
transportation is the key.
No,
And tighten the cafe norms on, allow carbon trading, and tighten the cafe norms on four-wheelers also. And allow carbon trading. Tesla has earned 10 billion. Can you imagine? Through carbon trading, 10 billion. Why should Mahindras and Tatas not earn through carbon trading? If they go electric, they should, every single manufacturer, whether it's Maruti or whether it's Hyundai, all of them must go electric.
I hope Maruti and Hyundai are listening. But Mr. Kant, you know, you also spoke about autonomy and independence when it comes to battery cells. So at present, I think India imports all its lithium-ion cells, which has, again, you know, kept battery costs high and also hindered the widespread adoption of EVs. So, you know, again, what else can be done here from a taxation point of view? Because I read that while EVs have taxes of 5%, battery cells and lithium-ion batteries attract 18% GST. What can the government do there?
Let me give you a little bit of background. The production-linked incentive was designed for only 2 sectors initially. One was battery, one was mobile manufacturing. Look where mobile manufacturing has gone. Look how much we are exporting. Look the number of jobs which it has created.
It's become a key market for Apple as well.
Yeah. And Samsung.
Yeah.
Where is the PLI for battery? We had announced 50 gigawatt of batteries to be manufactured in India in 21. Not a single gigawatt has come up here. Some exporter called Rajesh exporter took a PLI, he's not done any manufacturing. Whom will you blame? You will blame the private sector of India or not? Now finally Ola is going to launch its manufacturing.
Ola has put up its gigafactory.
What
and
I'm
I think
saying
Tata
is, this was transparent process. If others could do it, if electronic could do it, so could the Indian automobile sector should have done it by now. We've lost 4 years, we've lost the opportunity. We're getting into 25, we have lost the opportunity of 4 years. We should have not only done battery manufacturing here, we should have been an exporter by now.
Right.
I mean, if one sector could do it, why should the automobile sector should not have done it? In 4 years' time, we should have now ridden the wave of this 100% duty on China.
But we've fallen short of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But now the opportunity for this sector, all your entrepreneurs sitting here, make these 42 cities 100% electric, two-wheelers, three-wheelers.
I hope that will be a pledge that all of you take. And by the next Green Bharat, Mr. Kant should be happier than he is today at the pace of adoption and acceleration in the EV space.
No, let's be clear. It's not about my being happy or angry.
No, but you've been a passionate advocate of this.
That for the... See, first of all, this sector is impacting the lives of citizens.
Absolutely.
It's impacting the lives of every citizen. You are cutting down the lives of Indians by 10 years in these cities. That's number one. Number two, if you don't do this, you will not survive. This industry will not survive if you are not able to do the technological revolution.
That's a huge wake-up call. Yeah. Mr. Kant, I also wanted to get your views on the rapid pace of disruption we are seeing thanks to IoT and AI. How will that impact the sector going forward?
So it's integral. Without artificial intelligence, without IoT, vehicles will not be able to sell. It's integral to automobile sector. IoT and AI will be driven by the automobile sector. It's absolutely integral to the automobile sector. Because you should be able to assess every single battery, you should be able to assess every single vehicle from wherever you are, and you should be able to monitor its performance from wherever you are. So AI and IoT is absolutely integral. This sector should be the driver of AI and IoT in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
So you spoke about what needs to be done from a manufacturer point of view, from a company point of view. In terms of the mindset shift from a consumer point of view, how do you think it has progressed for India? Do you think, the affordability has gone up, the adoption is more widespread, people are not that resistant to, owning an EV compared to, say, 2-3 years ago when they would worry about, battery discharge or charge running out?
So there's been a radical shift in the mindset. Everyone wants to buy an EV two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and now an EV four-wheeler, hopefully. My view is that in another 2 years, 3 years, consumer will not like to buy a fossil fuel technology at all. I've been a long-term believer that fossil fuel technology is totally dead. It belongs to another era. And therefore, every single consumer should buy only an electric vehicle.
Have you bought one?
I used to use a Tata Nexon as my official car, and I'm now waiting for the Mahindra new car to come in and the Tata new Aris to come in. I'll buy both of them one after another. Yeah.
Mr. Kant leading by example, a round of applause for that.
Yeah. I'm a believer in being a key player in the technology sector.
Right. But
And I really believe that every single Indian who can afford it, even if you have to take a loan, you should help to catalyze this movement.
because as he said, it's a question of our own lives and, the air
Your
we
lives,
breathe.
see,
The quali-
7% of your GDP you lose out if you don't do this technological revolution. 35 million jobs are dependent on this sector. And only many of the young startups in India here, sitting here, will do this disruption. And you need to disrupt and do it rapidly, because you will never get this opportunity. Secondly, don't look at India as your market, look at the world as your market. I mean, there's a huge shift taking place. I mean, Biden said that there's a 100% duty is imposed. Trump will follow it up with 10% more, or probably 60%
Yeah.
more. So that means China will not be able to export to USA.
And
Europe
that's an
has put a
opening we have.
45% duty. Who has the opportunity? You're 5 years behind the curve.
Right. I also want to know how many of you in the room own an EV, two-wheeler, four-wheeler? Okay, that's about a quarter.
No, the second point, which is very, very important, is that all corporate fleets in India, and I think by a mandate, the government should force all corporate fleets and all government vehicles should go EV. There's no reason for state governments and government of India not to have EVs. Two-wheelers, three-wheelers, cars, all must go electric vehicle. I've been a long-term proponent of this. Corporate fleets as well as government vehicles must go electric.
And I think the push to procure buses will go a long
Absolutely.
way
No,
in that.
cars also. Government buys so many cars. Why should it buy fossil fuel cars? They should be all electric vehicles. Similarly for state governments. All state governments should also get into buying electric vehicles.
Right. Mr. Kant, as we wrap up, I also want to get your perspective on the role that startups can play. Because today, through the day, we are going to have startups in the EV space, people who make vehicles, as well as people who are part of the battery ecosystem, people who work on the technology side. What kind of ecosystem play can we expect to really accelerate the momentum so that we make up for the lost time that you mentioned?
So I think first and foremost is that the number of very remarkable startups working. I mean, OLA,
Yeah.
of course, is doing battery, but there are many of them doing fast chargers. They're indigenizing fast
Yeah.
chargers. India needs about 1 million fast chargers. All should be interoperable. All should be interoperable. I mean, if a company like Tesla has opened up its IP for being interoperable, every single fast charger, don't monopolize technology. Why India became a digital powerhouse was because we created UPI, which is interoperable.
The digital public infrastructure.
Yeah. So digital public infrastructure is interoperable in India. So all your startups must make themselves interoperable and allow different technologies to be interoperable so that fast charging spreads rapidly across India.
Right.
That, to my mind, is key. 1 million fast chargers across the country.
Right. If you have to give the auto industry, manufacturers, ecosystem players, 3 things to do in 2025 to make up for lost time, what would you tell them? What are the 3 most important things they should be doing?
So first and foremost, I think India needs to put up 1 million fast chargers across the country to remove...
Which are interoperable.
Yeah, interoperable. Everything should be available on an app. You should be able to figure out, every single consumer should be able to figure out which is the closest fast charger to you on an app, which should bring knowledge fully. Secondly is India must crack 300 gigawatt of battery manufacturing fully in India, quickly. I think in the next 2.5 years it's possible. If Reliance has taken close to 20 gigawatt of PLI on this, they should crack battery manufacturing. India should do about 300. 100 gigawatt has already been announced. But announcement has no meaning. We should do about 300 gigawatt in the next 4 years of battery manufacturing. That's critical. And India should procure close to about 50,000 electric buses to make India move on electric buses in India. And the fourth point, 42 cities, 100% two-wheelers and 100% three-wheelers, all electric.
That's a very audacious
42 cities of India, 100% two-wheelers and 100% three-wheelers across India to improve the lives of citizens.
Right. As we wrap up, Mr. Kant, you already told me that you own a four-wheeler of Tata's and you're looking forward to the one by Mahindra. But as someone who's living in Delhi, what other lifestyle changes have you made to cope with the air quality index?
So one of the key points is what the Prime Minister talked about, lifestyle for sustainability. He's talked about the life movement. Each one of us, it's very important that we make behavioral change. You know, it's not countries which will make a difference to achieve 1.5 degrees. It's the individual behavioral change of switching off batteries at the red light, of switching off taps when you are doing your, when you open the tap, or behavioral changes are very critical in lifestyles of Indians across India. And similarly, across the world, because we are not responsible for polluting the world. 82% of the carbon space has been occupied by the developed world. But we must be the first country in the world to industrialize and urbanize through a process of decarbonization. We must become the leader to show the world. We are at a stage when 500 million people are going to get into the process of urbanization. We are going to rapidly urbanize, we are going to rapidly industrialize. We must show the world that we are capable of doing it through a process of decarbonization. We've done 200 gigawatt of renewable. No other country in the world has done it. We are going for green hydrogen by 2030. We import worth 180 billion worth of fossil fuel. We are saying that by 2030, we'll be the cheapest producer of green hydrogen, the cheapest exporter of green hydrogen in its liquid form, ammonia. We are saying that we'll be the biggest manufacturer of electrolyzer. We'll bring down the price of green hydrogen from $4.5 to $1 by 2030. That is the challenge for India. India is climatically blessed. You have the climatic condition which no other country in the world has, and use that to become the global champion. Make this energy shift in a manner which the world has never seen before. That should be our hunger, that should be our ambition, and that should be our passion.
Right. That's a clarion call from Mr. Amitabh Kant. And thank you very much, sir, for that electrifying session and for being candid as always. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can have a louder round of applause as we thank Mr. Amitabh Kant. As Chandra rightly said, a clarion call today has been given for a movement that most of us need to be making a part of our lives. Mr. Kant, thank you once again for taking our time and joining us for the Green Bharat Summit. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this really was just the start of what we plan to do and what we plan to achieve right through the day. Many, many insightful panels and conversations will follow in a short while from now. What I need from all of you is also to participate for it to be a lot more inclusive, a lot more interactive, so we'd love to hear your views as well. But let me introduce our next session, ladies and gentlemen, as we now delve deeper into this very, very fascinating world of electric vehicles. Our next session, the future of green mobility in India. With India aiming to adopt a global leader in EV adoption, this session will explore strategies to overcome barriers such as range anxiety, affordability, and infrastructure development. Ladies and gentlemen, and to steer this conversation, join me in welcoming Kranti Sambhav, the editor at Overdrive, who in fact will be moderating this session. Kranti, welcome. Join us on stage, please. Let's also welcome our stellar panel, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Amit Bhatt, MD International Council of Clean Transport, Sean Colward, COO OLA Electric, Satender Singh Bajwa, Chief Commercial Officer at JSW MG Motor India, Hardeep Singh Brar, Senior VP Sales and Marketing at Kia India. Gentlemen, good to have all of you with us. Kranti, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kranti Sambhav, editor Overdrive, and want to welcome you all to the second session of first Green Bharat Network 18's Green Bharat Summit, powered by OLA Electric. And I guess first session, kind of guide, and I guess it is going to guide the whole day today. The agenda is guided by the session done by Mr. Amitabh Kant, and the kind of appeals we saw is going to guide the conversation. So in this session, the theme of this session is the future of green mobility. And we are going to talk about the challenges, opportunities, and the strategies by different manufacturers, all the stakeholders. And we would like to, we might avoid, or we'll try and avoid those go-to phrases which we generally associate with the moment we talk about electric mobility, that is range anxiety, charging time, price barrier. We will discuss them as well, but we will go beyond that, because I'm sure this is why, with the help of our expert panel, this is what we'll achieve. We have Mr. Amit Bhatt, who is India head for ICCT, International Council for Clean Transportation. We have Satender Bajwa, who is the Chief Commercial Officer, JSW MG Motor India. We have Sean Calvert, who is CEO Ola Electric, and Mr. Brar from Kia India. And as we mentioned, this session is about the future of green mobility in India. So rather than talking about, we'll jump to this thing, but really want to understand the first session. What's your reaction? I'll start with Mr. Brar. What Mr. Kant mentioned, I think it's a very passionate appeal to all the manufacturers, and this is going to guide the future conversations.
Thank you, Kranti. Is he still around? No? Okay. Okay. I think he was really passionate about what he said, and I agree that, the pace should be fast. But I think we need to look at certain points as to why the pace has not been so strong. I think let's look at the PLI schemes. I think kind of capital investment that you need for PLI schemes is not easy. It requires a huge amount of investments. And even in terms of project execution, it takes really long time. So to expect to happen it in a short span of time, I think it started somewhere in September 2021 when the PLI scheme was announced. It's been 3 years. A few companies have moved ahead. But I think primarily a lot of OEMs also found it difficult because the pace of adoption of EVs, especially in four-wheelers, has not been so strong. It's just about 2%. And as we see all the technology, they usually take a S-curve, right? Initial adoption is very strong. So if you see 3 years back, it was 0.5%, moved to 1%, and then 2%. So 3 consecutive years, EVs were just doubling up. But come 2024, it just stagnated at 2%, right? And one of the reasons I would also say has been kind of not having a strong coordination between center and states. Now imagine a couple of states have already started giving incentives on hybrids. I mean, the road tax and registrations have become zero. And UP being one of the biggest states in the country, I think it really put question in OEM's mind whether we should go ahead or not. Is hybrid is the way forward or EVs is the way forward? I think there was a big confusion. Chandigarh also followed. A couple of other states are also discussing. So frankly, I think we have to be very, very clear what direction we are going to take. So, coming to the PLI scheme, and of course, one of the big things, if you see the charging infrastructure. Now, compared to China, I'm forgetting the number, the charging infrastructure, the chargers across China run into million of chargers, right? And in India, we are less than 20,000 chargers. So how do you give confidence to a consumer? I think EV is a great story, especially from four-wheeler perspective. Running inside the city is phenomenal. It gives you very good mileage. But the moment you go on the highway, imagine traveling from Chandigarh to Delhi to Chandigarh or Delhi to Jaipur, about 250 to 300 kilometers. And whatever we may claim, the mass market cars which claim about 300 to 350 kilometers on a single charge, the moment you hit a highway and you start cruising at a speed of 120, 150 kilometers per hour, the battery charge dips dramatically. And I've seen a number of cases that you start from Delhi and then you have to charge on the way. And unfortunately, there aren't too many fast charges on the way. So you want to take a coffee break or a tea break or a short food break, you need at least 20 to 30 minutes, but your car cannot be charged in 20 to 30 minutes because there is lack of charging infrastructure. So I think it's very easy to say that OEMs are taking time to really move forward. But I think we need to look at what are the issues at every step. And I think we need to solve one by one each of the problems rather than just pushing without any, without pushing too much towards the OEM. So I think we need to look at all the problems in the equation and try to solve it. On top of that, the resale value is a big concern for EVs, which is a big concern for the people who are buying the cars. So they are still not certain about it. The choice, I think not every OEM has the cars today. I think only 2 players have it. Right. Once the choice increases, there'll be more people who will be adopting. And last point is about the price parity between the ICE and the equivalent EVs. So the price gap between EVs and the ICE cars is about 40%. And I think the inflection point will come when this price gap reduces to about 15 to 20%. And with the battery cost coming down in future, which is about 110 USD per kilowatt hour, I think the moment it starts dropping to 90 or 80, I think the price parity will come. So I think these are a few of the challenges which we need to solve for.
Right. And Mr. Bajwa, I wanted to understand another point. And how do you take that? That's interesting comparison between mobile industry and automobile industry about the PLI. Could you give us the context? What went for the mobile industry and not for automobile industry?
So, very good morning to all of you, and thank you very much. So I think first of all, taking from what Hardeep said, And I keep telling that next 5 years are going to be very, very complex for the auto industry. It's a highly capital intensive, manpower intensive industry. And roadmap, I think, needs to be far more clearer. What direction we want to take sometimes, and policies have to be more consistent if we are really serious about EV adoption, especially in the four-wheeler ecosystem. And it's not only manufacturers, right? I mean, I'm very happy to share that as JSW MG Motor India, 60% of our portfolio, what we sell is a EV today, right? I don't think any manufacturer can claim that in India. But then there are challenges, which Hardeep has spoken about, and I'll not touch upon that. I think the PLI scheme, which has come forward, offers certain complexities. I think there needs to be little simplification that is required on that front.
Policy level.
Sorry?
Policy level, you meant?
Yeah. So that it's more easy for manufacturers to actually get benefit out of that. While most of us are trying for it and working towards it, but I think it is taking some time. And I think it's not only the manufacturers. See, today the consumer also has a reservation towards the EV adoption, especially when it comes to this thing. So it's all about how you are able to set up the entire ecosystem and how you are able to give that confidence to the consumer. And I would say that as manufacturers, it should be our responsibility, whether it is two-wheeler manufacturer, four-wheeler manufacturers, that you deliver quality, consistent products. That's very important because for a consumer, whether it is range anxiety or it is safety of an EV, I think these are two big concerns in his mind, which is actually kind of holding him apart from what you say, your resale value, financing and all that stuff. These are all I think it's an ecosystem which needs to work in that direction.
Sean, what about the global outreach of Indian manufacturers? I mean, OLA definitely has that kind of ambition, but what Mr. Kant also mentioned, that this is not only the time to capture or push for electrification of Indian market, also look at global products. Why not compete with global giants? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so good morning all. So my thoughts on that, and if I reflect where India is today, and I've been in this country for 2 years now, okay? And what I see here that within this country, you've got the capability, right? You've got the resources, and now's your time. Now's your time to actually really penetrate the global market. I can see that you've actually started to, we've started to head on that EV journey at the moment, and I think adoption is there, right? And if I look at adoption domestically, it's there at a two-wheeler. You look at the market share increase year on year, it's definitely there. So I think when I look at product quality, which you mentioned, it's there as well. So I think now's the time for India, not only to concentrate on domestic, but export to global, right? And don't miss this opportunity. Please understand, this opportunity, this window will only be there for a short period of time. I think Mr. Khan mentioned 5 years. I think it will actually be shorter than that, right? So that's my views.
That's great. Amit, you interact with manufacturers as well, but you also work on the policy front. What Mr. Khan said and what Mr. Bharat and Sean and Mr. Bajwa said about the manufacturer's point of view. What is the gap according to you?
So if you look at 2% is what we are not now and where we want to be, right? So we did the research to understand if India has to meet the net zero target of 2070, what does it mean for the automobile segment? And we concluded that between 2045 and 2050, we have to electrify all our vehicles. When I say all our vehicles, two-wheeler, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, buses, and trucks. Bulk of it, from our side, probably 99% would be battery electric, 1% would be hydrogen fuel cell. That's right. So the question is, how do you move from 2% to 100% in next 25 or 20 years or so? We are currently using the whole demand side approach. So we are giving subsidies to bring down the cost, hoping the end user will buy it. It works to an extent that you can maybe get 3, 4, 5% uptake. But we want uptake at scale. Now, how do you get uptake at scale? It will never happen through demand subsidies alone. Because one, you don't have enough money to subsidize all the vehicles in India to convert to electric, and you don't enough have time. So what policies will drive this transformation, right? So we looked at global landscape and we found that two most effective policies that drive transformation at scale. And these are not demand side policies, they are supply side policies. So let's look at Europe. So Europe has something called a CO2 emission regulation, wherein you averaged out, you give a target to OEMs to meet the CO2. Next couple of years, they will be at 70 grams CO2 for cars. India currently is about 135 grams CO2 per kilometer for cars. That's delta. Similarly, US has a greenhouse gas regulation. So one, we have to improve the efficiency. We have to use this fuel efficiency regulation, which Amitabh Kant was talking about, to kind of increase more electric. The second is giving some kind of sales target. California has done phenomenally well in making sure that each OEM has to sell a certain % of its fleet as electric. And it does two things. So OEMs who are forthcoming in electric, they get rewarded for early movers advantage. So when they sell more than the quota, they get credits, and they can trade that credits with OEMs who are behind the quota. So I think once we bring in the supply side regulation, we will see scaling up happening at Falls, and that is what we need from our side.
Mr. Bharat, from 2% to 30%, I'm talking about just by 2030, because this is what we have, we have been discussing from really long time. By 2030, we are looking at 30% of transportation which is electrified. How can we? How do you see it right now? What are the challenges, and do you think we need some tweaks to reach that?
So by 2030, I reckon it would be about 15% against the 30% what was the original plan. I think 15% is doable. And why I feel it will happen, firstly, as I mentioned, the battery cost would come down as the battery technology improves and the raw materials supply improves. I think the cost, which is, as I said, 110 USD per kilowatt hour, comes down to 80 to 90. I think that's a significant drop of 25 to 30%. And that brings me to the point of the price parity, which today from 35, 40% down to 20%. Moment it becomes affordable and people see that, okay, today, if you see the price gap between petrol and diesel is about 200,000 rupees. And that translates, so this 20% actually translates to 200,000. So in another 2 to 3 years' time, I feel this price point will be very, very close to diesel and petrol. That's when it becomes very easy for people to start switching over. The second point, with battery technology improving, I think the minimum range that you need in a passenger vehicle or a four-wheeler is 500 kilometers. I think that's the range where people will feel comfortable, because even if you get 70% of that range at a high speed, which means 350 kilometers, I think a consumer needs minimum 350, whether it's Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, Chandigarh, Delhi, Jaipur. I think all these cities, or Ahmedabad, Baroda, they are in the range of 200 to 300 kilometers. And once you reach that city, you need to move around in the city, so you don't have this pressure on your mind that by evening, whether I'll be stranded in the city or not. So I think once these two things are solved, I think we can even go further than that. And the third thing, as I mentioned, I think we need to be very clear. Are we going the hybrid way? Are we going the fuel cell way? Or are we going ethanol flex fuel vehicles? So I think right now the discussion is happening in all directions. And every meeting you go to, a new fuel will emerge. I think we need to be very, very clear, okay? It's going to be EV, nothing else, and everybody, including the OEMs and the government, needs to work in that direction.
Mr. Bajwa, how can we channelize that conversation? Because this is the conversation I also, see from our viewers when they ask questions whether I should buy this car or not. Should I go for electric or should I go for hybrid? Why? Because there is a there is some kind of question whether it's not only Delhi NCR, but otherwise also because they're keeping the car for 5, 6 years, 10 years, whatever. For manufacturers, what kind of clarity you need so that the conversation is focused that between electric, hybrid, fuel, flexi fuels and ICE?
So I think first and foremost is there has to be a clear definition on, government incentives. See, let's accept the fact that while I know incentives are not good in the long run, but for the current, in the current situation, especially in the mass segment, the industry needs, the consumer at least needs an incentive, because there is a price parity currently in the mass segment between a EV and a ICE vehicle to a tune of 30-40%. So to bridge that gap, that is where consumer he needs that kind of support. Number one. Number two, certain state governments, like Hardeep mentioned, that when you are giving a similar kind of benefit to a hybrid, then the customer today, the only problem while EV adoption is because in a mass segment, largely EV has become a city phenomena. It is still not becoming an intercity phenomena, right? And so if you look at a mass segment, it is divided into three, your first time buyers, your repeat buyer, your replacement, and your additional buyer. So the first two segments itself, they don't even look at EVs right now. It's only the third segment, which is additional car in the family, which is also probably a third car or a fourth car in the family, which is an EV. So unless until we attract these first two segments also, maybe the first time buyer still probably will take time, but at least the guy who's replacing a car, the moment we are able to meet his requirements, what he's looking at a ICE vehicle. See, today where there's a problem currently, there is no ecosystem for resale value in EVs. So you can try it out in the market. It's a big challenge, right? First, to sell the EV in the resale value. Second is still there is a anxiety in consumer mind, what will happen if my battery conks off, right? So I think as manufacturers, there are 3 or 4 areas which we have to address, and we'll have to probably take that lead in giving that confidence and comfort to the consumer. So number one, as a mass segment I'm talking, how do you give that confidence to a consumer that the cost of an EV and ICE is almost similar? I mean, you must have heard that we had introduced a concept like battery as a service, where we said you buy the EV at the cost of an ICE. We give you the same segment car at a similar cost, and you rent the battery from us, which is basically 3 rupees 50 paisa, and even if I add 1 rupee charging cost to it, it becomes 4 rupees 50 paisa. And for that segment of a car, for a gasoline, you need 8 to 10 rupees a kilometer is a running cost. So he was save on this thing. Understood. Secondly, how do you give consumer this confidence? So we said, suppose Kranti buys this car. So Kranti, as long as you are running this car as a first owner, your batteries are headache. You don't have to worry about it. Right? So people talk about 8 years battery life, this and that. So tomorrow you have a challenge. So even if you're driving for 10 years, 12 years, we take care of that. Right. Third part is on the resale value, which I said. Because when you are changing car after 3-4 years, you need a good resale value. So we went ahead and we said that, okay, we will give you 60% assured buyback if you change your car in 3 years or till 3 years. So I think this has given some momentum, I would say. Some positive move we have seen out of these, some of these, initiatives that we have taken. And I think the industry needs to come forward on this part, how we can do it. Today, if you look at your luxury car segment, their adoption is better. They are almost at about 7-8% of adoption to the total luxury sales. The reason there is because price parity is not there, range anxiety is not there because they're getting good rate. Right. But they will also face a challenge when it comes to the resale value of the car.
Understood. Mr. Calvert, one thing which I wanted to understand, because the moment we talk about transportation, mobility, it's more or less hijacked by four-wheeler guys. So what's the challenge, or what's that reading you have for two-wheeler segment? How different are the challenges there?
So I'll start with, I've heard the topic a couple of times, which is price parity. All right. So if I take two-wheelers, again, 2 years ago when I came to India, it's fair to say there was that large gap. I'm pleased to say, due to efficiencies in the supply chain, economies of scale, because the volumes are starting to increase, as well as battery prices coming down, or cell prices coming down. It's fair to say on the two-wheeler side, you're starting to see price parities just about there now, right? And on the EV side, there's higher technology within, because it's the two-wheeler products have got higher electronics than what an ICE product would have in it. So you've got higher technology, price parities there. I think, from a challenge point of view, on the two-wheeler side, it's okay now, right? So it's much better than what it was 2 years ago. Again, competitive supply chain, lower sell prices, economies of scale, it's about right now.
Mr. Bharat, recently we had this conversation. If you remember, recently Royal Enfield announced their electric motorcycle. At that time, we were chatting with Mr. Siddharth Lal, and we asked him that, are you also thinking of putting up chargers? And he said, as a manufacturer, I'm not supposed to put, why should I put chargers? You don't ask manufacturers, ICE vehicle makers to put up fuel pumps. So that was like interesting argument, but at the same time, it's a big challenge for you also. So what about fast charging? How can we solve that problem? And how do you think as a manufacturer we can solve that problem? Because now the conversation has moved from charging time to fast chargers.
I think that's a great question, and I feel we need to come together as a team. I think no single person can take this responsibility, neither government, nor private operators, or nor OEMs. I think we all have to work together. To give you an example, I think OEMs need to make sure that all the touch points, for example, we have 700 touch points across India, we need to put chargers at all these 700 touch points. In metros, there could be fast chargers, smaller towns, slightly. So it varies from, fast chargers vary from 60 kilowatts to 250 kilowatt hours, right? And we have, in the first 15 dealerships where we started our EV sale, we started with 150 kilowatt bit, which did not exist anywhere. Now, if you want to charge your car in 20 minutes, go to any of these 15 Kia dealerships and you will get charged within 20 minutes. We have even one 210 kilowatt hour charger. So I think that's the initiative we are taking. Similarly, we have charge point operators and government as well. Because if you see the success story of China or Europe, I think government has a big role to play in terms of bringing these chargers across the country. I mean, highways is, I think more than, I think Satinder in yesterday's meeting mentioned that 80% of the charging app happens at home. And the reason for that is because people do not take their EVs outside the city because they're still scared. They don't want to take it on highway, and hence the charging happens at 80% at home. Moment people start taking and they are confident about their cars and confident about the charging infrastructure, this 80% will drop and the public charging will increase. The fact that there aren't too many chargers, people are very, very constrained and they want to stay at home. So I think it has to be a teamwork and we all need to play our roles very well. And the last point, which came out in yesterday's discussion, and I'm coming back to hybrids and EVs, like in mutual funds, we say mutual funds sahi hai. And somewhere we need to say, and even government needs to participate, EV sahi hai. So that, we all are focused on EVs and not getting digressed from that. And that's where the momentum will come into this side.
That's a good idea. And what you mentioned about public charging, the figure which she mentioned, at the time of launch, I was also thinking, why are they offering, free public charging? Because they knew that 80% of people, they are charging at home only, so they don't
You caught it.
One question which many critiques raise, Amit, this is for you. Are green cars, are electric vehicles really green? Because if we look at the energy generation, maybe 2/3 or maybe between 2/3 and 3/4 energy in India is coal-based or thermal-based. If you charge the EV with that, are they really green?
So we did a research to look at, with the existing grid, which is predominantly fossil fuel-based, what does it make for an electric car and electric two-wheeler in India? And we found that electric car is roughly cleaner by 20% in terms of life cycle emission. Electric two-wheeler is almost 40% cleaner in terms of life cycle emission. Now that's one part. The second part is, as you increase renewables, you will only get cleaner. So the pathway is very clear for electric. You pump in more renewable and use battery to power these vehicles, and that's one part. The other interesting bit, which I think people may not be aware, we did a research to understand what's the real-world emission from motor vehicles when they are under operation. So when you go for PUC check, the vehicle is stationary, it is not moving. But the health is impacted by fumes when vehicles are moving. And we found that in real-world scenario, emissions in Delhi can be as high as 25 times the lab limit. It changes with fuel types, it changes with age of the vehicle, it changes with use of the vehicle, commercial versus personal, and it also changes with OEMs. So I think that is something which is very important, because climate is one, but public health is something that is impacted every day. And I think that is one more compelling argument to shift to zero emission vehicles.
Related question: when we are looking at cleaning our cities, green mobility, greener tailpipe emission, at that time, even if we buy new electric vehicles, green vehicles, older cars and commercial vehicles especially, they're still running. How do we manage that? Because simultaneously you have cleaner cars, but at the same time older vehicles are still producing or emitting.
So yeah, so if you look at Delhi, so has put a restriction on 10-year, 15-year-old vehicles. So what happened to this vehicle, right? So they are deregistered. Either they are re-registered in some other parts where emission norms are not tightened enough and they can run, which is really not great, or they get scrapped at the scrapping center. So I think what we need is, if you look at the PME drive Mr. Kant was mentioning, for electric trucks, the government has said we will give subsidies only when you scrap your old electric truck, old conventional truck.
Okay.
So some kind of scrappage mechanism for buying new vehicles, especially electric, can be a good way to incentivize both the sides of the demand.
Okay, so now I guess our time is up, and I assume that there's one more meeting which is happening where Mr. Bharat has to go, and he will discuss, I think, similar stuff, what we discussed, and first session will be mentioned there, I guess. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for taking out the time for us and for this enriching, enlightening conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kranti.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you to our stellar panel. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, Kranti, for moderating that so well for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now move ahead and continue our conversations and dialogue in this world of electric vehicles. We will now turn our attention to India's critical role in the global EV landscape with the session which is aptly titled India for the World, Unpacking India's Cell and Battery Ecosystem. Now, you would all agree with me if I just put this picture in front of you. With India's domestic battery manufacturing projected to reach $2 billion by 2030, this session will deep dive into how India is creating a robust ecosystem for battery innovation, manufacturing, but most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, also setting those new benchmarks for affordability and sustainability, not just in India, but worldwide. And to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, I would want you to put your hands together as we welcome our moderator, Parth Sharan, automotive contributor for moneycontrol.com, to please join us on stage. Let's welcome Parth, who in fact will be our moderator. Let's also give it up for our stellar panel as I start welcoming them, ladies and gentlemen. Chetan Mani, co-founder and chairman at Sun Mobility. Nitin Gupta, co-founder and CEO Etero Recycling. Pulkit Khurana, CEO Battery Smart, and completing this lovely panel we have Vishal Chaturvedi, Senior Vice President, New Business Initiative at Ola Electric. Good to have all of you with us. I think we can have some more energy, ladies and gentlemen, and a louder round of applause for them. Gentlemen, good to have you with us. The floor is all yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Parth Charan, and we've got an excellent panel with us today, all stalwarts from the Indian battery EV ecosystem. We've got, of course, Mr. Chetan Mani, a man who needs no introduction. He was there at the beginning of it all, a pioneering figure in the Indian EV ecosystem and the founder and chairman of Sun Mobility. We've got Mr. Pulkit Khurana, who is the co-founder of India's largest battery swapping network, Battery Smart. We've got Mr. Nitin Gupta, who is heading Etero Recycling. And of course, we've got Mr. Vishal Chaturvedi, who is heading the battery cell department at Ola Electric. Gentlemen, welcome to the first ever Green Bharat e-mobility summit. Unpacking battery ecosystem of this country is a very hot topic right now. And at the outset, the problems that seem to be plaguing us, to begin with, are raw material dependency, lack of a skilled labor force, and high initial investment costs. So, Chetan, as the sort of de facto first citizen of India's EV ecosphere, I'd like to start with you. Can a nation like India, can we compete with China and the US on the international stage at some point when it comes to EV battery manufacturing, if not in economies of scale, then through IPs?
Yeah, I think it's an important part considering that the value chain is very high on the entire vehicle side. I think we've done the first part, which is making packs. The second is we're getting raw materials in and making cells. I think that's also easy. A lot of companies are coming out. That's doable on this front. I think the third is trying to figure out how we get the anodes and cathodes, and then the raw material around that, where that's important because unless the processing of electrolytes, separators, anode and cathode materials are done in India, we're not going to get that kind of scale. And I think the last part is, our strategic alliances on core raw materials, be it lithium and others, like we do with oil today. The challenge, I think, is we're starting, like in any industry, when you look at solar and everything, we start from the easiest part, and we wait too long to get the other ones. So by the time we come in, we lose the game. I think what we have to start today in India is at all fronts, so that when the first piece of batteries grow up to, several hundred gigawatt level, the remaining pieces are done. So this part, even with ACC and stuff, is not going beyond the cell side. So I think if we're able to do that, that would be one. Clearly, training is going to be extremely critical at scale. Can we sort of mimic what India did in the 90s with the IT business, where every corner you had training areas, and we built up an IT business here. So the amount of finishing schools we need, the amount of area to train, is at a scale that's probably 10,000x of where we are today. So it needs to be done, I think, at a very large part of it. And I think low-cost financing is going to be very important, and a long-term vision on this. The last part I would say is you need a pool in demand, right? Because we need to see that can you have certain cell sizes, not 100 of them, 10, 15 for the country, or maybe less than that, where then there is sort of scale of economies, and then multiple OEMs and energy providers can pool demand across mobility and storage and integrate that such that then we're able to look at it. I really feel if we do it right, 5 years from today, we could be in a very strong position. And I do believe in an area where technology is rapidly changing, that IP will play a large role. And so it's not just about manufacturing, but about our technical prowess of trying to create newer solutions that is going to be as important as we think of this.
Right. Pulkit, I want to ask you, do you think the need of the hour is, strategic alliances with resource-rich countries that aren't China? Because clearly resource scarcity is a problem when it comes to battery manufacturing. How do we achieve economies of scale when it comes to this?
I think it's very important to realize that China didn't start yesterday on this journey, right? They started securing a lot of raw material 20 years ago. They're way ahead of where we are today, and we have a long journey to kind of catch up on that. Whether it's resources in terms of the raw material itself, or even the technology in terms of the kind of cells that we will manufacture. But it's also an opportunity for us to kind of leapfrog and take those learnings ahead rather than just following what was done. A good example is the cell form factor that Ola chose, for example, right? This is where they are also today as a country in terms of 4600 series. And it's heartening to see that most of the cell manufacturers in India are adopting to those form factors. Same is true for chemistries. A lot of NMC to LFP movement is happening, but there are further improvements that could be driven out of India because we have the advantage of setting that up today and no legacy capex to take care of, right? This is one of the challenges that China is struggling from because of the stagnating demand and thus the lowering of prices. But that's also an opportunity for us as a country right now while we do not have our own production, right? I think all of these factors, if you look them in a holistic manner, along with the upcoming demand on energy storage as well as the EV in India, it's the best time for us as a country to be able to do this, to do mass scale production on lithium ion cells and deploy them domestically, given there is enough demand, right? With enough constraints or maybe certain taxation levers that the government can pull up at the right time. I think a lot of demand boost can be given to these production houses as well.
Right. Vishal, like Pulkit said, countries like China have had a huge head start and we've kind of hit the ground running. As the first OEM to have manufactured its own battery cell, the fact that there's still we're still way behind in terms of having lithium refineries, etc. Do you think that sets us back in a big way? How do we play catch up?
Good morning. Pulkit mentioned how China has this advantage and they started like 20 years back. But we also need to note that China did not have this natural advantage because they don't have the lithium mines, right? They still source the lithium from, let's say, Australia or Argentina and process it, refine it, and then sort of sell it to the world, like put it in the batteries and then sell it to the world. So India has a similar opportunity, right, where we can do strategic alliances with like-minded countries and have access to these resources so that our supply chain also gets built in the process. And that will give us economy of scale, right? I mean, that will give us confidence, other manufacturers to sort of build in India. And as Mr. Amitabh Kant also mentioned, I mean, if you look, step back and look at the global landscape for cell manufacturing, it's all dominated in China and then in Korea. And with all the duties and the tariff war that's happening between China and the other geographies, it opens up a very, very large market for India because outside of China and Korea, there hasn't been a very successful battery maker, right? And Europe and China, for whatever reasons, will take time to develop the ecosystem. India has that opportunity. Indian players have that opportunity. So India needs to look at the domestic demand as well as the global demand, and that will give us enough, sort of economy of scale to invest and move forward with the battery manufacturing.
Right. Nitin, we've interacted in the past and you've mentioned that Atero is among the first companies to be able to extract up to 90% of lithium from end-of-life cycle and manufacturing waste. How important is a battery recycling apparatus in a country, and can it make us more resource independent, or realistically at best can it serve as a ballast of sorts?
Thank you, Parth. So great question, Parth. Couple of things. First of all, we recover more than 95%, but that's maths. Let's leave that aside for the time being. Let me take a step back and try and address this issue in conjunction with what the panel was discussing a few minutes earlier, right? So if you look at what's happening in the cell manufacturing space globally, obviously China has taken the lead. They started much earlier. They have sort of access to resources and they put a lot of capex to build refining plants to make sure that they can sort of go up the value chain, right? Having said that, given the geopolitical situation playing out, both in US and Europe and other places, there is a very strong ex-China policy that's out there, right? And the fact that the entire EV ecosystem, I would still classify, is it in its infancy, right? So there is a technological leapfrog available that India can sort of take advantage of and take advantage of the geopolitical situation to actually build a great EV ecosystem for the world from India, right? For that, I think all the ingredients are there. Obviously, it will require a lot of capital. It will require some bit of government support from the government of India, but the opportunity is right there, right? Coming back to recycling, and one case in point is recycling, right? So Atero today, very small plug, has 46 granted global patents on recycling technologies in the world. Our recycling technology for lithium and batteries is actually better than China. And we are not saying, a lot of Chinese companies are telling us as well, right? From a resource efficiency standpoint, in our opinion, if we can scale up recycling well and make India the hub for battery recycling globally, which by the way is very sustainable. We recently got a GHG emission study done as well, I think ISO 14064,
which basically says that the lithium carbonate that Attero produces is almost 98% lower GHG footprint than what comes out of mining, right? So if we can make India the recycling hub for the world, we can at least be self-dependent on critical minerals that are required for the EV ecosystem to sort of prosper.
I'll come to the battery waste management issue later, but I want to address the swappable battery versus fixed battery issue. Now, Chetan, you've mentioned that a swappable battery, Sun Mobilities, they use about 6 times less lithium. So clearly, there's a very clear advantage there, and yet it would appear that a lot of OEMs are diametrically opposed to this view because, of course, they want to have as much control over the battery management system and proprietary tech to offer the best sort of experience to the customer. Do you see greater applicability for swappable batteries outside of electric three-wheelers and the B2B space where it is currently thriving?
Yes, I think swapping is applicable for all areas. Generally, they work better when there's higher duty cycle, right? At Sun Mobility, we looked at two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and small four-wheelers that go up to 2 tons, which can do 1, 2, 3, or 4 batteries. So it's fairly modular. And the other area, and that's 75% of vehicles in India. The second area is trucks and buses, which is 5% of the vehicles in India, but 50% of the energy we use as a country. And there we have a robotic solution that goes from 3 tons to 55 tons. So I think these are the 2 segments today that are probably going to be the highest space. And I think 2 and 3 wheelers, there's been more maturity. I think in the next 5 years, trucks and buses are going to be the next part of it. And if you give a perspective, 2 years ago, trucks in China were around 2% on swappable electric trucks. They've now crossed 60% of all electric trucks in China are swappable. When subsidies went away, it was very difficult to meet the economics. So now an electric truck is the same price as a diesel truck, and the cost per kilometer on swapping is 20% less. And of course, you don't have the infrastructure issues, range anxiety, and the refueling times. So clearly for a country like India, these are the areas where we need to focus on. From an OEM perspective, first of all, there's no silver bullet, right? It's always that there will be fixed charging and fixed batteries, there will be removable batteries, and there will be swappable batteries. It's going to be available for consumers to choose based on their area. But if you see what happened in the US and a lot of countries, infrastructure becomes a huge issue. So in India too, when you cross 20% of demand, of penetration, you're going to see the next big issue is infrastructure. It's not, if you go to Bombay, people will not have a place to charge their two-wheeler, right? Or their three-wheeler. So what do you do in a place like this? You want the infrastructure to be as easy as this. So you can't just say that it's okay in the first early adoption level, but once you scale up, it's going to be very critical, right? And you always start from areas that are high utilization. Once your infrastructure is in Delhi, there's a station every 2 kilometers. Now you can start think of dual-use products, people who use it for B2B and B2C, and then slowly move to also B2C. Consumers come and choose. So I think OEMs are recognizing this, and they're saying, let's offer the different options to consumers. Early stages is let's control the tech, let's do everything. Now there's an understanding that the tech is quite mature, and it's about the brand and the business and offering different options to consumers. So I believe there's a shift. We've gotten a lot of, we have over 15 OEMs on our platform today, and in bus and trucks, around 20 of them, we're working with them. So I think this is a big shift from 4 or 5 years ago, where it was nascent stages, that we're seeing that. And I do believe that it'll be an important part in India's electrification journey.
I'm glad you brought up consumers because, the best-selling e-scooters in the country, Ola Electric being a prime example, clearly the consumer preference is towards fixed batteries. So, Vishal, I'd like to know your thoughts on this matter. Is it possible to include a swappable, model in the portfolio, or the initial investment just doesn't make sense to go in that direction?
So, we did announce last month that we will have a swappable battery portfolio vehicle, swappable battery vehicle in our portfolio, right? So, I mean, there are use cases, right? I mean, we started with fixed battery solutions, and that caters to a very specific consumer cohort segment. right? But there are a lot of commercial activities that happen. The charging needs to be done much faster, right? In those cases, right, we see that there is a need for swappable batteries where you can just, sort of charge on the go, right? I mean, just by swapping. And so we have announced, and we will be sort of launching it in April. So we have that as part of our portfolio.
Nitin, I mean, there's clearly the issue that swappable batteries do produce more battery waste, right? Even though they use less lithium. For a recycling firm, is that a win-win, or, in terms of getting material, you are pretty much sorted with, well, we don't have manufacturing waste yet, but, through energy storage solutions, which is primarily where you get your material from. So what is your view on the whole swappable versus fixed battery debate?
So at this point in time, we are fairly invariant to that path, largely because the input stream for battery recycling today is not really coming from end-of-life EVs or end-of-life swappable batteries, right? It's either coming from production waste or manufacturing waste, which you rightly said is not in India today, but outside India. And it's also coming from black mass all over the world. Now, black mass is part of manufacturing waste, or let's say part of the semi-processed end-of-life battery waste, which is freely importable in the country. And we are able to process that to the best global levels and extract materials out of it. But going forward, obviously, as swappable batteries, purely from a recycling perspective, are creating more input material for the industry, I'll be all for it.
Bharat, I do want to clarify one thing, right? So in our case at least, your cycle life is over 3,000 cycles. A swappable vehicle generally has half the size of the battery as a fixed battery, because you can swap it multiple times. So you are using actually 1/6 the less amount of kilowatt hours on life cycle. So actually the total amount of lithium you're using or battery waste is less. The second is the higher performance batteries, because you have multiple different for tier 1 and tier 2 cities. After they reach 80%, you second life them in a tier 2 city for another 3 to 4 years. And then you reflash them and then use them for storage. And then they're easily dismantleable and then going to recycling, because you own the battery in the entire life cycle. It's not that each customer owns it. So in reality, A, you would use 6 times less battery. 2, you'll probably have a second and third life. And 3, the recycling process will be far better controlled. So the country scales up. These are very important things where actually this is going to it's going to benefit the country as you think of swapping in terms of...
So clearly there's more synergy between swappable units and recycling outfits. You'd also mentioned that there's far greater levels of utilization at swapping stations than there are at charging stations. Pulkit, what do you attribute this to? Does it just come down to the logistical nature of the commercial E3-wheeler business? Is it about uneven power supply? What sort of technology is best suited to address all these existing issues that we have?
So for a country like ours, right, the real estate infrastructure itself becomes a constraint. Like Chetan said, once we reach like 20-25% penetration levels, how do you expect parallel parking and charging networks for all the vehicles that would be electric, right? Less than 5% cars in India actually have a dedicated parking space. Imagine millions of vehicles needing a parking and charging space altogether. This is actually where swapping is far more efficient from a per square feet output levels. For example, a 200 square feet shop with a swappable battery systems can serve 200 to 300 vehicles in a day. If you were to imagine 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers getting parked and charged, it would probably serve 10 to 15, right? So it is far more real estate efficient at a macro level. It is right that today the early adopters for swapping are commercial use cases, but that is because a consumer would first seek where the network is. This is a supply first business, right? If you go out and sell something with a swappable battery today, the first question is, where am I going to swap? So the networks have to come up first, and they would come up on the back of the low hanging demand out there, which is commercial use cases who need to swap more frequently, cannot afford to buy the entire vehicle and reduce their upfront capex by just buying the vehicle minus the battery. all of those factors lead to networks like ours coming up in a dense manner. For example, in NCR, we have more than 600 locations where people can go and swap. So now it is dense enough to be able to attract other use cases like a personal user, right? And that is going to be replicated across different cities. That is going to give more confidence to a potential user to be able to buy, let's say, swappable scooters tomorrow that are being launched by various OEMs, and then lead to mass adoption and a faster adoption.
Vishal, how do you sort of, what's your take on this? Because let's flash forward 5 to 10 years from now when market penetration for EVs is considerably higher. How do we sort of accommodate the bulk? Do we have, you think the technology would have, sort of leapfrogged to a stage where charging times are much shorter? We'll have far bigger, DC charging stations. How do we sort of accommodate the volume of vehicles that will be requiring charge, or do we still depend on domestic charging, which works with e-scooters but may not be particularly feasible for e-four-wheelers?
As you rightly put, the bulk of charging today happens at home, right? And the best energy distributed system is the energy or the electricity grid, right? So you have it at your place and it's much easier, right? But now as sort of the volume grows, and if I just look at it from the cell technology standpoint, there are technologies that we are working on and the global players are working on, which enables fast charging, right? And without degrading the batteries, the battery life. So that is happening. See, India is a large country, right? And all of these solutions out there will coexist, right? Right. Be it the cell technology or the charging technology, right? And the market will evolve. So as I said, today as we do business, we see a lot of, like when we started, we had only one product portfolio in terms of battery, right? Which was a fixed battery. We have come up with a portable battery solution, right? Where people can just charge on the go by just swapping. And this is more suited for commercial use case, right? And in the segment that we operate in. But yes, let's say Chetan pointed out the point around, let's say, buses, right? And you see technologies in China where the charging happens very differently for these that you see in India today. Be it in terms of the cell technology that they use or the charging infrastructure that they use to sort of swap the batteries, right, on the go for the buses as well. So all of these technologies, right, be it on the cell side or on the charging side, will coexist and will keep evolving. So, yeah.
I want to now come to the issue of, sort of upskilling the labor force. But before I do that, in terms of standardization between swappable units and fixed batteries, what should be the imperative for the government? What level of standardization should be introduced?
I think the focus today, first number is safety, right? Right. The safety should be same for fixed and swappable, which they are. The certification process is the same. But you got to realize that you're in a tier 2 city, you're in a tier 1 city, you have scooters that have 1.5 kilowatt powertrains and you have 8 kilowatt powertrains. There's not going to be a magical thing that fits everyone. Right. So at the early stages, have an open mind around the battery sizes and the performance requirements and everything, and let those coexist and let innovation flourish. Right. And over time, as industry matures like anywhere else, standards would come in. So I think the early days is just focus on getting the right safety and the solutions around there, and let market dynamics take it on. And over time, I think it'll settle down in the next 4 to 5 years in a few standards like it has in any other place.
Right. Nitin, what sort of upskilling is required in the battery recycling space? Particularly, are you working with universities? On what ground level? How are things?
So see, from a battery recycling perspective, a lot of the processes are automated in nature. We are working a lot with various IITs on incorporating, let's say, robotics in the demanufacturing process, making sure we incorporate AI in the demanufacturing process, make it more and more automated as we go along. But from a pure skilling perspective, the amount of workforce directly involved or required for, let's say, a scaled-up recycling industry, that will probably be running into tens of thousands, right, in India, if you really want to get to that level. And there is definitely a skilling need that needs to be done, right? So that's a gap that needs to be addressed today.
Right. I'm afraid we have to wrap up, but my final question is to Vishal, because clearly the most crucial aspect of upskilling falls to battery cell manufacturing, which will sort of drive innovation. Given the amount of new battery chemistries you have to experiment with, how does Ola Electric go about hiring talent, and what does it do to upskill the labor force?
So first of all, like India is a global exporter of talent, right? Yes. So when we started our cell journey, we got a lot of Indians who were working in the cell industry in China, in Japan, in the US, right? Back, right? So that talent pool is out there, right? I mean, that's day zero. But if you really look at it, like, and when we started to build the talent in India, we have a battery innovation center. We have about 500 researchers, right? And when we started to build the talent, we sort of broke the problem statement into smaller sort of units, right? And what we realized is that the talent exists in India. So let's say from a like a pure R&D standpoint, you need a lot of chemists, right? We have that in India, right? They don't operate in the battery field per se, right? But that talent exists in India, in let's say the pharma industry or some other industry. Then you need the mechanical guys here. You have enough of them, plenty of them in the, let's say, the automotive industry, right? So these, so battery, especially the cell, especially, right, it's a convergence of multiple different streams, right? And people exist in all of these streams, not working on batteries, but on some other problem statements, which is very similar to, let's say, batteries. On the manufacturing side as well, I mean that's again a similar situation and a story. Let's say the electrode manufacturing, where you lot of mix and make the electrodes before, like sort of coating it. It's a similar kind of talent that you have, let's say, in the paint industry, right? The coating process, it's a similar talent that you have in, let's say, the paper industry or the plastics industry. The assembly part, the exact same talent that you have, let's say, in the electronics industry or the bottling industry, right? So there are these talent areas that exist in the market, right? Obviously, they're not like battery ready, but the basic skill set is out there, right? And then, so that's like the talent that exists in the market. So that's one way that we approach. And the second was, just get the bright youngsters who are passing out from college, right? India produces one of the finest engineers, and we obviously give them the opportunity. India lacked that, right? The opportunity didn't exist in the battery field. We give them the opportunity, and we see that they are at par or better than what the global talent that at least I have seen, right? So that's our approach. So I don't think talent in cell is a challenge in India, given that we have like billion people.
So a very optimistic note to sort of conclude this discussion on. Of course, it's a very vast subject. We could talk about it infinitely. But thank you so much, Chetan, Pulkit, Vishal, and Nitin, for coming to the Network 18 Green Bharat Summit. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel truly deserves a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Parth, for that very riveting conversation. But we have many more facets to cover, ladies and gentlemen. As we said, this is a very fascinating world of electric vehicles, and it's only evolving with each passing day. Ladies and gentlemen, we now want to shift our focus to try and explore the role of technology in powering the future of EV mobility. So from AI-driven fleet management systems to advancing in charging infrastructure, technology today, ladies and gentlemen, is really at the core of this revolution. So without any further ado, let me also take this opportunity in welcoming our moderator for this session. Could I request Chandra to join us on stage, Deputy Executive Editor, moneycontrol.com, because she's the one who's going to be steering this conversation. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our lovely panel as well. Amitabh Kant, founder and CEO, Alti Green Propulsion Labs, Deepak Jain, Chairman, Lumax Industry, Arun Vinaya, Co-founder and CEO at Exponent Energy, and S.J. Dhinagar, Head of Vehicle Engineering at Ola Electric, completing this lovely panel for us. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome this stellar panel. Handing it over to Chandra to take the conversation forward.
And thank you for that, Ridhima. A huge round of applause for our speakers. Many from Bangalore this Delhi morning here just for this event. So thank you very much for making that trip. And you know, the first three sessions really set the tone for the summit today. We had a very fiery Amitabh Kant in the morning. Then we had key executives from automakers such as Kia, MG Motors and so on. And the previous session, of course, had the stalwarts from the battery ecosystem unpacking what it takes. And right now, we are going to dissect the tech that goes into EVs, what kind of innovations are we seeing today, what can we expect going forward, and you know, how can this really help in scaling up the adoption of green mobility in India? How can it make it more affordable and accessible? So thank you very much for that. Amitabh, let me begin with you. You know, EV tech is such a broad subject, but in terms of the innovations that we are seeing in India, give us a sense of, you know, what you do at Altigreen, what new tech innovations are we seeing in the EV space very quickly before we go to the specifics?
Sure. As an OEM, we started, I think, you know, Altigreen started about 12 years back, and we started focusing on components first. So we realized that the big need for India was to have
The moment you said components,
yeah.
Lumax seemed very interesting.
Yeah. We started developing motors, controllers, DC-DC, the display clusters, the telematics stacks, anything that was remotely electric in an EV, we realized was something that we need to build in India for India instead of doing these as imports. So we did that for the first 5-6 years. In 2018, we became an OEM. And, you know, since then, obviously, we became a three-wheeler OEM. Since then, of course, a lot of components being built, battery packs, BMS, all that. I think in terms of technology, what I'm seeing over the last 12 years has been that, you know, earlier there was still a lot of influence from, you know, our neighboring countries. I think more and more I see that reducing.
When you say neighboring countries, you mean China?
I mean China and other neighboring countries. So the good part is that we're now beginning to realize that these are components that can be created in India. And I think a lot of that is already beginning to happen. Some has already happened in different verticals. So not just in three-wheelers, but two-wheelers, four-wheelers, all that, in trucks and buses. That is a good move. I think where I'm missing is still the focus on software.
Right.
I think software for EVs, people are still not realizing when they talk about components that software is going to be one of the primary components in an EV. And I don't think there's enough being done on the automobile software side.
Why do you think that is?
I think, okay, apart from the software startups, I think most of them are incumbents. Software is not something that comes naturally. So it is considered to be something that's on the side, and it does take a lot of time and effort in building a team.
And also a mindset shift.
Absolutely. So from top to bottom, everyone needs to realize this, and then you need to be able to create a team that doesn't feel alienated from the core business. Okay, this is a core business of automobiles, and by the way, I am a small, you know, 20, 30, 50, 70% team doing automobile software. So I think that integration, that working closely, I think that is something that we will all have to realize in the EV ecosystem. Software is going to play a very, very major role.
Right. Deepak, you know, you represent an auto component powerhouse. So, you know, give us some perspective on what role does hardware innovation play in supporting EV tech, and being an auto component supplier. Do you see EV OEMs creating or fostering auto supply chains?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having me on the panel. I think the way I'm dressed and through the whole peers from Bangalore, I'm probably the odd one out, and also from the component industry. So let me give
there are two others wearing blazers. So, yeah.
and the tire man. Well, let me give you a little bit perspective on the whole EV tech and the component industry. I think from a component point of view, it's a massive opportunity, what we're seeing. And EV has been actually a transition, which is a global transition. It's going to come in India. I think in India, we have to be very clear that which sectors of mobility we can probably transition faster on EV and probably build scale domestically and challenge then the global value chain. From a component point of view, let's say from Lumax, we have been pretty much a powertrain agnostic company because for us, irrespective of you make EV, you make ICE, you make a gas-based kind of powertrain, our components can fit into it. But from a tech point of view, and I kind of tend to agree with Amitabh, I think it's really fast-tracked the whole component play, the whole technology play. Example, now you have seen few launches in the pass car segment, two-wheeler segment. We never talked about a human-machine interface. We never talked about connected. We never talked about lightweighting. We never talked about even the whole aspect of comfort with mood coming in. So it's become an extension of an individual, of an emotion when you're actually getting into the EV. What it does to the component guys, there are two challenges. One is that right now the scale is not there to just start putting investments as in to just see. So there's always that chicken and egg kind of dilemma. However, what's happening is that so much of tech you're putting in, you're going to expose the end user, the customer, to this tech. So my personal belief is, irrespective of whatever powertrain is, going forward, you will actually have to give this tech to basically the consumers for any vehicle platform, irrespective of the powertrain. This will give economies of scale. This will ensure that products, and I'm not talking about critical EV, basically products only. I'm not talking about only batteries or battery management systems. I'm talking about as a vehicle overall. Also in software, I think with this whole development, and just to again give what Amitabh said, I do firmly believe that component guys had been a hardware culture.
Yeah.
Now, even we attempted to get a few software engineers into the company. We probably failed around it. But we learned very quickly that we need to probably set up something in Bangalore or the tech centers around it. Make sure we give them autonomy, independence, and become that as a service or software as a service to not just the customers, but also internally. I think that's where the challenge is, because if I ask a software company, hey, can you sell components, embedded software to the customers? They won't be able to do it. If I say to a component guy, can you build software tech and do it? So you have to have that kind of synergy, but a collaboration, but an inclusive environment to ensure that both competencies are met. However, you are able to give a final solution to the customer.
How tough is it for you, Deepak? Because you have the legacy problem to solve, which a lot of new age companies don't have.
So I think we have to collaborate. I think, 30 years before, when the OEMs were doing collaboration, there was very simple collaboration. Get a component guy globally, get basically the technology from him. So we're very good at collaborating. What we are now doing is a new age collaboration. Startups, softwares, electronic players. Basically, everyone, you need to create an inclusive environment. And if you're able to foster a culture of innovation and inclusivity in your organization, I think that would be the key for further collaborations, and including global collaborations per se. Now, from a software and an electronics point of view, what we are trying is we're trying to build an innovation center, which will incubate these. And also we look at relationships by giving and putting in investments in some areas which we did. We recently did something for alternate gas space. We got a majority stake in this. The culture is different. We just need to then integrate and kind of expose us to the end customer. Eventually, it's the end customer for us, the OEMs, which will decide if we are able to value create through these things.
Right. Arun, give us your own perspective from the exponent energy vantage, right? In terms of solving the charging infrastructure bottleneck for EVs, can fast charging bring down the cost of ownership? What role can tech play there? Give us your perspective.
I think at Exponent we're an energy company. We don't see ourselves as a charging company. And energy is now a two-sided problem. There's battery on one end and there's charger on the other. We think rapid charging And if you really think about it, if you take the battery out of the equation, the EV is already perfect in some sense. Right? It's faster, it's sexier, it looks better, it's no vibrations, no maintenance. I love the EV. Why am I not buying an EV? It takes too long to charge. I'm not sure of my battery life. And also, where do I charge? Right? Yeah. So it's really all about battery tech, battery life, battery charge time, the charging network. So you really need to create the right energy ecosystem that allows people to trust EVs and buy EVs. And at the end of the day, mobility is about freedom. People want to buy a vehicle because they want to do whatever they want, whenever they want. If they had to schedule stuff, they would take a bus, right? So I think that's the freedom and flexibility that still, I think, remains to be unlocked in the EV space. That's our core vision, to make energy simple, make energy accessible. And yeah, rapid charging definitely helps. Obviously, energy now is a tech problem. That's why startups like us think we have a right to win. It's not a commodity business. There's energy in the wall. We all have access to it. Question is, how are you going to take energy from the wall and put it into the vehicle? And that's a fundamentally tech problem. Right? Money helps, but money doesn't solve the problem. Right? So that's why we think the future of energy, what you see today as commodity businesses, as energy, will actually be tech businesses in the future. And I think the company that builds the best energy experience will sort of have a big take on this. Of course, there's swap, there's slow charging, there's rapid charging, there are multiple solutions, and I think there's going to be category-specific energy solutions, right?
Right.
And yeah, rapid charging helps reduce the cost. You know, if I have rapid charging, from our point of view, we're able to reduce battery size, fundamentally reduce the number of cells that you need to put into the vehicle. We're able to optimize battery cost. On the other end, charging is actually a real estate business. So today, you know, I set up a charging station. I charge 2 vehicles a day. It's a terrible business. But on the same piece of land, we're now charging 25 to 30 vehicles. Like fast food is cheaper food, fast charging is actually cheaper charging, right? And so that's how we look at simplifying both sides of the energy business.
Right, and you also set up a new facility recently in Bangalore. Tell us about that.
Oh yeah, so we have something called the E-Park, which is the energy park that we're sort of setting up. It's probably the first time, I'm not sure if it's the first time in India, where we're sort of bringing together R&D, testing, and manufacturing for, well, I think battery technology and energy technology under one roof. Historically, it's always been hard because the designers want to sit in the city and the manufacturing guys are sitting outside the city, and you're always struggling to find cohesiveness. And a lot of battery technology, a lot of R&D in battery manufacturing is not in just design, it's also in process. Like, how do you automate battery manufacturing, right? So it's not just design something and ship it to the factory and sort of a commodity business. So I think now we need R&D in manufacturing more than ever. And this is new to India, because India's actually not great at high-tech manufacturing, right? It's still something that we're sort of figuring out. We've always imported this. We've never done high-volume high-tech, right? So this is the first time. We've done soaps or satellites. So we're now sort of, for the first time in the last 10 years, getting into high-tech, high-volume.
Right. Dinkar, you know, we recently had the opportunity to visit the Giga factory, and it's a very ambitious project. So, you know, in terms of high-tech manufacturing, in terms of, you know, bringing the software element that Amitabh was alluding to, how are you doing it?
Yeah, so I think OLA as a company is very unique. Where it started as a company to code, right? Bhavish is a coder himself. I heard him say that he wrote the first GPS code for these Ola cabs, which is to be shortest, because the current systems in GPS has a distance accuracy of certain meters. He wanted to have it 1/10 of it. So the company is born out of software. So this is a company which has more software engineers than mechanical engineers, and more electronic engineers than mechanical engineers. Very uniquely placed in the thing. So the entire EV runs with the software as the core of its, or a hub of the wheel, right? Everything gets connected through software, and everything which has mass and volume has costs. Deepak is there to talk about it, because any part you add in the vehicle costs money. The earlier sessions, Amitabh Kant, everybody talked about the price parity of these vehicles. The way to make EVs work is the price parity. So move everything out of this parts which are visible into software code, runs in few bytes and kilobytes inside a chip, makes things possible. So this is the huge thing. And now we are adding an AI layer on top of that to do write codes, verify codes, automate things, learn things, do things with less mistake. So this overall software capability and the tech capability on AI is where the company can do different things. Scale up platforms, create solutions, and have less components. Get the best out of components. Vishal talked about the energy density of our battery pack, one of the best, 4680 form factor. To get the best, anything which is mechanical, get more out of it. Less material to motor, kilowatt per kg of a motor. We are one of the best in the country on a small size platform. We are moving it double. So everywhere when you see material, make it sweat, double the capability, either a cell or at the motor or the electronic, power electronics capability in a size versus power. And everything else moves into software stack, and later on it will slowly move into AI stack. AI in the cloud, which runs to the data coming out of the vehicles, tethered by the 4G today, tomorrow 5G. On an instantaneous basis, half the decisions can shift to cloud, half of them can happen in the vehicle. And the edge-based AI is on the vehicle, thinking along with the user, helping him to drive better, get a range better, get the life of the cells better. So this is what we do in both cell and vehicles.
Right. Question for you, Amitabh and Deepak. Do you see autonomous vehicles take off in India? At least in Silicon Valley, people are now used to, taking a Waymo and riding without a driver. I mean, at least to look at it, it still takes some adjustment. But considering India's infrastructure and roads and everything, do you see this as the next big frontier, and will it really take off?
From my perspective, I think it will take off in limited areas. So, for example, closed spaces, airports, factories, those kinds of places where I think it's going to be easier and simpler. I think Dinkar mentioned about AI. I see applied AI playing a big role for us in India to be able to get to a place where ADAS and the recognition of all kinds of oddities on the road can be captured and our software is tested for it. So in India, it's not about a pedestrian, walking on the side of the road. It's you could just walk in. There could be animals. There could be all kinds of things, potholes. So lots of things, right? So I think applied AI does that for you. It creates millions of use cases according to which you can test your software and be in a position to do it. I think there is still time before autonomous driving, but levels of autonomy, I think you will start seeing ADAS and those kinds of features you will start seeing. In closed spaces, of course, you will start seeing a lot of autonomy happen in the country.
Deepak, to some extent, we are seeing this take off in terms of the industrial robotics segment. But in terms of the B2C segment, he said that it will perhaps work in closed spaces, confined spaces. What's your view?
So I think for us, autonomous is an end goal. Safety, passenger safety, pedestrian safety, I think that's all encompassing autonomous. And then to different stages of autonomous there is. So for us, I think ADAS gives us a massive opportunity. You're already seeing ADAS on vehicles, different level 1, level 2, level 3. And I think that's where the whole ecosystem, again, from a component point of view, needs to be nurtured. Vision systems, right? We're talking about sensors. We're talking about the whole electronification of a car. And with that, can the component industry challenge a very deep localization? It's not just at a component level. It's actually at the tech level. It's actually talking about design and engineered. Because let's understand that until this is localized, you will not get competencies.
Yeah.
And India also has to have unique solutions. India is a very diverse market, so let's not kind of compare it with what US is doing or Silicon Valley is doing or even China is doing. I think India has to find its own solutions at an affordable level. And again, as I mentioned before, we have to prioritize what segments we want to target on mobility. India moves on two-wheelers. We don't move on four-wheelers.
Yeah.
When I talked with my colleagues in the West, we said, hey, we're in the automotive industry. They talk about pass cars. We talk about two-wheelers. So India is a unique market, and the whole autonomous journey will be also very unique and India-centric. I think ADAS, given safety and the ease of driving, will basically be the forefront in this.
Right. Arun, ultimately, can tech actually solve for actual problems that people have, consumers have, when it comes to, adapting to EVs, whether it's battery life, range anxiety, safety concerns? How can tech solve for these real-world issues?
Yeah, see, I think with an EV, it's a fundamentally connected platform. It's a digital platform. It's not like software on top, right? It's software actually is a fundamental building block.
It's built into...
Yeah. Right. Two companies with same hardware, but differential software, the team with better software will win, right? And so EVs are now fundamentally changing the rule book of design, manufacturing, selling, service, energy, and financing. Any company that's not tech first will not win the EV game. So if you're thinking, hey, let's be a trader, let's import something and sell it here. And I think the markets have sort of spoken over the last 4 years, right? You have to get your hands dirty. You have to build hardcore tech. And by tech, I'm not just talking software. You got to get deep and dirty into hardware, into manufacturing, along with owning a bunch of software capabilities to really win this. Even financing, right? And we talked about autonomous, right? And in India, for example, more than autonomous, financing is still a large problem. Right? Most people are not able to buy an EV because they don't get finance, because financiers don't understand EV, right? So there's still a large tech problem to be able to solve for battery life, to get financiers to start betting on EV. So I think the problems we choose, I agree with everything everyone said, which the problems we choose and the platforms we build in India will be very unique.
Very different from what the West...
It'll look very different. Like most people in India don't have charging at home. A large reason why people adopt Exponent is because they just can't charge at home. They don't park at home, right? So it's a very unique problem. So I think every bit of this will look different, yeah.
Right. Dinkar, I think we have the last 5 minutes. But, one point that Mr. Amitabh Kant also made very emphatically is that EV players in India need to do more in terms of knowledge sharing, in terms of open sourcing, whatever innovations they are doing on the EV side, on the tech side. What are your own plans with respect to that? Because this is something that Tesla has also adopted.
I'll continue what Arun said, right? The core tech is software, right? For an EV to work, the EV ecosystem to operate, the backend to operate, the manufacturing to operate, and the future designs to evolve. Everything revolves around software and the way you use either on the design side or on the running of the vehicle and making it run longer or adding features on a regular basis. Everything runs on software. The rest of the things are very open. So theoretically, everybody who buys a vehicle knows what it is. I've never seen a single person saying, this is inspiring. Every company looks at every company's design. So it's all coexist together. Every auto company in India knows, every component manufacturer knows every new vehicle's parts. And everybody in the industry knows how every company puts their products together, right? And so there is nothing that to share beyond making a good product and making it run on the road, people looking at it, and you will see them moving. So OLA has done in many places. We have moved away from wires to bus bars. We have moved away from distributed electronics to centrally located electronics. We have moved away from the way the sensors are done. We have moved away from the way the motors are connected. A lot of things are very uniquely done. And they're all out in open. And whether it's openly shared, all our IPs are to be shared. Yes, it's a call to be taken by the company. But the strong belief is that they are no longer secrets. Every engineer knows when he sees an inspiring design, how to do that in a different way. So IP really is not a barrier for good engineering. But they are all there to share. And if specifically a particular technology of OLA is interesting to someone, yes, there will be a discussion.
Right. On that note, we're out of time, but thank you very much, four of you, for your perspective. And, I think we will be breaking for lunch, but please come back because at 1 p.m. we will have the Union Minister, Nitin Gadkari, here at the venue. Thank you, Ridhima. Thank you very much for that amazing session.
Thank you, Chandra. Thank you to our lovely panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we will be now breaking for lunch. We will take a short break, but do take this opportunity to network, also to explore Ola electric scooters and bikes. I would also like to remind you that your photos are just a scan away, so you need to look out for the QR codes at the registration and lunch area so that you ensure that your event pictures are with you. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll repeat this again. We'll humbly request you to join us back by 1 p.m. because as Chandra said, we will have the Honorable Road and Transport Minister joining us for the post-lunch session. And when we come back, I'll request everyone to humbly keep their mobile phones on silent so that we can have seamless proceedings of this session. We'll see you all after the short break. Welcome back, everyone. I can see the energy in the room that has suddenly shifted, and understandably so, because we do have the presence of the Honorable Minister with us. Gadkari ji, it is always such a pleasure to have you with us. So thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request a huge round of applause for thanking the Minister to take out the time and join us today. Ladies and gentlemen, India's road to green mobility is an ambitious and transformative journey. And there is no better person to guide us on this path than our esteemed guest, the Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, who really is a visionary, a powerhouse of innovation and execution, who really, ladies and gentlemen, has been spearheading the remarkable transformation of India's road infrastructure over the last decade. His visionary leadership, ladies and gentlemen, has not only expanded our nation's highway network, but has also vastly introduced sustainable and futuristic practices that are redefining transportation the way me and you know it in India. Today, as the nation strives towards its ambitious 2030 goals, we have Shri Gadkari ji at the forefront of driving India's EV revolution, really championing clean and green mobility while also ensuring there is ample economic growth and country continues to prosper. So ladies and gentlemen, once more, with a huge round of applause, I would expect the warmest welcome for the Honorable Minister as I now invite him on stage, please. Sir, thank you once again for taking out the time. At this point, I'd also like to invite Mr. Nalin Mehta, Managing Editor, moneycontrol.com, to join us to take this conversation forward with the Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much. Gadkari ji, it's a real pleasure to have you here with us on Network 18 for the Green Bharat Summit. Sir, under your leadership, we have seen a huge expansion of our national highways in the last 10 years, about 60% in length, 2.6x in width. But Green Bharat and green mobility has been very central to your vision as well. So in EVs in particular, sir, there are some very ambitious targets that you have. By 2030, 40% of passenger vehicles to be 30% of passenger vehicles to be EVs, commercial vehicles 70%, buses 40%, 2 and 3 wheelers 80%. But today we are at about 2 to 3%. So how do you get there from now over the next 6 years?
Frankly speaking, you don't think about the targets because it is beyond our imagination. The way in which the EV industry's number is increased, it is really amazing. The most important thing is the cost. Now in our country, we have the import of the fossil fuel costing 22 lakh crores. And now as compared with petrol and diesel, now suppose you are using 120 rupees of petrol in the car or a scooter, then for electricity, it need only 10 to 12 rupees. For CNG, it will need 50 rupees. So it is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. Now the problem is the cost of the e-vehicle was the problem. Because when we start this project, particularly when we start talking about e-vehicle, the cost of the lithium ion battery was $150 per kilowatt per hour. Now in India, it is up to $100 per kilowatt per hour. And now one of the cell manufacturers, he was telling me that it comes to 80 rupees. $80 per kilowatt per hour. It means that it will be the same like petrol and diesel. And if you have a petrol car, you are spending 30,000 rupees per month. For electric, you have to spending only 3,000 to 4,000. So naturally, there is a very, very reasonably good saving, no pollution, import substitute, cost effective, pollution free, and our models are good. Yeah, I don't want to take the name of the company, but our models are equivalent to Tesla. Even some of the model, I feel that they prove to be more than Tesla. And rates are very cheaper. So sky is the limit. Huge potential is there. और EV वालों के पास जितनी ताकत और कैपेसिटी इन्होंने कितना भी बढ़ाया तो भी डिमांड पूरी नहीं हो सकती, समुद्र है पूरा.
जी, आपने टेस्ला की बात करी. Are we in conversation with Tesla for investments in India?
Sir, I'm not talking about them. Only I'm telling you. Now, you just understand the word scenario. When I taken charge as a minister, the size of automobile industry was 7 lakh crore. Now presently, the size of the industry is 22 lakh crore. And we have just surpassed Japan. And our number is now third. So the first number is USA. The size of the industry is 78 lakh crore. Second is China, it is 47 lakh crore. And India, it is 22 lakh crore. And I am confident, and my previous track record is so perfect, that whatever I am going to tell to the people, 100% that is going to happen. In 5 years, we will be number 1 in the world, and e-vehicle will be the main reason for increasing the size of industry. And there is domestic market and export market. Now all two-wheeler, Bajaj, TVS, Honda, Hero, they have 50% of their production is export. And now in EV, the domestic demand will be increased. At the same time, export demand will be increased because of the quality of the product, because of the design of the product, and because of the cost of the product. Sky is the limit, and I am confident that this industry is going to 100% fulfill the dream of our Prime Minister to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Sir, with EVs, see, आपने cost की बात करी. With lower cost, adoption बढ़ गया है cities में. City के अंदर चलने में problem नहीं होती है, लेकिन जब आपको दिल्ली से बॉम्बे जाना है, then people have this fear that about this range fear, right? That will I find a charging station on the way or not? So what are you doing about that?
देखो वो problem नहीं है. मैं इसी होटल में आता था. नाम चैनल वालों के नहीं लेता मैं. वो मुझे पूछते थे आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की बात कर रहे हो और रास्ते में गाड़ी बंद पड़ गई तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या? ये सवाल मुझे पूछा गया है. अब कोई गाड़ी बंद नहीं पड़ी, कोई धक्का नहीं मार रहा. आपको एक बात फिर दूसरा प्रश्न पूछते थे, चार्जिंग बीच में कैसा करेंगे? अभी हर व्हीकल जो है वो 250 से 400 किलोमीटर तक ऑलरेडी उसका चार्जिंग है. और अभी बजाज ने और टीवीएस ने स्टडी किया तो एक स्कूटर दिन भर में 24 से 26 किलोमीटर चलती है, और जबकि उनकी स्कूटर 125-130 किलोमीटर के लिए उन्होंने चार्ज की. ये जो नए स्टार्टअप आए 400 आए, उन्होंने क्या किया 60 से 70 किलोमीटर की बैटरी रखी, कॉस्ट कम कर दी, और वो मार्केट में पॉपुलर बन रहा है. तो पहली बात, चार्जिंग डोमेस्टिक अपने शहर में तो कोई नहीं है. अभी NHAI के तरफ से हम लोग 670 रोड साइड एमिनिटीज़ बना रहे हैं, वहाँ चार्जिंग स्टेशन बना रहे हैं. काफ़ी प्राइवेट लोग अपने चार्जिंग स्टेशन खोल रहे हैं. अब फास्ट चार्जिंग सिस्टम भी आ गई है. और मैं तो अब नई एक बस, पहला पायलट प्रोजेक्ट नागपुर में शुरू कर रहा हूँ. 135 सीटर बस है और उसमें फ्लैश चार्जिंग है. उसमें हिटैची और सीमेंस की टेक्नोलॉजी है, और टाटा का भी जॉइंट और 2 कंपनियों का हुआ. वो बस में ये जो कार्ड होगा दिखाकर उतरना और जाना यही होगा. और बस लग्जरी होगी, हर चेयर पर उसके ऊपर टीवी होगा और म्यूज़िक सिस्टम होगी. और बस में बस होस्टेस होगी, एयर होस्टेस जैसी, चाय पानी नाश्ता मिलेगा. और डीजल बस की तुलना में उस बस का किराया 30% कम होगा. अब मुझे बताइए कि तो ये तो बिकॉज ऑफ द कॉस्ट ऑफ द फ्यूल. और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ बताता हूँ, हाउ इट इज़ गोइंग टू चेंज द मैप ऑफ इंडिया. हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 16% है, और यही चाइना की 8% है, अमेरिका और यूरोपियन कंट्री की 12% है. और मेरा विश्वास है कि हमने हाईवे अच्छे बनाए, और फ्यूल में इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मेथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, LNG, CNG और हाइड्रोजन, ये लगभग अब हिंदुस्तान में अभी बहुत जल्दी आएगा. मैं तो अभी आपके यहाँ जो गाड़ी में आया हूँ, वो वर्ल्ड की पहली गाड़ी है इनोवा टोयोटा की, जो 100% बायो इथेनॉल पे चलती है, 60% बिजली खर्च तैयार करती है, और उसकी कॉस्ट पेट्रोल की तुलना में केवल 25 रुपये लीटर पेट्रोल का भाव आता है. तो पब्लिक के लिए भी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है. तो अब टाटा, महिंद्रा, सुजुकी, हुंडई और टोयोटा, 5 कंपनीज अब अपनी फ्लेक्स इंजन पे ला रही है. इलेक्ट्रिक की डेवलपमेंट हो रही है. अभी CNG की मैंने बजाज की 2 व्हीलर लॉन्च की मोटरसाइकिल, तो उन्होंने उनकी पेट्रोल की मोटरसाइकिल का खर्चा पर किलोमीटर 2 रुपये 25 पैसे है, और CNG का 1 रुपया है. अब पूरे पंजाब हरियाणा में 200 लाख टन परली राइस स्ट्रॉ बनता है. ये पहले साल अभी 60 लाख टन राइस स्ट्रॉ का कन्वर्शन बायो CNG में हुआ, और 2 साल में राइस स्ट्रॉ का पूरा कन्वर्शन सीएनजी में होगा या इथेनॉल में होगा या बिटुमेन बनेगा। एविएशन फ्यूल भी बन रही पानीपत में, बायो एविएशन फ्यूल। तो मुझे लगता है कि पोल्यूशन दिल्ली का भी कम होगा और ये सब अल्टरनेटिव और बायो फ्यूल के कारण हमारी इकोनॉमी बहुत स्ट्रांग होगी, एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा।
सर, दिल्ली के पोल्यूशन की आपने बात करी। लास्ट 1 मंथ वी हैड अ वेरी बैड स्टेट हियर। अभी भी 331 है AQI आज का। सो व्हाट कैन द गवर्नमेंट डू एंड योर मिनिस्ट्री डू टू रिड्यूस दैट?
देखिए, ये नेचुरल प्रोसेस में हो रहा है। देखो, मैं खुद 5 टन CNG तैयार करता हूँ परली से। ये ट्रैक्टर अभी महिंद्रा का लॉन्च हुआ। ये जो पोल्यूशन कंसर्न है, 40% पोल्यूशन जो हमारे देश का है वो एयर पोल्यूशन, उसके लिए ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री जिम्मेदार है। अब हम इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस, CNG कार, CNG स्कूटर, इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर, फ्लेक्स इंजन, इथेनॉल एज ए फ्यूल, ये जितने इनिशिएटिव लिए उससे ग्रीन भारत का सपना निश्चित रूप से पूरा होगा। और मेरा विश्वास है कि अब सोलर पावर जो है वो हम हमारे टोटल पावर के बास्केट में 40% सोलर पावर है। तो आने वाले समय में धीरे धीरे 2070 का जो टारगेट है कार्बन न्यूट्रल बनने का, वो पूरा होगा। और ये मैं एक बात और लोगों को कह रहा हूँ कि हाइड्रोजन इज़ द फ्यूचरिस्टिक फ्यूल और उसका सबसे चीपर सोर्स कोई है तो इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर और पानी में करेंगे तो 150 यूनिट बिजली लगती है। पर म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट जो है उसको सेग्रीगेट करके ग्लास, मेटल और प्लास्टिक अलग निकाल दिया तो ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट को बायोडाइजेस्टर में डालकर मीथेन बनेगा और मीथेन से CNG बनेगा। ऑलरेडी हमारे कारपोरेशन में तो सबसे बड़ा हाइड्रोजन भी बन सकता है। तो सबसे बड़ा सोर्स है कि बायोमास, बाय यूजिंग बायोटेक्नोलॉजी इंक्रीज द प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ बायोमास, और बायोमास एंड म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट का कन्वर्शन ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन में करने से हम आत्मनिर्भर बनेंगे और ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं, हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनेंगे, ये मेरा विश्वास है।
सर, आपने you talked about the project in Nagpur with the buses. Today, I think India produces about 50,000 EV buses in a year. You've talked about in the past about taking that to 1 lakh. Today, on this platform in Green Bharat Summit in the morning, a proposal was made that why can't the government mandate that all cars or buses bought by central government or state governments be EV buses, for example? What would you say to a proposal like that?
नहीं, ये तो चल रहा है ऑलरेडी। स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी में अगर वो स्क्रैप करते तो हम नई गाड़ी के लिए उनको पैसे दे रहे हैं। अब इसको कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, हर आदमी खरीद रहा है। और मैं आपको बताता हूँ हमारी प्रॉब्लम ये है, प्रॉब्लम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की है। हमारे पास 50,000 बसेस बनती है, 1 लाख बसेस का ऑर्डर है। कल मैंने अशोक लेलैंड की इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस का लॉन्चिंग किया। अब उन्हें पास तो स्पेन का ऑर्डर मिल गया उनको और दिल्ली का ऑर्डर मिला। अब देश में कैपेसिटी है 50,000 55,000 बसेस बनाने की और रिक्वायरमेंट है 1.25 लाख बसेस की। तेलंगाना के मिनिस्टर मेरे पास आए कि सर मेरे लिए कहीं से तो भी बसेस अरेंज कर दो, कोई दे नहीं पा रहा मार्केट में। मैं जो सबसे पहली बात ग्रीन भारत के प्लेटफॉर्म पर सबको कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो जो इलेक्ट्रिक के इसमें है वो अपनी कैपेसिटी 10 गुना बढ़ाइए, 10 गुना। इतना पोटेंशियल है डोमेस्टिक मार्केट और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में, क्योंकि लोग अब एयर पोल्यूशन के बारे में भी कॉशियस बने हैं। और इलेक्ट्रिक इज़ ए वेरी चीप फ्यूल और ये निश्चित रूप से होगा। केवल ये कॉन्फिडेंस जो है, मुझे याद है एक बड़े कंपनी को मैंने कहा था, नाम नहीं लेता उनका, पर पहले 5-10 कंपनी में, तो उनको कहा कि इलेक्ट्रिक करो, नहीं बोले हम 2024 में लॉन्च करेंगे। तो आप बस मिस करोगे, वैसे ही होगा। जो आए पहले उनका सेल बढ़ गया, बाकियों का कमी हुआ। एक बहुत बड़े जायंट है ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के, मेरे मित्र है, मैंने उनको कहा कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक में जाओ। अभी परसों मुझे मिले, उन्होंने कहा कि तुमने जो कहा उसको हमने सीरियसली लिया नहीं, क्योंकि हमको लगा ही नहीं कि इतने जल्दी ये फास्ट डेवलपमेंट होगी। नाउ वी मिस द बस। अब मैं बता रहा हूँ कि बसेस में अभी ट्रक आ रही इलेक्ट्रिक की, इतना कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है ट्रक। और अगर ये लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कीमत अगर ये पेट्रोल डीजल के बराबर आएगी तो फ्यूल में कितना सेविंग है वो इकोनॉमिक्स आप देखिए। अभी मैं ये एग्जीबिशन आया है, कल उद्घाटन किया मैंने उसका। वहाँ एक तमिलनाडु की कंपनी है, उन्होंने 100 इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक माइनिंग में दिए और वो बोल रहे हैं अभी हमारी कैपेसिटी अभी बढ़ानी है, हमको डिमांड है। यानी आने वाले समय में 100% इंडिया इज द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी। इंडिया ये ऐसा देश है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को सबसे प्रायोरिटी मिली है। और मैं तो हमारा ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट की जो पैसे की कमी नहीं है, मैं 5 लाख करोड़ के रोड, मैंने 75 लाख करोड़ के रोड बनाने का प्लान है अभी फ्यूचर। और
बजट इज 2.8 लाख करोड़ फॉर द ईयर। आपका 2.8 लाख करोड़ का बजट है शायद।
सर इतने है कि इसके कारण निश्चित रूप से ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री को फायदा होगा, कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट को फायदा होगा। और सेकंड इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग, ये नॉलेज टू वेल्थ, ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है। मैं बड़ा खुश हूँ कि हमारे यंग टैलेंटेड जो इंजीनियरिंग स्टार्टअप है, दे आर डूइंग एक्सेलेंट जॉब। इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च, स्किल्ड एंड सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस, वी नेम इट एज नॉलेज एंड कन्वर्शन ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू वेल्थ इज द फ्यूचर। अभी ये लिथियम आयन बैटरी की बात हो रही, हमारे जम्मू में हमको वर्ल्ड का 6वां लार्जेस्ट लिथियम का डिपॉजिट मिला हुआ है। अभी लिथियम आयन के साथ केमिस्ट्री बदल रही है, जिंक आयन, सोडियम आयन, एल्यूमिनियम आयन, अलग अलग प्रकार के चेंजेस हो रहे हैं। इतने बड़े प्रमाण पर हमारे स्टार्टअप साइंटिस्ट काम कर रहे हैं कि हम इसमें वर्ल्ड लीडर बनेंगे और हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा। और मुझे लगता है कि पूरा वर्ल्ड अभी धीरे धीरे इलेक्ट्रिक के लिए पूरा भारत के ऊपर देखेगा, ऐसी स्थिति निश्चित रूप से आएगी।
In terms of the next 5 years, the Prime Minister has talked about a vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. There is a vision of a 5 trillion economy, of being the 3rd largest economy. आपने auto sector की बात करी, auto sector is the biggest exporter now. You talked about the number of jobs that are there. So there will be a huge transformation, both in terms of the kind of cars, fuels, travel time from different cities. 5 years from now, what is your vision for green mobility for this country, for Bharat, for the next 5 years?
देखो, अभी जैसे दिल्ली से देहरादून 9 घंटे लगते हैं, अब 2-3 महीने में 2 घंटे में पहुंचोगे आप। दिल्ली टू जयपुर अभी हम एक पर तैयार कर रहे हैं हाईवे पर, दिल्ली मुंबई पे 2 घंटे में होगा। दिल्ली से मुंबई 12 घंटे में होगा। दिल्ली से अमृतसर 4 घंटे में होगा। दिल्ली से मनाली 7 घंटे में होगा। दिल्ली से श्रीनगर 8 घंटे में होगा। कटरा 6 घंटे में होगा। चेन्नई से बेंगलोर 2 घंटे में होगा। अभी मेरठ से दिल्ली 4 घंटे लगते थे, अब 50 मिनट में हुआ। अब धीरे धीरे ऐसे 50 से ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे हम बना रहे हैं। कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी, ये जो सूरत है, सूरत से नासिक, नासिक से अहमदनगर, अहमदनगर से सोलापुर, सोलापुर से कर्नूल, और कर्नूल से चेन्नई, कन्याकुमारी, हैदराबाद, बेंगलोर, बेंगलोर, कोचीन, सब साउथ को जाएगा। तो मुंबई और पूना जाने की जरूरत नहीं। तो 320 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस दिल्ली टू चेन्नई कम हो रहा है। तो ये इतने बड़े, अभी आपने अभी जो देखा है रोड का सेक्टर, वो तो न्यूज़रील है। असली फिल्म शुरू होना और बाकी है। अभी ये 2 साल में ये प्रोजेक्ट जब पूरे होंगे तो आवर रोड नेटवर्क विल बी इक्विवेलेंट टू यूएसए। और मैं आपको बताऊँ, लोअर मिडिल क्लास पुरानी गाड़ी लेगा, ऊपर 2 बैग डाल के पूरी फैमिली बैठ के टूरिज्म के लिए निकलेगा। आपको बताता हूँ, अभी हाईवे तो देहरादून बना ही नहीं, केवल पुराना रोड हमने थोड़ा ठीक कर दिया तो उत्तराखंड का ट्रैफिक 3 गुना बढ़ गया पर्यटन का। उनको रिस्ट्रिक्ट करना पड़ा लोगों को। और टूरिज्म में ऐसा सेक्टर है कि जहां 49% कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट होने के लिए खर्च हो। मैंने उनको फिर बुलाकर समझाया, चीफ मिनिस्टर को, इतने रेस्टोरेंट बनाओ, इतने होटल बनाओ, इतनी पार्किंग प्लेसेस बनाओ, नहीं तो आएगा तुमको बंद करो तो फायदा क्या तुमको इसका। तो ये नेचुरली इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट उसके साथ करनी पड़ेगी। और आप जो ये पूछते हैं ना 30 का क्या और 40 का, टारगेट छोड़ दो। आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा कितने दिन में ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कितना फास्ट होगा।
तो जब आपने कहा, अभी तो हमने न्यूज़ देखी है, फिल्म बाकी है, उस फिल्म के स्टार्स कौन होंगे सर? विच आर द एरियाज वेयर यू आर सीइंग मैक्सिमम एक्सपेंशन?
देखो, अभी तो रोड का तो पूरा हो गया काम, गति में चल रहा है। पब्लिक का सपोर्ट अच्छा है। कैपिटल मार्केट में हम इन्विट मॉडल में गए थे मुंबई में, 7 दिन का टाइम था। तो पहले दिन 7 घंटे में 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब। 7 घंटे में हमने बॉन्ड इशू क्लोज किया। तो पैसे की हमारे पास कोई कमी नहीं। हमारा इनकम अभी 52,000 करोड़ है साल का। अभी नेक्स्ट 2 ईयर्स 1,40,000 करोड़ होगा। हम रोड को मॉनिटराइज करते जाएंगे तो पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं। देने के लिए लोग लाइन में खड़े हैं। तो पहली बात तो पैसे की कमी नहीं, इसलिए रोड बनाएंगे। पर नाउ मैंने तय किया कि हम इलेक्ट्रिक हाईवे कैसे बनाएं, हम हाईवे पे पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट कंफर्टेबल कैसा करें। अब 360 रोप वे, केबल कार, फेनिकुलर रेलवे बना रहे हैं। फिर 670 रोड साइड एमिनिटीज़ बना रहे हैं। 2000 हम ऐसी प्लेसेस रोड पर बना रहे छोटी कि पेट्रोल गैस स्टेशन होगा, रेस्टोरेंट होगा, ढाबा होगा, एक 20 एक कार का और 5-6 ट्रक का पार्किंग होगा, अच्छे टॉयलेट्स होंगे और ऐसे छोटे सेंटर्स बना रहे। और अभी रोपवे केबल कार के जो 360 प्रोजेक्ट ऑलरेडी हमारे पास आए। अब हम लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट, ये होटल है, ये धौला कुआं से मानेसर, हमारे यहाँ स्टडी चल रहा है, हवा में चलने वाली बस जो 50-40 सीटर के पॉइंट 1 मिनट में 3-4 छूटेंगे। तो ये इतनी गाड़ियाँ यहाँ से गुड़गांव जाते हुए आदमी थक जाता है। मैं कोई शादी में जाता नहीं, आज ज़्यादा था, इतना ट्रैफिक जाम होता है रात को। तो अब ये धीरे धीरे लोग ऊपर लाखों लोग जाएंगे तो नीचे का ट्रैफिक कम होगा। तो अब पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को और कंफर्टेबल करना और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव करना, और थोड़ा सा हर आदमी गाड़ी लेके बाहर निकलता है उसको थोड़ा सा डिस्करेज करके पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट के कंफर्ट्स अगर बढ़ाए तो पोल्यूशन भी कम होगा और लोगों को भी सस्ता ट्रांसपोर्ट मिलेगा। ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक प्लान है। और बस स्टेशन जो है उनको हम लोग अभी मॉल और ये बड़ा पार्किंग करके जैसे एयरपोर्ट बने वैसे बस स्टेशन बनाने का भी कार्यक्रम हमने हाथ में लिया है। पहला मल्टी मॉडल हब हमने काम शुरू किया है कटरा में। मल्टी मॉडल मीन्स वहाँ हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विस है, होटल्स है, रेस्टोरेंट्स है, ऑफिसेस है, मॉल्स है, सब कुछ है, रेलवे स्टेशन है, और एक ही जगह पर लाखों लोग वहाँ आकर जा सकेंगे। तो ऐसे हम देश में मल्टी मॉडल स्टेम, एक जोगी धोपा करके है आसाम में, वहाँ भी हमने ब्रह्मपुत्रा के पास मल्टी मॉडल हब बनाया, उसका इनॉग्रेशन अभी करना है। तो उसको कॉन्सेंट्रेट करेंगे क्योंकि इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट होगी तो सब सेक्टर को उसका फायदा होगा।
So what are the biggest challenges do you face in this expansion, particularly in land acquisition and others across different states? सबसे बड़ा आपका चैलेंज क्या है इस एक्सपेंशन के अंदर?
देखो ये जीवन ही चैलेंज है। मैं चैलेंज से कभी घबराता नहीं और कभी डरता नहीं। कोई भी अच्छा काम करो उसकी शुरुआत बुरे ग्रहों की पूजा करके ही होती है।
तो कौन बुरे लोग हैं जिनकी पूजा करनी पड़ती है?
There are some people who convert problems into opportunities and there are some people who convert opportunities into the problems. Problems is the part of the life. लैंड एक्विजिशन है, यूटिलिटी, ये कोई हिंदुस्तान में रोड बनाओ कहने के लिए नहीं आता, बंद करो बोलते, काम स्टे करो। फॉरेस्ट वाला आता है तो कभी यूटिलिटी वाला आता है, कभी जुडिशरी स्टे देती है, पर उसमें से ही मार्ग निकाल कर आपको काम करना, ये आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग है। वैसे ये भी आर्ट ऑफ लीडरशिप है। यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू रिजॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम। मुझे याद है मैं जब यंग था, मंत्री था, तो बाल ठाकरे जी ने मुझे एक एक्रिलिक शीट पर, मैं 55 फ्लाईओवर और वर्ली बांद्रा और मुंबई पुणे बना रहा था, खूब प्रॉब्लम आए, तो उनने मुझे लिख कर एक स्लोगन था, आई लाइक पीपल हु कैन गेट द थिंग्स डन। तो चलते अभी प्रॉब्लम्स है, सॉल्व करते हुए निकलना तो लीडरशिप की टेस्ट है।
So when you talked about जैसे दिल्ली और देहरादून का बड़ा ट्रैफिक, तो आपको उत्तराखंड चीफ मिनिस्टर से बात करनी पड़ी अबाउट stopping it a little bit in terms of the controlling it. Do you have between BJP and non-BJP states when you deal with chief ministers, do you find a difference or it's similar for you?
देखिए कुछ चीज़ अभी मैं, एक बहुत सुंदर स्पॉट है, मैं हेलीकॉप्टर से देखा, गंगा के ऊपर से हमारा रोड जाता है, उधर फॉरेस्ट है, इधर गंगा है, उधर हमारा रोड है। तो मैंने सोचा इसको टूरिस्ट स्पॉट बनाना, और रोड के बाजू में एक 300-400 गाड़ियों का पार्किंग और छोटा सा कॉफ़ी शॉप, और लोग गाड़ी खड़ी करके वो गंगा भी देखेंगे, फॉरेस्ट भी देखेंगे और रोड पर रहेंगे। तो ये सब करके तो फॉरेस्ट वाले नहीं दी परवानगी, नहीं दी तो नहीं किया। अब देखो आखिर मैं तो इन्वायरमेंट के प्रति बहुत कमिटेड हूँ, इसीलिए बायोफ्यूल और अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल की बात करता हूँ। हमने 78 लाख पेड़ों को ट्रांसप्लांट किया, 4.5 करोड़ पेड़ लगाए। मैंने अभी नागपुर में ऑक्सीजन बर्ड पार्क बनाया, एक बड़े एरिया की जगह पर मैंने फल के पेड़ वगैरह सुंदर बनाए, तालाब है, और केवल फल लगाए, वो इंसान नहीं तोड़ेगा, केवल बर्ड्स खाएंगे, बहुत सुंदर बना। मैं तो इकोलॉजी और इसके लिए तो बिल्कुल पीछे, पर ये जो एनी एक्सेंट्रिक अप्रोच ये ठीक नहीं है। डेवलपमेंट भी चाहिए और इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोजेक्ट करना। अभी मैंने दिल्ली में ये 4 टेकड़ी है कचरे की, 80 लाख टन कचरा मैंने उठाकर रोड में डाल दिया, तो इन्वायरमेंट बचा नहीं आगा। ये परली से सीएनजी तैयार हुई, 60 लाख टन परली उपयोग में आ रही है, अगर ये जलती तो पोल्यूशन बढ़ता। 2 साल में 200 लाख टन पूरी अगर कन्वर्ट हो जाएगी वेस्ट टू वेल्थ, तो देश बदलेगा, इंपोर्ट बचेगा, कॉस्ट बचेगी और दिल्ली का प्रदूषण कम होगा। कभी ना कभी केवल वन साइड एक्सेंट्रिक रखने के बजाय पॉजिटिविटी के साथ हमको इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए भी काम करना
So
चाहिए.
there's a lot of work happening with waste being used for making roads and all of that, and for recycling for Green Bharat. Do you see a very large percentage of roads being made from these kind of recycled materials over the next 4 or 5 years?
सर अभी तक हमने डोलारो अहमदाबाद रोड पर 20 लाख टन वेस्ट यूज किया. UR2 जिसका भी उद्घाटन, पानीपत से आधा घंटे में आप एयरपोर्ट के अंदर जाएंगे. हमने जो नया रोड एयरपोर्ट एयर स्ट्रिप के अंदर भी टनल बनाई है, अभी उसका 2-3 महीने में उद्घाटन करेंगे. तो उसमें हमने कचरा डाल दिया पूरा. अभी बाम्बू का 80 किलोमीटर हमने क्रैश बैरियर बनाया. हम लोग रबर टायर और प्लास्टिक, रबर टायर की पाउडर 15% और प्लास्टिक 7% डालकर ये बिटुमिन में डालकर बिटुमिन का उपयोग करेंगे. अभी ये लिग्नेंट करके निकलता है राइस स्ट्रॉ से जब CNG तैयार होता है. वो सेंट्रल रिसर्च रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया है. मुझे वो रोड का देखने के लिए जाना है अगले सप्ताह. उसमें 35% जो लिग्नेंट वेस्ट निकलता है CNG तैयार करने के बाद ये परली से, वो हम लोग बिटुमिन में डालेंगे. हमारे देश में 80 लाख टन बिटुमिन लगता है. 40 से 45 लाख टन इंडियन रिफाइनरी देती है और 45 से 50 लाख टन हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं. अगर ये वेस्ट प्लास्टिक, वेस्ट रबर और ये लिग्नेंट ये अगर डांबर में चला गया तो हमारा आराम से 25 लाख टन बच गया. उतना इंपोर्ट बचेगा और उतना वेस्ट टू वेल्थ कन्वर्ट होगा. तो ऐसी बहुत सी बातें हैं कि जो इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमको कर सकते हैं. भाई प्लास्टिक से वो डीजल बन रहा है, इंडस्ट्रियल डीजल टाइप, वो लोग अभी ट्रैक्टर और ट्रक में डाल सकते हैं. तो बहुत अच्छे सक्सेसफुल एक्सपेरिमेंट्स हैं. और ये धीरे धीरे ये करने से, जैसे टू सेव मनी इज टू अर्न मनी, वैसे ये वेस्ट मटेरियल को यूज करना है, प्रदूषण को कम करना. तो मैं ये कहता हूँ कि वेस्ट में वैल्यू क्रिएट करो. मुझे याद है मैं जब मंत्री था महाराष्ट्र में, तो शीला दीक्षित जी यहाँ अर्बन मिनिस्टर थी. तो फ्लैश के लिए मैं आता था कि फ्लैश के लिए ये करो, खूब बार आया. अब फ्लैश की स्थिति ऐसी होगी कि फ्लैश मिल ही नहीं रही. फ्लैश का शॉर्टेज होगा, फ्लैश के लिए झगड़े होने लगे और फ्लैश के लिए पॉलिटिकल दबाव आने लगा. क्यों? क्योंकि फ्लैश का यूज हुआ. मैं आपको लिख देता हूं, अगले 5 साल के बाद कचरे के लिए झगड़ा होगा. लोग झगड़े करेंगे, ये कचरा मेरा, ये कचरा मेरा. यानी स्टोर करने की तो बात ही नहीं, क्योंकि उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके जब वैल्यू एडिशन होगा तो निश्चित रूप से चीजें बदलेगी.
So the Prime Minister has often talked about about river transport as part of Green Bharat and about improving our transportation across that. जो पहले भारत में होता था बहुत ज़्यादा, फिर बहुत कम हो गया. So आपका जो भारत माला project है, that includes connecting different economic corridors, highways to state highways, but also to ports and to coastal ways. वहाँ पे progress क्या है?
वैसे हम 108 पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी के प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं. वो 1,30,000 करोड़ के हैं. लगभग अनेक प्रोजेक्ट पर काम शुरू है. और ये पोर्ट कनेक्ट होने से मेजर पोर्ट है, उससे छोटे वाले मीडियम पोर्ट भी है, और सबको हम कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं. दूसरी बात, मैं जब शिपिंग और वाटरवेज का मंत्री था तो मैंने पार्लियामेंट में बिल डालकर 108 नदियों को वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट के लिए कन्वर्ट कर दिया. अभी वाराणसी से हल्दिया 1380 किलो हमने बना दिया वाटरवेज. फिर वहाँ से बंगाल के खाड़ी से ब्रह्मपुत्रा ड्रेजिंग कर दिया. तब सुषमा जी मंत्री थी और बांग्लादेश के प्रधानमंत्री ने उनको कहा कि ये जो आगे काम करके बांग्लादेश में एक मुंगली पोर्ट है, तो मैं 250 किलोमीटर घुस के हमने बांग्लादेश में भी वाटरवेज बना दिया. ब्रह्मपुत्रा तक वो भी बना है. अभी गंगा का बना, ब्रह्मपुत्रा का बना, काफ़ी कुछ बने हैं. आप कभी मुंबई में देखो, मुंबई में BPT में हमने एक रो पैक सर्विस, ऐसी 30-40 सर्विसेज शुरू की. अपनी कार, बस उसके जहाज के अंदर डालना और 5वें-6वें मंजिले पर चाय कॉफ़ी रखे रेस्टोरेंट में बैठना. तो अब JNPT से अलीबाग जाने के लिए BPT से अलीबाग जाने के लिए रोड से 3 घंटे लगते हैं. अब ये 20 मिनट में जाता है और तुरंत लोग उतरते हैं, अपनी कार बाहर निकल जाते हैं. तो ये बड़े प्रमाण पर वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट का काम अब शुरू हुआ है और करने की आवश्यकता है. दूसरी, आपको याद होगा मैंने मुंबई के समुद्र में मैं हवाई जहाज से उतरा था, MPBS सी प्लेन. तो ये एविएशन वालों को मैंने कहा तुम जल्दी कानून बनाओ, नहीं तो मैं फ्लाइंग बोट के नाम से नया कानून मैं बना के अपना करा लूँगा. क्योंकि वो दोनों भी है, फ्लाइंग बोट भी है और हवा में उड़ने वाला हवाई जहाज भी है. तो मैं खुद समुद्र में उतरा, मोदी जी ने उसको लेकर साबरमती से वो सरदार सरोवर तक गए, उतरे। तो एम्फीबियस सी प्लेन, ये भी इसका उपयोग हो सकता है। दूसरा, जो हमारी बोट्स है वो समुद्र में अलग टेक्नोलॉजी है, रिवर्स में अलग है, तो क्रूज चलते हैं ब्रह्मपुत्रा में। अब वाराणसी टू हल्दिया इन्वेस्टर चाहिए, तो इसके लिए प्राइवेटली अभी वाराणसी में कुछ शुरू हुआ है। अभी योगी जी से मेरी बात हुई और मैंने उनको कहा कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी में कोचिन शिपयार्ड को मैं बताऊंगा, जो वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के क्रूज है वो हम बनाएंगे। देखो आपको कितना दुर्भाग्य है, इंडिया से लोग सिंगापुर जाते हैं और सिंगापुर में क्रूज में बैठकर दुनिया का पूरा घूम के आते हैं। इंडिया के लोग दुबई जाते हैं, दुबई बैठकर क्रूज में बैठकर वहाँ घूम के आते हैं, और इसकी संख्या कितनी है? 7 लाख लोग हैं। ये डॉलर में वहाँ पैसे देते हैं, वह हमारा समुद्र वहाँ जाता है। तो मैंने अभी कोचीन में, मुंबई में बहुत बड़ा क्रूज पोर्ट बनाया, पोर्ट बनाया। अब काफ़ी जगह ये मुंबई से गोवा चालू किए। अब इसको क्रूज टूरिज्म को हम लोग पॉपुलर कर सकते हैं और दुबई और सिंगापुर यहाँ से शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट की विशेषता ये है कि फॉर एग्जांपल रेलवे में जाने के लिए अगर आपको 10 रुपये लगता है, नहीं रोड में जाने के लिए 10 रुपये लगता है, तो रेलवे में 6 रुपये लगते हैं और वाटर से 1 रुपया लगता है। तो पहली प्रायोरिटी वाटरवेज, सेकंड प्रायोरिटी रेलवे, थर्ड प्रायोरिटी टू रोड एंड फोर्थ प्रायोरिटी टू एविएशन। तो आने वाले समय में हम ये देश में डेवलप करेंगे तो पोटेंशियल है। आप देखो यूरोप में, आप किसी भी देश में जाइए, हर बड़ी सिटी रिवर के बाजू में है और वो अपना कंटेनर रिवर पोर्ट से डालकर पोर्ट पे पहुंचा देता है। ये पूरे अमेरिका में भी यही है, यूरोप में, इसके कारण उनकी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम है। और हमको हमारा कंटेनर पंजाब के लुधियाना से निकलेगा तो ट्रक में डीजल फूक फूक के वो हो जाएगा। अभी हमने नया हाईवे बना इसलिए आधा टाइम हो गया, अदरवाइज वो दिल्ली के बीच में से जाता था। ये यहाँ का धौला कुआं के पास मैं जब नया नया दिल्ली आया था तो रात को इतने ट्रक जाते थे, तो अब नया हमने रिंग रोड बनाया तब बंद हुआ, तो यहाँ से पूरा पोल्यूशन रहता था, ट्रैफिक जाम रहता था। तो वी नीड टू हैव एक्सेप्ट न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशंस, और जिससे हमारा ट्रांसपोर्ट सस्ता हो, उसके लिए हम नेचुरल जो बातें उसका पूरी तरह उपयोग करना चाहिए।
Logistics cost you are saying would come down to about 9% in about 2 years, 3 years?
सर मैं लिख देता हूँ, और मैं वैसा पॉलिटिशियन हूँ, मेरे को कोई पत्रकार सवाल नहीं पूछ सकता। मैं जो बोलता हूँ वो 100% होता है। या तो पॉलिटिशियन हो इसलिए लोग जरा विश्वास कम रखते हैं। आप चिंता मत करिए। मैं आपको
2 years, sir.
9 साल के अंदर हिंदुस्तान की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट जो 14 से 16% है, वो सिंगल डिजिट में आएगी और 9% होगी। रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बदलेगा और फ्यूल भी बदलेगा।
We will have you again here on this platform when we do
100%.
that. So coming back to EVs, आपने कुछ दिन पहले बात की थी कि आपका पर्सनल व्यू था that it's time to end subsidies. And then that was your personal view. Now, in your view, at the moment, the GST is 5% for EVs, for others it's 48%. What is your view?
देखो ये बात से लोग नाराज होते हैं, पर मेरा व्यू है इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल को सब्सिडी की जरूरत नहीं। जब $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर थी तब बात सही थी। अब नंबर का गेम है, अब वो तो बता रहे $80 पे आई। तो मुझे आपको यही कहना है कि आप अभी देखो क्या है, कोई भी चीज़ जो फुकट में मिलती है उसका हम भारतीयों में बड़ा आकर्षण होता है। तो ये जब से चाहिए सब्सिडी की सोचो मत, इसके लिए समय खराब मत करो। हाँ, इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर बनाने के लिए नंबर है, उसको सब्सिडी चाहिए। हेवी इंडस्ट्रीज की मशीनरी है, उसको पॉपुलर करने के लिए लगेगी। पर इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर, इलेक्ट्रिक कार और इलेक्ट्रिक बस अब पॉपुलर हो गई। इनमें दम नहीं है, नंबर बढ़ाओ, प्रॉफिट बढ़ाओ। और अभी वेटिंग लिस्ट है, दे नहीं पा रहे, बसेस नहीं मिल रही। 1 लाख बसेस चाहिए, 50,000 का प्रोडक्शन है। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब जैसे नंबर बढ़ेगा कॉस्ट कम होती जाएगी। अब जो चीज़ें अभी तक इलेक्ट्रिक पर लॉन्च नहीं हुई है उसके लिए कुछ समय के लिए सोचना होगा। ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत मत है। अब सब्सिडी देने वाली दूसरी मिनिस्ट्री है, उनको देना है तो वो दे सकते हैं।
So at the moment, over the अभी बजट आने वाला है 2-3 महीने में, we are seeing a little bit of a slowdown. How important do you see is the role of government and private sector to increase growth again, including capex growth?
देखो, मैं तो पहली बात बताता हूँ कि देश में बजट के आधार पर जो डेवलपमेंट का काम होता है वो एक पार्ट है। अब हमारी सरकार ने पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को बहुत इनकरेजमेंट किया है, और मैं तो बीओटी का जन्मदाता हूँ, पर मैं आपको अच्छी बात बताता हूँ। हमने मथुरा में ये जो 80 MLD स्लश थी मथुरा की, उसके ऊपर मैं वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था, मैंने हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में एक प्रोजेक्ट निकाला। 40% सरकार देगी और 60% इन्वेस्टर डालेगा। वो वहाँ इंडियन ऑयल की रिफाइनरी है मथुरा में। तो वैद्य साहब चेयरमैन थे, मैंने उनको बुलाया कि आप पानी कहाँ से लेते हो? बोले हम यूपी इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट। पैसे कितने देते हो? बोले 25 करोड़। मैंने बोला आप 5 करोड़ आपके बचा देता हूँ, आप 20 करोड़ दीजिए। मैंने प्रोजेक्ट, हमने टेंडर किया, त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी है, उन्होंने प्रोजेक्ट लिया, और 100 रुपये का काम 40 रुपये में, 40% में प्रोजेक्ट हुआ मथुरा का 80 MLD स्लज में। तो कचरे में भी पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट पॉसिबल है। कचरे से CNG तैयार करना या ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन तैयार करना म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट से कर सकती है। मैं अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में 8 साल से टॉयलेट का पानी बेचता हूँ, नागपुर शहर का, महाराष्ट्र सरकार को कोराडी खापरखेड़ा पावर प्रोजेक्ट को। आप बिलीव नहीं करोगे, हम 300 करोड़ साल के कॉरपोरेशन को मिलाते हैं, हमने टॉयलेट का पानी बेचकर 300 करोड़। तो ये इंडस्ट्री को हम वो पानी करके दे सकते हैं। इसलिए अभी पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट बजट के साथ जुड़ेगी तो कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट का साइज दुगना होगा, तिगना होगा, तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल तिगना होगा। उससे नेचुरली पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ेगा, रोजगार भी निर्माण होगा और ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी, GDP बढ़ेगा। तो प्रयास यही है। अभी बस पोर्ट हम प्राइवेटली करेंगे BOT पर, जैसे रोड बना रहे हैं, रोप वे, केबल कार, अभी केदारनाथ की रोप वे प्राइवेट कर रहे सब। तो आने वाले समय में अभी सरकार ने वही काम करना चाहिए जिसमें इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न कम है, जिसमें IRR अच्छा है, उसमें ट्रांसपेरेंसी के साथ टेंडर निकालकर क्वालिटी वर्क करें। और मेंटेनेंस के लिए अभी हमारे यहाँ जैसे 10 साल का मेंटेनेंस, ये उसकी डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की होती है। अभी खराब हुआ तो मैंने रगड़ना शुरू कर दिया, बैंक गारंटी कैश की, ब्लैक लिस्टेड किया, डिबार कर दिया। तो अब नेचुरली हम क्यों अपने इतना मैन पावर यूज़ करें? तो दिस इज़ द वे कि दोनों की ताकत जब लगेगी तो GDP ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी, हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनेंगे, इकोनॉमी मजबूत होगी, और मुझे लगता है इसके साथ फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आएगी। तो बहुत से फील्ड ऐसे हैं कि जिसमें अपॉर्चुनिटीज है। अभी एविएशन में अभी कितने बड़े प्रमाण पर कितना ग्रोथ है, 24% है ग्रोथ। आने वाले समय एयरपोर्ट, अभी दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट बना तो लगा इतना बड़ा बना, अब वहाँ भी कंजेशन हो गया। तो अभी ऐसे 3 एयरपोर्ट लगेंगे अभी 10 साल में आपको। तो देयर इज ए पोटेंशियल, और इंडिया इज द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज वर्ल्ड, कुछ लोगों के देशों के मैं नाम नहीं लेता, उनसे डील नहीं करना चाहता, होल वर्ल्ड इज इंटरेस्टेड टू डील विथ इंडिया। तो मुझे लगता है ये बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। और इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में तो कोई चिंता ही मत करो, आप जितना बढ़ा सकते हो उतनी बढ़ाओ। आप सबको मैं पॉजिटिविटी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ कह रहा हूँ कि स्काई इज़ द लिमिट, आपको कोई चिंता करने का कारण नहीं। अभी सेमीकंडक्टर का शॉर्टेज था, वो भी लोग आ रहे हैं। अभी टाटा, हिटैची, टाटा, सुजुकी, बाद में अडानी और पैनासोनिक, 4-5 लोग ये इसके सेल में भी आ रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी को ले लगते हैं। तो आने वाले समय में हम लोग बहुत ही स्ट्रांग होंगे, मुझे लगता है कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
जैसे इन टर्म्स ऑफ फॉर EV मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, फॉर एग्जांपल इन मोबाइल फोन्स हम पहले इंपोर्ट करते थे, अब एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं बहुत। सेमीकंडक्टर्स की आपने बात करी, व्हाट लेसन्स कैन वी ड्रॉ फ्रॉम दैट फॉर द EV इकोसिस्टम फॉर प्राइवेट सेक्टर?
देखो, एक तो पहले ऐसा है कि सब इंडस्ट्री वालों ने क्वालिटी के बारे में बहुत ही कॉशियस रहना चाहिए। आपको एक बात वो, बीच में 27 से 28 गाड़ियाँ जल गई, और फिर तो है लॉबी, उन्होंने इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल के खिलाफ बोलना शुरू कर दिया, अखबार वालों ने, मीडिया वालों ने भी उल्टा कर दिया। फिर हमने इसरो के साइंटिस्ट, टेक्निकल लोग, IIT के लोग बुलाए, और मैंने उनको इसका रीजनिंग क्या है, तब ध्यान में आया कि जो सेल इंपोर्ट हो रहे हैं उसका स्टैंडर्ड बराबर नहीं। फिर हमने उसके स्टैंडर्ड निश्चित किए, और जब हमने स्टैंडर्ड निश्चित किए तब से एक भी आग नहीं लगी। तो एक बात जरूर देखो कि ऑनेस्टी, क्वालिटी एंड क्रेडिबिलिटी इज द बिगेस्ट कैपिटल ऑफ 21st सेंचुरी। आप शॉर्टकट मत मारिए, शॉर्टकट कट यू शॉर्ट। आप ऑनेस्टी, क्रेडिबिलिटी और क्वालिटी के साथ अगर काम करेंगे तो वर्ल्ड का मार्केट बिल्कुल हमारे पास आएगा। पर ये डुप्लीकेट माल इधर से उधर जुड़ो लगाओ तो पूरा प्रोडक्ट अगर बदनाम हो जाएगा तो मुश्किल हो जाएगी, ये मत करिए।
With Trump coming in power in the US, in the White House very soon, with import duties, what is the opportunity you see for the industry and for green initiatives in India in terms of the industry overall?
सर, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पे सबसे बड़ा पोटेंशियल है। द फ्यूचरिस्टिक फ्यूल इज हाइड्रोजन। रेलवे चलेगी, हवाई जहाज चलेगी, इंडस्ट्री चलेगी, पेट्रोल डीजल कोयले की जरूरत ही नहीं। और इसलिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अब बड़े प्रमाण पर हिंदुस्तान में काम हुआ। अभी हाइड्रोजन पर चलने बसेस आ गई। मेरे पास कार है, उस कार का नाम है मिराई, जापानी वर्ड है। और आज मैं वो कार नहीं लेके आया। वो कार जो है वो मिराई मीन्स भविष्य। द फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन फॉर द डेवलपमेंट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट, दैट इज ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन। और ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का जो है 4 सोर्सेस है। कोयले से होता है ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन, पेट्रोलियम से होगा ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन, और जो पानी से और कचरे से बनेगा वो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन। अब इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर प्रोसेस में 150 यूनिट पावर लगती है तो हाइड्रोजन जाता है 300 रुपये किलो। मेरा ये कमिटमेंट नहीं है, मेरी ये इच्छा है कि हाइड्रोजन की कीमत $1 पर केजी होनी चाहिए। और इसलिए म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट फ्री ऑफ चार्ज अगर अपने को मिलती है और वहाँ से अगर मिथेन तैयार करके हाइड्रोजन तैयार होगा तो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है हाइड्रोजन के ट्रांसपोर्ट का और फिलिंग स्टेशन का। मुझे लगता है ये लोग भी ज़रूर सोचे उसमें। और हाइड्रोजन ये भविष्य का फ्यूल है, हम इसको एक्सपोर्ट भी करेंगे और रेलवे से लेकर हवाई जहाज तक हाइड्रोजन पे कन्वर्ट होगा। तो मुझे लगता है ये एक फील्ड ऐसा है कि भविष्य में हम हिंदुस्तान को ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला देश बनाएंगे। आज 22 लाख करोड़ देश के बाहर जा रहे हैं, कल उसको हाइड्रोजन एक्सपोर्ट करने के कारण 22 लाख करोड़ अगर देश के अंदर आएंगे तो आप ही इसका सोशियो इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा, आप ही सोचिए कितना बड़ा होगा।
Right, Mr. Gadkari, thanks very much for coming here, for speaking to us at Green Bharat. Thanks very much. A big hand for Mr. Gadkari, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we should have a huge round of applause once again. Gadkari ji, thank you so much. We'd like to thank the Honorable Minister once again. He's always been very kind to join us in all our endeavors. So, sir, thank you so much for joining us and gracing us with your presence for this event. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request our guests to settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could request you to take your seats, I'll request our guests to settle down. We shall begin with our next session in a short while, but in the meantime, I'll request all of you to please settle down. I'll request our guests to take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, that was truly enriching to hear from the Honorable Minister. But we have a lot more to cover as part of our agenda and some of the best speakers that you're going to see on the stage in a short while from now. So let me get straight to it then. Our next conversation, our next fireside chat will essentially shift the focus to the global EV outlook, really to highlight trends, challenges, and even the opportunities that are available as far as the EV landscape is concerned, not just in India, but across continents. At this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite on stage Parth Charan, automotive contributor for moneycontrol.com, to please join us on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome our next guest as well, Mr. Santosh Iyer, the CEO at Mercedes-Benz India, to join us for this session, please. Could we have a huge round of applause as we welcome Santosh on stage, please?
Wow, lots to unpack after that last session.
Yeah, it's tough to be here after Honorable Minister, actually, with all his energy, but yeah.
No, if anybody can be a follow-up act, it's you, Santosh. And firstly, thank you for being here. Welcome to the first ever Network 18 Green Bharat National E-Mobility Summit. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the summit. You know, we've had a lot of headline-making lines, and at the beginning we had Mr. Amitabh Kant, who kind of reprimanded automotive manufacturers for not sort of picking up the slack. Clearly, that's not applicable to Mercedes-Benz India. You guys have always been, you know, first movers, and now you have not one but two top-end EVs which are being assembled with the EQS 580 SUV being added. So I want to start by asking you, you know, what makes you optimistic about India's manufacturing prowess when it comes to EVs?
Yeah, thanks, Parth. Firstly, you know, when we started introducing the first EVs, it was a CBU in 2019-20. And when we announced, a lot of people asked us, why EV? Today, I would say after 5 years, we have Green Bharat session. It's not a question of why, but now it's about percentages, how soon, how fast, what can be. So I think for us, we clearly feel that it's not an option. You know, decarbonizing the automotive industry is our responsibility. We also have been a collateral damage. Some of you in this room know about the Delhi diesel ban, for example, and the current public health crisis. So we clearly said that even for India, we need to not only get EVs, but we need to localize them to get them at the right price point, because it's important that customers are able to adopt and shift. And that can only happen if the price points are right with the right products as well. So very clearly, that was the call. You know, we had to take a call during COVID when the lockdowns were there, that we will localize the car. And today with two models, 6% share of our total sales are EVs. I think we have come a long way from where we started. Looking into the future, you know, globally we made this big statement that by 2030, we will be all in on EVs wherever markets allow. And today, if you see, that's something that the rate of customer transformation is not as fast. Many reasons. We can discuss that, but we also need to be cognizant of the fact that we are only one stakeholder. There is government on one side and there is a consumer, the most important stakeholder, and they need to be ready to also adapt to the new transformation and technology. So we need to be patient, we need to do the right things, and then it's a matter of time that it should happen faster.
I will come back to that bit, but you know, I want to mention that Mercedes-Benz India introduced the Retail of the Future model, which was pioneered by you. And it's created something which is for the first time being emulated at a global level. So when it comes to the EV market in particular, do you see any sales models here that can be applicable internationally?
I think one of the core driver for us to shift to the retail of the direct-to-consumer model was electrification. And let me explain why. So on one side, we knew that there is a lot of cost in the current retailing model. You know, because you bill a lot of cars to dealers, they have to pay interest to the banks, there is heavy discounting, and it's not helpful to the consumer, neither to the partners, nor to OEMs. With EVs, the costs are high. Of course, the Honorable Minister mentioned the costs are coming down. It's a fact. But still, the costs are high. And we are today dependent a bit on the support on taxation to get the cost at the right price point. So if you want to take cost out of the system, the first thing is the distribution cost, which is unwanted. Why to pay interest to banks? Why to have these huge margins and discounting? Why don't you come with the right price? And that was one of our trigger to shift to the direct-to-consumer model. Today, you know, with 40,000 plus cars being sold in the last 3 years, I think the model is great. It's also taken in Germany, Australia, UK, many markets. So the transformation of EV, we knew that the cost structures will be high. We need to look at the cost. And I think the direct-to-consumer model helps us to get that cost benefit advantage as well, and so that we can do the right pricing to the market.
Right. You began exporting the India-built GLE last year. When it comes to these top-end EVs that you're now assembling, do you have any export targets? Do you foresee Mercedes-Benz India becoming sort of an export hub? And if so, for what markets?
See, traditionally, cars are built closer to the market in general for Mercedes-Benz and for the luxury top end of the segment. In Europe, we make for Europe, China for China, US for US, and of course, there are some cross-border trade. The first thing prerequisite is, we need to open up the fences, which is free trade required, because with this high taxation, we cannot, be competitive enough. You add the logistic cost. On the other side, and I was having a discussion with some of my colleagues sometime back, incidentally, India has 48% tax on combustion engines, 20% road tax, takes the tax to around 68% on cars. So what is being done is you generally then make cars cheaper because the market cannot afford such high cost cars. So then the traditional Indian industry has made the cars cheaper, maybe a bit of compromise on safety or on some certain equipment, but then you are not competitive for exports. And this is something that, we have been requesting that one, open up the borders. Second, the internal taxation, if it is also made at a way and manner that you can make world-class cars, which adheres to global regulatory standards, not just the local standards, then the market opens up for exports as well as, and then the scale goes up. Because the core word in manufacturing is scale. You need the scale to get it, and I think FTAs as well as a regulatory environment which is harmonized with the rest of the world will help us leapfrog. And that's same for EVs. For us, it's great. But if you look at our total sales in India, the luxury car market is 50,000 cars. We do close to 20,000 cars. And there, the scale effect doesn't kick in even when you talk about EVs or any other platform.
Right. I should also point out for our viewers that this is only the second market in the world where the EQS 580 SUV is being assembled.
Absolutely. Actually, outside of US, we started this in India for the EQS SUV, I would say, because India needs an Indianized approach. And I think there is a lot of benefit if you are able to manufacture and, assemble locally these cars. So there was a lot of discussions worldwide on this, but I think the strategic patience that Mercedes-Benz has in India for 30 years, I think we continue to invest. And that's why here we are with 2 cars being locally made in Pune.
Right. Now, I know the tech bit comes under the purview of the R&D wing in Bengaluru, but since we're talking about global EV outlook, I have to ask. Firstly, you guys recently broke the Guinness World Record for longest range on a single charge, which was done in India in our climatic conditions. So clearly, battery range is something that is more or less resolved, and global consensus seems to be that what will be the big differentiator, especially for luxury, is going to be data and tech. What advantages do you think India can bring to those spaces with regards to Mercedes-Benz, of course?
So firstly, cars, today we are making cars, they are all software-defined cars. So we have the Mercedes-Benz operating system coming in many of our cars. The first one will come as early as next year with the MMA platform. Most of this work happens out of my colleague out of Bangalore. Also, a lot of AI going into making the cars better, also battery management system, for example, being used cases. But on the other end of the spectrum, when you talk about innovation, is also performance. Combustion engine cars, and when you talk about AMG, for example, it's always said that you need the 8-cylinder engines, you need the performance. But I was recently in Affaltabad, and I saw development of cars with YASA motors. YASA is a company based out of UK, where Mercedes-Benz has bought stakes. So these axle fluid motors, which actually are 3 times lighter, 3 times less in volume, and twice in terms of torque. That gives a complete different character to the car, because now you have more space to play around for engineers in the car, the kind of performance you can get, and that combined with a different battery chemistry and different kinds of batteries that's coming up. I think even in the performance arena, there is a lot to be seen with EVs. The best is yet to come, I see, and I was really excited when I saw them. Going back, of course, RD in Bangalore, they are working on a lot of active and passive safety technologies, even for EVs. We recently crash tested for the public 2 EVs head-to-head back in Germany. And most of the simulations, most of those are done out of Bangalore.
I now want to, talk about policy, because when Mr. Gadkari was here, he mentioned that automotive OEMs don't really need subsidies. You've very openly talked about why there needs to be policy consistency. You know, other than whatever GST rebates that are being offered, what kind of long-term policy consistency is required in what particular areas, and what sort of investment would a brand like Mercedes-Benz then be willing to make?
So, you know, India again has unique two-tier tax structure. One is the GST, second is the road tax, which is also 20%. Even in states like Gujarat, for example, and many others, you still have 20% road tax on EVs, or 18 to 20%. Whereas if you look at states like Maharashtra and others, they don't have it. Now, when you look at the penetration of EVs, it's very clear. We have 9 to 10% penetration in markets where there are zero road tax, for example, Kerala and so on and so forth. And we have a penetration of hardly 2 to 3% in states like Gujarat where there is. So it clearly shows that the product is the same, price point is the same, but till the time there is no consistency on taxation, you can't get penetration. So the ask first is have a standard policy when it comes to EVs across. It needs support till the time a threshold volume is met. Maybe the government can say till 30% of, you don't need to put an year. And maybe if it happens in 2 years' time, you get the scale and then you can slowly upgrade or increase taxes. The second is, you know, for CapEx to happen on EV side, again, because this is about electrification. I think the charging infrastructure is developing. I think there is a lot of private players and a lot of work happening. But the biggest lack is today, if you buy an EV, you need multiple apps. There are aggregators, but still it's not that easy to charge cars. So one of the biggest thing has to be a clear policy framework where there should be an UPI moment for, you know, for the charging ecosystem. We are able to charge using a singular app, pay seamlessly. We, for example, in Europe have Mercedes Me Pay. So here the customer, once he has plugged in, plugged out, the car pays. You don't need to even do anything on the phone, on the app. And this kind of convenience will take away the angst, because these are some of the negative, issues when you have an EV of charging, payment, self-service, for example. And if car is able to pay, car is able to locate the right charger, car is able to book an appointment, then that seamlessness. And I think India has the edge because we are a country with digitalization, different stacks. And if India can develop a charging stack, for example, not only for India, but for the world, where this entire payment ecosystem is also seamless. I think these are things which from a policy making, if it comes in, and also incorporated in the National Automotive Mission Plan, for example, this will give more confidence for CapEx, because then there can be a bit more acceleration into the EV space.
You know, the Honorable Minister did mention hydrogen, and we've seen a lot of legacy car makers, Mercedes-Benz included, sort of extend their global deadlines for EVs, even though everyone has reinforced the notion that the future is electric. But analysts, Deloitte had written a report where they said that given the myriad of use cases for automobiles, it can't just be one solution. What is your view? What do you see in the future? Is it going to sort of work in tandem where we're going to have hybrids, synthetic fuel, EVs, possibly hydrogen, all of that? Or inevitably, it's all going to be electric?
So firstly, when you talk about hydrogen, we had a fuel cell car way back in India, in Delhi, in 2015, with a B-class fuel cell. We showed it in the India Auto Expo here. And this car has done across the world mileages, kilometers. But from our perspective, hydrogen to come into passenger vehicle, because you need space, you need storage, you need distribution. All of this is more suitable for locomotives or maybe for trucks, maybe. But for cars as a use case for a couple of or many years, it's not in the foreseeable future. So the big question is, will we now delay decarbonization in automotive industry till the time we get an alternative solution? Because as of today, there is no other technology which can offer complete decarbonization, zero emissions, tailpipe emissions, apart from EV. And shouldn't we go after it, make it possible? And I think all engineers across companies, including we invented the car, we continue to do. There are many things happening in the kitchen. But at this stage, there is no plausibility of any other technology to be roadworthy in the next 10 to 15 years for passenger cars and so on and so forth. So it's time that we as stakeholders, I would say the media, the government, us as OEMs and customers, we all agree that if the decarbonization rate has to be accelerated, then it has to be EV. But I think even hybrid is a great solution, but then only the pace of decarbonization will slow down.
Now 2025 is expected to be something of a breakthrough year for EVs in the country, and we're seeing a lot of mass market manufacturers bring their own EVs, a lot of born electric platforms. Clearly, the sort of the line towards luxury is being bridged very quickly, and there's a level of homogenization in performance and comfort that even mass market manufacturers are aspiring to offer. What do you make of that, and what would be the key differentiator for a market leader like Mercedes-Benz, to really stand out?
Parth, I think that's a bit, I would be answering in two straight ways. Number one, when you talk about luxury, and that classical definition is luxury starts where necessity ends. So technically, I think for going from point A to point B, even in combustion engines, there are very good cars offered. But when it's beyond that, of course, brands like Mercedes-Benz plays a role. But coming to the rational view, and as you rightly said, there's a lot of cars trying to ape up and come in. But let's remember, let's take safety as a cornerstone. The Bharat NCAP is very different from European NCAP. Now you can say we have 5 stars, both cars are 5 stars, but a Mercedes-Benz 5-star has gone through a much different testing process, validation and safety compared to a NCAP. Now, it's also because you need these local regulations to keep the cost of the car down for many OEMs. It's challenging to explain this to consumer because they just are not as aware. They just look at, okay, 2 cars are 5-star rated, maybe they are as safe. So, but that's a task of our sales team, marketing team to explain on a rational basis. What's the comfort, what's the NVH, what's the safety, what are the other things that you can get. Apart from, for sure, there is a lot of handcrafted materials. We use a lot of recycled materials in cars. So pushing the sustainability agenda much more than just making a car to go from point A to point B. So this is a challenge, not only in India, but even worldwide. With the changing definition of car, there is a big tendency to compare like to like, feature to feature. I think it's the operating system also which will define. I think the Apple to the Android is a classic example. They both do the same job. Watches, I keep saying, do the similar job, but then people prefer certain watches. They all show time.
When it comes to, increasing levels of localization, particularly with the EVs, what have been the key sort of supply chain inconsistencies? How have you tried to address them? And, have rising raw material costs, all of these, how big an impediment has this been, particularly this year?
So, with EVs, there are 2 angles to it. One is the demand-supply mismatch. We have always, I can talk about Mercedes-Benz, we are not able to predict the market the way it is. The issue is when we planned a bit high, the market didn't support. Today, we launched the 2nd car, for example, the EQS SUV, and I have waiting period till March now. The EQS SUV Maybach is going till June. Now, I asked my sales planners, but they said, hey, 4 months back, we are all in the same room, we couldn't foresee this. So this is a big kind of a mismatch. And today, I was surprised for the first time in my life, I couldn't fathom that my sales guy is trying to sell a combustion engine to a EV customer, which was always the other way around. So that's one, which is planning or timing the market and looking at demand. On the other side, because of this huge fluctuation in demand and supply, the supplier ecosystem also, there are huge orders for EVs, then you cut it down, there are costs sitting there. So on one side, the Honorable Minister was right that the cost should come down theoretically, but on the other side, because of the demand not picking up worldwide, if you see, there are challenges, the costs have not coming down. It's only getting added because suppliers have invested on tooling, etc. And maybe the original volumes which was forecasted worldwide doesn't happen, not for all OEMs in general. So that way the cost sits and then you have other challenges coming with that. So this demand-supply mismatch, I think, is a big challenge when it comes to EVs to predict, and that has a cascading impact on the supply chain, on the cost involved and logistics and so on and so forth.
Right. My final question, Santosh. You guys clearly, surpassed your sales mark this year as well, even though it has been a rough year for manufacturers. What sort of slowdown do you foresee for 2025? What are your predictions and what can we expect from Mercedes-Benz?
See, for us, I have seen in my experience, luxury is a very sentiment-driven purchase. I think there are enough wealth in India for people to buy cars and purchase cars, but on the other extreme, sentiments are determined by geopolitics, sentiments are determined by stock market. Today, as we sit and speak, you can see the huge fluctuations happening, and that all of that can affect. But we are confident that fundamentals have not changed. You know, the macroeconomic population, the star is still dreamt by billions of Indians to be owned. So there is a lot of, when I look at the people inquiring for a Mercedes-Benz, it's only growing month on month. Are they translating into purchase? Maybe there is a delay. It's also related to interest rates, inflation to some extent, because the purchasing power and also the salary increments, many things happening there. So, but in 2025, we still are optimistic for growth. We are not giving up. We will still come back with more launches. We start next year on 9th of Jan, not with 1 but 2 car launches, both EVs. And I can share this on this platform, which is a news, because we already announced one, but the second one also will be announced soon. So 2 cars to start next year, both electric, and that's how, and then we see how it goes.
Well, Santosh, it's been a pleasure as always. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Santosh Iyer.
Thank you. Thanks, Pat. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Santosh. Always a pleasure to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, so many fascinating facets to really discuss as far as this journey of EVs are concerned. Up next, we're going to shift our focus to a discussion on standardizing EV policies across the country, which means a unified framework will help us streamline adoption and then, of course, create a more cohesive ecosystem. For steering this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Parikshit Luthra, Editor and Bureau Chief, CNBC TV 18, who in fact will be taking this conversation forward, which is aptly titled, One Nation, One EV Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's also welcome our stellar panel. Vipin Sondhi, Chairman, CII Green Mobility Council. Joining him on the panel, we also have Saikant Verma, CEO, Andhra Pradesh Economic Development Board. Joining on the panel, we also have Prerna Singh, ACO, Greater Noida Authority. And completing the panel, we have Abhijit Sinha, Director, National Highways for EVs and Ease of Doing Business. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to get some more energy and a huge round of applause for a stellar panel, some of the best in the industry. Parikshit, it's over to you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here at the Green Bharat Summit. Of course, it's been a great day of conversations, hearing the likes of Amitabh Kant, Nitin Gadkari, and top industry veterans from the automotive industry. Clearly, we're at an inflection point. 5 years ago, I don't think we would have imagined price parity with ICE, but now we are seeing that. Look at what's happening in the market. You've got leading OEMs like Tata Motors, Mahindra, Ola Electric, TVS, Bajaj Auto, Hero, Honda, you name it. All of them are bringing out electric vehicles which are almost priced at parity with electric vehicles, with the ICE counterparts. So this is definitely an important moment for the industry. We currently have around 28 lakh EVs in India, but as an S&P report points out, the EV outlook for India, they feel that India may not have 30% EV penetration by 2030. In fact, the penetration may just be about 18%. Even Amitabh Kant today said that we're lagging behind China and many other countries, and we are 5 years behind. So clearly there is a lot to be done. And what's holding us back? Let's kick this off with Mr. Vipin Sondhi. Mr. Sondhi, let me begin by asking you for an industry view. You're someone who's been spending a lot of time brainstorming with the industry, brainstorming with policy makers about what needs to be done. 28 lakh EVs, a good milestone, but we're nowhere close to the 30% mark as yet. In fact, our ambition should be much more. What's holding us back, according to you?
No, I think, this is about both policy and while manufacturers are being looked at as well, I think we have to strengthen the ecosystem. At the end of the day, EVs is about ecosystem, so it's all together. What's also important to see is, let me pick up a few things. There's nobody more inspiring than the minister himself. So it's important to bring him on stage as often as you can in different states as well. if there's a clarity of vision, and there are areas which are not clear as well, but it inspires people. And I believe it's more about inspiration than anything else. But let me pick up, I'll come to your point later, but let me pick up 6 things that if we are to be number one as is envisioned, it can't be domestic market alone. It has to be a combination of domestic and the overseas market as well. So I'll pick up just 6 points, and then we'll come to specific policy issues. Number one, charging infra definitely is something that we are going to look at. Battery tech and recycling. Third is R&D and clusterization of R&D, bringing industry, academia onto industrial parks so that we can look at the technology of the future. Policy must address that. Fourth, a policy for startups and SMEs. We talk about them, we don't have an integrated policy. Fifth, integrating with global standards. Santosh Iyer just mentioned about the fact that there's a disparity in NCAP, that's safety standards. If we aspire to be Atmanirbhar, which is part of the global manufacturing supply chain, we must integrate with global standards. And finally, very importantly, a cross-sector collaboration between automobiles, between energy, IT. It's the ecosystem that we have to develop. I'll just take a minute and then stop. Transport is a concurrent subject which makes implementation sometimes a challenge, which is why you need a visionary leader articulating all the time. But there are compelling benefits to having a consistent policy framework. It may not be unified, but it should be consistent so that the transition is impactful. Just 3 points there. Citizens of all states must have access to the benefits. It was also said taxation at the local level, at the state level is different. All citizens don't have that access. Secondly, consistent policy has to make sure that EV adoption across states address the current disparities in the states that there is. And thirdly, standardization of policies will ensure the availability of equipment, infrastructure, and charging stations. I'll stop here, but when we come back, I'd like to talk about power and the policy on power.
You're absolutely right, sir, because when you move from state to state in the country, the regulatory ecosystem changes. The kind of subsidies you have on electric vehicles, different kinds of vehicles, that changes. The capital subsidies that you're giving on manufacturing, that's different. The taxation changes. And as you said, power tariffs, land use policies, everything is different. And that's what sometimes complicates things for global investors as well. Mr. Saikant Verma, I'd like to get you in at this stage. Do you think, just the way we have a GST, can we have a one nation, one EV policy? Is that even feasible?
I think that is not only something that we would want, but it is pretty essential at this point of time. Because I think, like Sir was just saying, what we need is a clear visibility. I mean, there are different stakeholders that are involved, whether it is the EV manufacturers, whether there are public transportation suppliers, or logistic sectors, or mass transport, or even individual, transportation users. There's battery manufacturing and a whole bunch of stakeholders which are involved. Now, what we need to give is some sort of a visibility as to what they are going to get across the nation. Because when you talk about all these stakeholders, they're not going to come and target a particular state. They're going to come for the entire country. Only then the economic scale would work out, and they'll be able to, take advantage of that. And I think one nation, one EV policy is definitely that way, is going to give them that sort of a visibility. And they can, chart out a clear roadmap in terms of what they can plan for the next 5 years, 10 years, and, whether it is building the infrastructure, which is pretty essential, for EV to take off in a big way. So I think it is not only something, a good to have factor, but it is very, very much essential. And just like how, there are many examples. You're just quoting about the GST. I think that is one of the very successful structures or models that we as a nation have come together and built it. I think in that context, EV policy for the entire country is definitely something that is very much essential. And only that will give us the ability to, have experience in exponential growth and to be able to achieve whatever targets that we're talking about, 30% or even 50%. And I think India as a country, we should target towards 100%.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Uttar Pradesh, which has the largest number of MPs in the Lok Sabha, one of India's largest states. Prerna, I would like to ask you about EV penetration in Uttar Pradesh. A state like UP has tried to align its policy, electric vehicle push policy, very much with the central government. But if I were to ask you a larger question about how bureaucracy functions differently across the country, which are some of the basic hurdles that you see at the level of governance, at the level of regulations, which are perhaps holding back widespread EV adoption in the country? What, according to you, would be some of those 2-3 hurdle points?
The Uttar Pradesh state, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath ji, is very well aligning with the national policy which we have. So the Uttar Pradesh Electric Vehicle Manufacturing and Mobility 2022 policy, it's very much in sync with the FAME or the PM E-Seva Yojana which we hear about. And when we talk of these schemes, when you talk of the alignment thing, we are now looking at faster adoption of electric vehicles. We are now looking at providing lucrative space for investors, for businesses, so that there's a holistic ecosystem of electric vehicles. Now, coming to the challenges we face, it is the first thing which I would mention is the charging infrastructure. The charging infrastructure here, of course, the upstream infrastructure has a great cost to it. But now, if the government is now subsidizing, incentivizing the infrastructure, because if it doesn't do, then the burden will fall on the consumer, and the entire concept of green technology or electrical vehicles will fall short, because we want to promote that people use EVs. We want to promote because we want to reduce our energy we want to reduce our energy import bill. We want to enhance our energy security. We want to go green. We want to have better air quality. And for all of that, the charging infrastructure, not only the cost is one issue. The second issue is that we need to have it at regular intervals. Now, the electric vehicle policy which we have in UP, it emphasizes that on expressways we should have it at 25 kilometers, every 25 kilometers. Or if we look at the internal road network in the cities, then we want it in 1 into 1 square meter. But how do we identify suitable locations for it? How do we identify land for it? We need to acquire land. We need to bear the land cost. We do have great subsidies and incentives when it comes to stamp duty reimbursement, or when we talk of
road tax waivers.
The road tax waivers or the registration charges waivers. We definitely have that in the policy, but this is another important obstacle and important challenge we are wanting to address, because cities are becoming very congested. I am posted in Greater Noida. Of course, it's a very well-planned city, and we see that the road network is very wide. It's all very green and nice. Might not be that big an issue for us, but for the other cities, if we look at them, we want to transition about 100% of our public transport into EV, or the official vehicles into EV by 2030. Those are ambitious targets, and for that we really need to look at the infrastructure hurdles, like I talked of, the cost, the land suitability, then the electricity tariffs. Do we have that kind of electricity infrastructure? Because the grid and substations will also need to be revamped. They will also need to be strengthened. So do we, how are we going to go about it? So I think these are the major obstacles we face, and we are in line, to address these issues.
Okay, Mr. Abhijit, as Ms. Prerna and Ms. Saikant pointed out, and we've got two senior bureaucrats from both Uttar Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh. interesting thing is, you go to any state in the country, everyone would say that we would want Tesla to come and manufacture here. While the jury is still out on whether Tesla will come and finally start manufacturing in India or just begin retail operations, the fact is every state is competing. Every state wants to give the right incentives to manufacturers, give subsidies on electric vehicles, hybrids, but we don't have a coherent EV policy. When we speak about a coherent EV policy, or one nation, one EV policy, what does that need to contain? Because when we're talking about policy right now, we're talking about subsidies, and subsidies cannot last forever.
First of all, many congratulations to Network18 team for bringing this content on a very visible and very direct mode that we need a national EV policy. The need may have been discussed behind the curtain for a long period, but now since it has came, and again you had Mr. Amitabh Kant sir in the morning, and then now you had Gadkari ji. Both of them, they're the leadership voices who has given almost outlined both in the morning the challenges that we are facing and the places where we are curve or our speed or pace has lacked content or sometime transition speed. And also what Gadkari ji just now said is where we are expecting to reach to. So if you will ask me that what is about not having an EV policy, I'm the one who's getting maximum hit because I'm not having a national EV policy. Two major points which we have as a national ambition, Minister has also spoken, and that is to reduce your logistic cost. And when it comes to logistic, we are not talking or referring here one state. The transition of an electric mobility fleet or a hydrogen truck or electric truck or e-highway, all of them, they have to cross multiple states. And the companies who are also going to pick up. So recently we have Amazon starting and announcing 100 EVs. Ultratech, few days back, they also had announced 100 EVs. These are the companies who had to spend a significant amount of time to understand which state, what type of conditions, what type of tariff, what type of subsidies. If we would have a national policy who gives equivalent tariff of the EV charging, at least for the vehicle. Second, the power disbursement and also the power connection, which also becomes a big problem when we go for permissions of such charging stations or highways. It is varying state to state. All regulators, they have to come together. And when it comes to give a single window clearance, it is impacting the way we want to reduce our logistic cost. And second is what we are having as a lowest hanging fruit. Sir said 40% of the pollution or emission is attributed to the transport. Out of that 40%, which is the 100% of our country, 30% is alone attributed to trucks. So this year when we had FAME, we included 500 crore rupees for trucks dedicatedly to meet that deployment target of, to claim that 500 crore rupees. Ease of doing business also given 500 crore rupees for the viability gap funding. And to meet both of them together, if you will see what is the exact translation of how a state will be able to pick up is actually the ease of mobility. No matter what amount of road we will be able to create to connect cities, the moment you eat or reach to a city, you face all that congestion. You may go from here to Kanyakumari, but the moment you reach to city, your circular road or your transition road is not in a proper mode to actually surpass the city without getting slowed down. So that obstacle of mobility is what our focus. GNSS tolling ho, या फिर e-highway ho, hydrogen bus or electric bus, whatever is to be brought to make the mobility freight lower, it is priority. And any of this are not possible until and unless we have a comprehensive nationwide ambition. And plus, I would also, if time allows us, to speak about climate financing. Without having a proper single window clearance, which dispense a long-term finance for such infrastructure upgradation, it would be for, as a country, very ambitious to have a vision like this, which I think in morning, Kant sir has very well outlined. And last but not least, these transitions are keeping us in a neck-to-neck competition with Germany. When we started 3 years back, we were ahead of Germany into making 5,500 kilometer e-highway on Bharatmala and Sagarmala. Germany had a target of 4,000 by 2030. Now, with some advancement into certain areas like power, distribution, and solid-state transformers, we went ahead to complete our targets by 2027 only. And solar is also contributing. But when it comes to creating an infrastructure of dispensability, what Mr. Saab said is 470 wayside amenities, we will have to have a comprehensive policy that state consumes each one of them as an asset which is earning for them.
Okay, thank you for those very comprehensive remarks. And Mr. Sondhi, to come back to you, when we speak about the necessary contours of a one nation, one EV policy, would you say that continuity of policy and streamlined policies all across the country for the power sector would be the most essential? Because even now, when we speak about adoption of EVs, they say the biggest puzzle that we need to fill is charging.
You're absolutely right. I think just to first, how do we arrive at a more unified policy with it still being a concurrent subject? And I think there should be dashboards created by the central government, which are in each state government, to highlight and showcase the best EV policies around the country. CII is doing some work on it. So you create a healthy competition so that each state is learning from the other, and we approach unification even though it may not be formalized. Coming back to power, and that remains probably the single most important thing. You know, there are solutions to it. One is, how do you manage peak load and EV charging impact? We like to charge in areas that we know rather than in public charging. So the chances are electricity demand typically peaks between 6 and 9 p.m. and that coincides with us reaching home from office when most people would plug in their EVs. So this added demand would strain the grid, which is what the power sector or the discoms are concerned about. Now, I think a coherent EV policy would work on managing charging times and encouraging EV users to stagger their charging during off-peak hours. And there are ways to do it through incentives. The second is smart charging and a tariff arrangement. We have smart meters now. We have the ability of digital. We can easily find out which are the peaks, which are the troughs, which smart meters, and automatically the user will shift to times when he or she has to pay the least. There are ways of managing it. Technology is there. One last point, since we've got two people from the States, is modification of building codes for charging infrastructure. I think if we can do that to facilitate builders, etc., in residential accommodation, it would become easier to create the charging infrastructure within residential and commercial premises on a planned manner. I'll stop.
Thank you, Mr. Sondhi. Saikant, if we were to ask you about how we can go about having a cohesive nationwide policy, if you had to put a thinking cap on, how would you start towards that?
I think, you know, when we are targeting for a one nation, one EV policy, like what Sir was saying, whether it is a power sector or whether it is the urban planning.
Because the goal of every state is the same.
Yes.
You know?
No, I think the couple of points here that we need to keep in mind is whenever we are drafting this one nation, one EV policy, because it's not just pertaining to the transport sector alone, it cuts across various sectors, whether it is power sector or whether it is urban planning, what Sir was just rightly pointing out. I mean, we need to give some sort of a base structure as to what every state should look at. And when we have a very aggressive targets at a nation level that we want to, you know, probably go at 30% by 2030 and 100% at some point of time, that basic structure should set the target for each and every state, cutting across different spaces, whether it is urban space, whether it is a building code, whether it is, you know, the power sector. How can we ensure that, you know, the charging infrastructure, we are able to give that sort of a confidence to the charging infrastructure's players to make sure that there is a consistent and reliable power supply and all of these things. So that base structure is very, very essential. And today, you know, aligning with this national vision, there are very few states who are able to see that, you know, that far. And Andhra Pradesh is one of the states. I mean, we recently have launched a EV policy wherein the state has set a very, very ambitious target that it wants to achieve in the next 5 years. For example, 100% of the public road transport corporation that we have got, 100% of these vehicle fleet, which is around 15,000 vehicles, all of that is going to go EV in the next 5 years. That's a pretty ambitious target. Now, barring, we cannot just leave that for the states to decide and pick up, because sometimes at a national level, it's very important that you're able to give that sort of an ambitious target for all the states. And that I think is what the, the national EV policy should target for, to make sure that, every state is able to take this particular thing as seriously as it should. And, the other thing is, talking about the incentive should not only restrict in terms of, attracting the manufacturers, because every state has become very competitive. They are just, willing to throw away as much money as possible in terms of incentives so that they're able to attract the infrastructure, the manufacturing players. But I think this is one sector which goes beyond all of that. It's not just about giving incentives, but it is also about, providing a comprehensive framework and, giving that sort of a national visibility. Because like I said, when you're talking about EV manufacturers, they're not going to, take, for example, Andhra alone as a case study.
Yeah.
So I think, that's the kind of a framework which we need to look at when we're talking about the national level EV policy.
Right. Mr. Abhijit, if we were to speak about ease of doing business, and One Nation, One EV policy is about ease of doing business, what are the other aspects that we need to streamline much more? What are some of the global examples that we can take as we are trying to work towards a journey? Currently, there is a major consultation on in the government about having a new automotive mission plan for 2047. Do you think we should be speaking about a One Nation, One EV policy for 2047?
Not only EV policy, but policies in respect of all concluding and dependently ministries, they are coming together. Dashboard is something which we tried in 2 years back, and now subsidies, since they are getting into sync, and we are looking at those possibilities that we may have overlooked. So expecting a country and the people to buy EV is one way of doing it. And expecting people to use EV is the other way of doing it. But you will be able to give them to use EV if somebody is going to buy EV and give them as a fleet operator. Blue Smart is a very good example of doing it. Then you have a lot of bus companies who have done. But in last 10 years, if you look at the policy, have we dispensed any ease of doing business to fleet operator or to infra? Majority of disbursement has gone to either to government institutions who have taken charges and who have taken infrastructure, or automobile manufacturers. So looking at who is actually going to help me in the agenda to reduce my climate expenditure, also my import of oil, and who is going to stand with me to increase the adoption. What Kant sir said, don't look at the number, look at the percentage. So if you look at the percentage, then percentage indicates towards the truck. So truck is what we brought into the center stage. Percentage also says that look at the adoption ratio. And adoption is not possible until and unless you create a very adoptable commercial equivalence to all industries who are currently using diesel. And how do we do it is absolutely there is no other way of conducting more and more commercial pilots, giving them an adoptability in the rate-to-rate basis that you don't spend anything. Still, I'm putting you off on a non-EV, non-fossil fuel transport system, and also a charge for your industry, for your MSME, your household to switch to renewable energy. And these two will be possible only with the conflict of commercial equivalence. Finance Ministry would have a very, very huge role to promote it, to bring each one of them together, that you are my go-to person to get this done.
Right. Ms. Prerna, what can be the starting point? Having any kind of unified policy is always a very tricky conversation. One nation, one election is a very tricky conversation with different political parties. But when we speak about one cohesive electric vehicle policy all across the country, what is the starting point? How can the government begin these discussions? Because at the end of the day, the bureaucrats will have to make such a policy and convince other states to come on board.
I think, of course, one nation, one EV policy, it's extremely essential, and it should just begin with a consultative, collaborative platform where we can have experts, we can have bureaucrats, we can have industry partners, just everybody come together from various states and work out the best model, whichever is possible. When we talk of Uttar Pradesh, we are also providing for great subsidies, incentives, everything. But then what people want is that there should be seamless travel. You know, if they're traveling from UP to Rajasthan to Madhya Pradesh, they want the charging infrastructure to be very much seamless, you know, to be very much properly available. So all these states need to come together and work out their power tariffs, work out their incentive policy, work out their, the waivers they can give for loans or for subsidies, incentives, all of these together. And also, there are some very good models which we find abroad also, which can again be studied. And now almost all the states have a good framework already prepared, which everybody has policies, and they're all doing their tenders. They're all making sure that we have players who are coming and putting up these charging infrastructure, or people who are coming and manufacturing electric vehicles. So these all stakeholders can come together and discuss and then just roll out the best policy possible.
Right, so lots of takeaways there. Clearly, this panel believes that yes, we do need a one nation, one EV policy for greater adoption to meet our climate goals and also to get the best investments. Clearly, there needs to be more discussion between the center and the states. We'll have to leave it there. We've completely run out of time. But I'd like to thank our stellar panelists for joining us today and leaving our audience with a lot to think about.
Thank you once again to that stellar panel. And as Parikshit said, really many takeaways from that very insightful conversation. Thank you, our stellar panel, once again. But Parikshit, we'll request you to stay back with us as we shift our focus to the other facet. Once again, a big thank you to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now move our focus to our next discussion, which is very aptly titled The EV Diplomacy. Now, from international collaborations to policy alignment, this panel and the conversation will have a lot to unpack, really. It'll focus on how EVs can act as instruments of global cooperation. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin by welcoming our stellar panel. Laghu Parashar, Senior Transport Specialist at the World Bank. I'll need some enthusiasm and some cheer and applause as we welcome our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Nick McCaffrey, the Australian Deputy High Commissioner to India. Martin Amdahl, the Norway Deputy High Commissioner to India. Cedric Crowley, South African Deputy High Commissioner to India. Christina Scott, the British Deputy High Commissioner to India. Gautam Bambavle, a former diplomat. The best in the industry, as we said, the best foreign minds here on stage taking this conversation forward. Parikshit, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to be a great conversation because while we're discussing about greater adoption of electric vehicles in India and having greater exports, there is geopolitics of electric vehicles as well. And it's not just about the finished product that we're talking. All the diplomats we have on this panel now, all of them are aware about the EV challenges. EVs clearly have three aspects of geopolitics. One, you've got the critical minerals, lithium, cobalt, nickel, all of that goes into making your electric vehicle batteries. The lithium supply chain is concentrated in 2 or 3 countries like Argentina, For example, Bolivia is another. China does not have lithium, but they do control 75% of lithium processing in the world. That gives them immense leverage. Then you have electric vehicle components such as motors, electric vehicle batteries. That's again concentrated in China, Japan, and South Korea, Europe to some extent. Then you've got finished products. Even there, China is a global leader. You see how BYD is giving Tesla a tough time, tough competition all across different jurisdictions, and all of these are concerns for countries all across the world. So EV diplomacy, geopolitics of electric vehicles, and how India can stay ahead. Let me kick this off by bringing in Ambassador Gautam Bambavle. Ambassador Bambavle, let me ask you about the India view. You've served as the Indian ambassador in China, in Pakistan. What's the example we need to take from China?
Well, you know, the whole morning and even right up till the previous session, we've been hearing how India is moving ahead with leaps and bounds in the manufacture of electric vehicles. And I think here is an example where we need to, as has been said by speakers earlier today, that we not only merely have to think about the Indian market, we should also look at markets abroad. We need to be competing with the United States and with China in exporting some of our vehicles, particularly the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers, where I think we have a competitive advantage. So I think we need to look at diplomacy from this angle too, where we can help the rest of the world, particularly in the global south, to clean up our air by using more electric vehicles, some of which may have been manufactured in India.
Right. Nick, I'd like to ask you about India-Australia cooperation when it comes to electric vehicles. Yes, we have a tie-up on critical minerals. We want to deepen that further with another trade agreement. When it comes to automotive exports, yes, they've jumped because of the free trade agreement that we have. But how can India and Australia work together on electric vehicles, not just for the greater good of both the countries, but for emerging markets, for the African Union, for example?
Well, can I start by thanking you very much for the opportunity to be here and with my good friends from the diplomatic community. Can I start by saying, as you know very well, Parikshit, the relationship between our two countries, Australia and India, has really moved ahead in recent years. It has both expanded and deepened, and of course our exchange now with India also touches on the topic for your seminar today, your conference today, around Green Bharat. Australia, as many of your viewers will know, has the largest supply deposit of lithium. We are one of the world's most important countries in terms of our huge reserves around critical minerals. So it's something that we are looking to, as you noted, work more closely with India in terms of encouraging Indian involvement in the development of our critical minerals industry. I know this is a bit unorthodox, but I have here, I'm not sure whether your viewers at home can see it, but
if our cameras can zoom in.
There is a map here I have which shows you both operating mines, nickel, lithium and cobalt, for example, but also mines that are underway, under development, and then where we have proven reserves. And we are, as I said, looking to work closely with India to see if we can get more Indian involvement in the development of that industry, and they will clearly play a big part in the development of your EVs industry. So that's an alignment between Australian raw materials, Indian expertise, and then exporting to the world. So there's one practical example of what we're trying to do to assist.
So clearly, big lithium reserves in Australia, that makes it very natural for India and Australia to work together on critical minerals. Let's also get a view from Norway. And Norway, ladies and gentlemen, has become the first country to make a full transition to electric vehicles, according to several reports. Martin, if I were to ask you, this was expected. This is happening at a great pace in Norway, the transition to electric vehicles. What I would like to ask you, what are Norway's view now in terms of EV diplomacy, working with countries like India, other like-minded partners, on not just working on strengthening our own supply chain, but for strengthening it for the world and making sure the EV supply chain is not controlled by one or two countries.
Yes, thank you so much. And also let me start by thanking you for having us here today and for this very important discussion. And as you point out, Norway is the country in the world that has the largest density of electric vehicles. Last month, actually, 96.9% of all vehicles sold in Norway were electric. And from next year, 2025, the government's goal is that all vehicles, passenger vehicles sold in Norway will be electric. And of course, it has taken time to come here. And to give you some perspective, we started in the 1990s. It took 4 years for the first 10,000 electric vehicles to be sold. And then later, it takes 4 weeks for the same number of vehicles to be sold. So the evolution has really been growing very, very fast. I think Norway has a lot to offer. We do collaborate with India on the green transition, on the electrification. We have, for example, in Norway, we have an electric vehicle association. It was started by the enthusiastic electric vehicle owners and the pioneers. They started this association. They worked very closely with the government, with the commercial partners to adopt standards, to develop regulations. So they have really great experience on how to change to this EV transition. And they work with a lot of other countries. They also work with enthusiasts here in India. They have been visiting recently, and they are sharing the lessons from Norway. I also think that in terms of trade, Norway and India, together with the other EFTA countries, we recently signed a free trade agreement. This will increase the trade, and green transition will be a very important part of that. One concrete example when we're talking about electric vehicles is this Norwegian company Sagavolt, which recently signed an MOU with an Indian company called Mass Tech Controls, and they will Mass Tech Controls will manufacture charging systems in India for this company Sagavolt. They will primarily first have the European and the US market as their market, but in the future, hopefully also India can be a market for that. And I think this is a really good example of how Norway and India collaborate on EV supply chains. And it's also a great example of how Norway contributes to the Make in India policy. So I believe that Norway, together with India, have a lot of good experiences that we can further enhance and also that we can share with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for those opening remarks. Christina, UK and India already have electric vehicles on the table in terms of collaboration and support. We're talking about lower tariffs on automobiles as a category in the free trade agreement that we're discussing. British International Investments is supporting companies in India like the Mahindra Group in rolling out electric vehicles. There has been a big round of funding from them. What I would like to ask you, what's the ambition now on the UK side to work with India on electric vehicles? What more can we expect? Yes, there is a free trade agreement. It's up to you to give us some light on that. But broadly, on electric vehicles, what's the ambition between the two countries, and especially in UK?
I think we have high ambition. We have high ambition to work bilaterally with India and multilaterally with partners who are sitting on the platform as well. And as you say, there's already quite a lot of joint collaboration going on. So we see that at a government-to-government level, where for a number of years now, for example, we've been working with NITI Aayog to help design some of the low-emission vehicle systems that are needed and that others have been talking about today. It was good to hear the minister talk about flagging off an electric bus in his speech. The company that bus belongs to is a company that was invested in by British Investment International, our investment branch. We are India's making investments into the UK. Tata Group has announced a £4 billion of gigafactory to be built in the southwest of England, recognising UK expertise in battery manufacturing, and that will be then providing batteries for the whole.
British company you're talking about buses, Switch Mobility? Switch Mobility?
Green Cell Mobility. Okay. That's right. And it's one of the big, running a platform, something like 8,000 buses now across India. So we have really high ambition. We're doing a lot already. We want to do more. I think the opportunities that will come will include things like great access to green finance, where the City of London is keen to help create innovative solutions for leveraging more money in. We do quite a lot on the government side already in terms of guarantees to the government of India for green investment. But there's probably more we can do in the green vehicle space. An FTA would help with that, and help particularly with giving confidence to British investors through a bilateral investment treaty to put their money into India and to support green transition here. So we're hopeful that we will get there, but there's lots going on despite that.
Yes, lots going on the FTA front. Cedric, we would like to ask you about India-African Union collaboration on EVs. Do you think India, as a large automotive manufacturing destination, can be a reliable supplier when we speak about diplomatic aid to countries in the African Union? Do you think EVs, electric vehicles, buses, two-wheelers, can be forms of aid with which India can support countries in the African Union with their energy transition, with their climate goals?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this important discussion. I think that India and Africa can collaborate in a number of areas, not only in terms of aid and the provision of these e-vehicles, but more importantly in ensuring that Africa benefits from the critical minerals which is owned. 30% of critical minerals is located in southern Africa, for example. Now, as recently as September, the IPSA ministers issued a declaration, and they did indicate there that the country of source, where these minerals are found, should also benefit and form part of the value chain. And I think this is important for Africa's industrialization, for its development. So I think as countries of the South, we should work collaboratively to ensure that all of us benefit from this energy and from this transition, and to address the global challenge of decarbonizing the global economy. There are specific areas in which India and Africa can collaborate. That includes transfer of technology, training and development, development in infrastructure, including ensuring that there are sufficient energy stations to recharge. Also addressing global systemic challenges, including the imposition of taxes on countries of the South to make their exports to the North taxable in terms of the border carbon taxes, which we feel is not quite in terms of the global agreements, nor is it compatible with WTO agreements. So I think there's a number of areas where through the G20 and other fora, including perhaps the WTO, we could arrange and discuss those things. So those are my preliminary comments, and South Africa itself is quite a significant hub in terms of the automotive industry. And now we also have to adapt, because as countries in the north and their regulators change and almost ban the ICE motor vehicles, we will also have to ensure that the exports meet those requirements. But in that transition, we also have to focus on a just transition. How do we ensure that jobs are created? How do we still address the issue of energy security in those countries? So I think the challenges are complex, but through collaboration, through work, both South and North-South, I think we will be able to address those. Thank you.
Right, some very important comments. And you know, as we're talking about, just ahead of this panel, we were talking about a one nation, one EV policy. Clearly, we need to have some standardization and streamlining of regulations all across countries, especially if we want to work together. Laghu, I'd like to get in a view from the World Bank. Currently, one of the major challenges to EV adoption in India is EV financing. The cost of credit, high interest rates on loans for people acquiring electric vehicles. Circularity, the recyclability of electric batteries. Now, these are very, very nascent technologies, so banks, financial institutions don't know how to bet on these for the future. We don't even know very well about the resale value of electric vehicles also so far. So what, according to you, are some of the common challenges all across the world which can be addressed?
Okay, interesting question, and thanks, first of all, for this interesting title of the session, EV diplomacy. I never heard about it, and I was a little worried, what will I speak in this session, but thank you very much. I'll do my best. You have identified all the relevant challenges, and I was just listening to you in the previous session. You talk about, how long you can survive on the subsidies. And in a country like India, you have multiple priorities. EV is not the, all your part of your solutions. So when you have multiple priorities and such a big scenario, and when you are targeting 30 by 30 or those kind of a target, how long you can survive based on the subsidy. You need to have an instrument which unlock the commercial finance. Okay. Ultimately, people need to have access to the affordable financing with a terms and condition, if not less, at least at par with the ICE vehicle. Okay. Coming back to your point, I think one interesting aspect is that now, if you look at any kind of any new technology transition, not only EV, be about solar panels or if you look at the history, any transition of technology start from it take a kind of a S curve. Okay. The bottom of the S curve is always like a discovery stage. Okay. Discovery and initial stage, we can say. This is the stage when everybody is unaware about the technology, how the technology will react. We can't invest in that. That's where the government will pitch in. And that's what we are at that phase. Two-wheeler and three-wheeler, we are in the advanced stage. In buses, public buses, we are at a, again at an advanced, at a bit of a commercial stage. But when it comes on school buses, when it comes on intercity buses, we are still at an initial stage. We are, as you said, the commercial banks are still not lending. Okay, that's a lot of reluctance is there. So the ultimate, while it's very important for government to provide the infrastructure, invest hugely in the infrastructure, be it power infrastructure or the charging infrastructure or through the subsidy, so that some confidence should come into the market. Because unless the vehicles will come into the market, how will the ecosystem will understand the performance of the those particular vehicles? That started happening. Now what is the way forward? We have reached at their level. So Bharat is talking about our fascinating story of the e-bus, what India has done. We, through the aggregation, through those grand challenge model, which in such a complex country with a 3 level of, I would say, democracy, we achieved that kind of a grand challenge in the aggregation and reduced the total cost of ownership buses by 30% in 2 years of time, even without subsidy. So that's the fascinating story which we are creating. Now, what is the way forward? The way forward would be we need to create an instrument, de-risking instrument, where each 1 rupees of the government can unlock the 10 rupees of the commercial banks. Okay, that's where we need to go in that direction. And as a bank, so when we talk about the World Bank, we have 3 arms. One is the World Bank, which I belong to, IBRD, which lend to the national and subnational government. One is the IFC, International Finance Corporation, which work with the corporates and the and we have AMIGA, which is guarantee arm of international investment arms for multilateral. So all we collectively called as a World Bank group. And we are working on a multiple de-risking and credit enhancement instrument where, the leveraging ratio of public money, I also call World Bank money as a public money. Ultimately, we have a shareholders across the globe. How that $1 can be leveraged into at least $5. It should not be a ratio of 1:1. Otherwise, it's a subsidy. Right. Okay. So, we call it a de-risking instrument. So how the ecosystem can work, and where we work with the kind of a commercial banks that you go ahead, you lend. If something bad happened, you have a backstopping.
We'll take care of it.
We'll take care of it. So that's why we are working in those directions, how to leverage the financing. And when I talk about the S curve, okay, and that the whole purpose is to take from stage 1 to the commercial financing stage, commercial uptake, where the government role should remain only the enabling policy and the regulations. And the lending should work on an autopilot mode.
Right. Now, that's a very important point. And Cedric, if we can get you in at this stage, what Laghu spoke about from a World Bank perspective is that they are providing de-risking instruments. Governments in some countries are coming in as guarantor of loans being given to the EV sector. Do you think this is how countries in the African Union can be supported with their EV transition? Do you think that is an area we can work together?
I think that is quite significant that those loans, if it can be de-risked, because if you look at the interest that African countries pay towards the World Bank, the high levels of those interests compared to countries in the north is partly as a result of the risk, the perceived risk that African loans pose. So if the World Bank and other financial institutions can de-risk it, it will make the loan cheaper and therefore finance available. So that is one way of doing it. So that's on the financing part. But I think that a country like India, for example, you have your internal market, but if you create your industries also on the continent through the continental free trade area, the African continental free trade area, you have access to all of those markets, 1.3 billion people. So I think there's also an incentive for Indian companies to set up factory within the continent and not just export, and thereby accessing a market of 1.3 billion people. That market, through the African Union and its countries, also have access to the European market and through through the USA, through AGOA. So I think there's significant incentives in terms of the free trade agreements that Africa have and African countries, and the creation of the Continental Free Trade Agreement to incentivize Indian companies to set up factories in the continent and to contribute to the production capacity of the continent
So
itself.
Indian companies make in Africa for the greater good, create more employment, and make cheaper vehicles rather than importing vehicles which are expensive. That is a good point. Let me get in Mr. Bambable once again. Ambassador Bambable, is the geopolitics over electric vehicles set to worsen, set to fire up even further with Trump in the White House?
Well, there are going to be some kind of higher tariffs on certain countries. We'll have to wait and watch which those countries are. But without answering your question, as you know, Parikshit, since my retirement from the Indian Foreign Service, I've been involved with Ola Electric. And I want to give this whole concept of EV diplomacy a kickstart by inviting each of these gentlemen and ladies who are on the stage to come and see our Ola Electric factories, which are just outside Bangalore in Tamil Nadu. I would like to invite them all to come and see us, because seeing is believing. And you can visit both the two-wheeler factory as well as the cell factory. This is an open invitation. I do hope you will take it up, and my colleagues from Ola Electric are here today. So we will follow up with all of you and give EV diplomacy a kickstart.
That's a great point, sir. And I'm sure they would all like to visit the factory and see what Ola is doing in terms of breakthroughs in EV manufacturing and cell manufacturing as well. Martin, if I were to come to you, looking at the geopolitical challenges, looking at the change in administration in the US under Biden has already slapped 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs. The European Union has also slapped very high tariffs. So where does Europe want to go with these high tariffs on China, and where does that leave room for cooperation with countries like India?
Thank you. That's a very, very challenging question. But first, thank you so much for that invitation. I'm sure that all Norwegians would feel very welcome at your factory. Ola is, as you probably know, the most common first name for a Norwegian man. So we will feel very welcome. So thank you. I think rather maybe than answering that quite challenging question, I would like to tell a little bit from the Norwegian story and how we managed to actually become this country with the highest density of electric vehicles, because I do understand that that's the direction that India also wants to take, and maybe some of the lessons may be useful. And I think that you did touch upon this very much in your previous session, you know, on policies in Norway. The government introduced lots of privileges to people driving electric vehicles. So, for example, when you drive an electric vehicle, you can drive in the bus lane, so you avoid jams. You can park for free, and parking is normally very expensive. tax and toll are exempted for electric vehicles, and also the insurance premium is lower for electric vehicles. So that is in terms of economic or policies, basically. And then, of course, when you buy an electric vehicle, it's much cheaper than buying a normal vehicle. Also, the government has invested very robustly in the what do you call it, the infrastructure. So charging stations, they are now available everywhere, and this has of course led to this transition to electric vehicle, but also it has made a lot of technology development. It has made a lot of startups come up within this sphere. So I do believe that there is a lot of positive development that can come with this transition, and India has high ambitions. And India has a very good trajectory towards a green transition. So eventually also the electric vehicles will be powered by green energy. So that may also help the air pollution here in Delhi, for example. So I think that there is a lot to learn from a conversation like today with other countries, and that we can collaborate and that we can find solutions together and move forward towards an electric vehicle transition, despite of the geopolitical challenges that we may
of
face.
course, there is clear like-mindedness. As you said, the genesis of OLA's EV brands as well. It was a European company that was acquired, and of course, that was, I think that was a transferable battery, but that was later converted. The whole scooter was converted into a fixed battery scooter. But Nick, I would like to ask you, when we speak about EV diplomacy, give us a sense of what India and Australia can do together.
Well, look, I spoke a little bit about the role that we can play in terms of supplying critical minerals into your EV industry here, and that's something that, as you noted, is underway. We do currently export some of those materials here to India, but we're hopeful that there'll be greater volumes coming, and we
Like
again.
for example, when we have Quad, can the Quad work towards some sort of strengthening of EV supply chains in the entire Indo-Pacific region?
Yes, look, the Quad, as again some of your viewers will know, it has a rather complicated sounding program called the Quad Clean Energy Supply Chain Diversification Program. And Australia, along with the other 3 countries involved in the Quad, has kicked in 27 crore rupees, or about $50 million in our currency. And what that will do is it will encourage Australian private sector enterprises to partner with local organisations in South Asia, across ASEAN and the Pacific, and fund joint projects that are looking at solar, EV, batteries, etc. So there's one specific concrete example of where the Quad, I think, is seeking to do just that.
Right. Christine, if we were to ask you about the ambition on electric vehicles and what UK and India can do together in the region, in South Asia, in other emerging and vulnerable nations, what would that be? And frankly, if India wants to take that leadership role in electric vehicle manufacturing, in supporting and being a reliable partner for the world in EVs, what are some of the regulatory changes that we need to bring? And that would be possibly my question to all panelists here. Norway has an excellent experience of transitioning to EVs. So does UK with automobiles, Australia. I would like to ask you, from UK's point of view, what can India do to make itself a more lucrative destination for EV manufacturing and also being a reliable supplier?
Well, India's already doing a lot, and we've heard from ministers and people better qualified than me to talk about the India story. One of the things India's doing, which is great, is leaning into the Zero Emission Vehicles Transition Council, which is an international grouping which was set up by the UK and by the US, which is precisely looking at these kind of cross-cutting, cross-boundary issues and thinking about how we can work together to push forward low-emission vehicles. And we've just, at the last COP that was just announced, was a new partnership between the Zero Emission Vehicles Transition Council and India, a new partnership agreement, which is going to see India do work in third countries and to support this agenda. So it's already happening. I think there's more we can do. I think bilaterally, like others, there are areas where the UK or South Africa or Australia have expertise and skills, where India's incredible innovative manufacturing capability can help us transition front scales or R&D, whether that's in battery recycling or extracting critical minerals in a sustainable way, and working with Indian expertise to sort of scale that up and take that to the world. So I think those are the possible examples.
Right. Nick, if I were to ask you again, because in your opening remarks, you showed us the map and you focused on the lithium reserves that Australia has, but what, according to you, would be the major challenges that you see for Australia at the moment? China does not have the kind of lithium reserves which Argentina, Bolivia, Australia might have, but they control the processing of lithium in a big way, 70 to 75% of that. That definitely poses a challenge to the rest of the world, to manufacturers and to nations. How is Australia trying to overcome that and becoming self-reliant and stronger in its own way on that front in the coming years?
Well, look, challenging question, another challenging question from you, Parikshit, but look, Australia is looking to partner with countries with whom it enjoys close and productive relationships, and India is one of those countries. We do not produce electric vehicles in Australia. It's something that our government is thinking deeply about in terms of manufacturing more in Australia, not electric vehicles as far as I understand, but we, like India, our government recently announced a future made in Australia, a bit like your Make in India. And there is another opportunity for our two governments to look together. Our Prime Minister met your Prime Minister last month in the margins of the G20 in Rio, and they agreed that there were synergies between those two projects. And certainly in our case, there is good incentives to encourage investments in the critical minerals industry in Australia. So I'm going to tack away from tackling the question about China and processing and just say that Australia is thinking deeply about the challenges that countries with whom we enjoy close relations are facing as well, and we're looking to deepen cooperation, including with India, in and around these challenges.
Right. Laghu, give us a sense of what India can do in terms of a partner in South Asia, in Indo-Pacific, in African Union. With the huge automobile manufacturing base that we can have, what can we do? And especially, what our Deputy High Commissioner from South Africa had to say, they would like Indian companies to go and manufacture. And friendshoring, onshoring, that is the big theme right now. When we think about that, what can India do to be a leader in EV technology?
So, as far as you know, 60% of the two-wheeler market in Africa is Indian companies, okay, which is already very well established ecosystem, I would say, and India is leading in the African market. And what I can see is that with a less complex powertrain and assembly line the EV has, it's become more and more opportunity for the EV industry in India to explore such market. With the innovation and the startups we have, like including OLA and Ather, I think it's a huge market established. And another area where I found is the electric buses, okay, which can now, I remember we used to have 2 to 3 companies. Now we have series of 8 to 9 companies manufacturing in India the e-buses. So it's time to go outside crossing the borders. And one area which I think is where we can work is the standardization and the quality products. Okay, we need the products which are in terms of standards and specification at par with the global standards, because so that we are not only manufacturing for India, we are manufacturing for the globe. Okay, and that will make a major difference, because you cannot have a 2 different assembly line and a manufacturing line. And that's where we need to work upon. And I think we are already in that direction, so it's not that we are not working.
Let me just take that question with Martin as well. Martin, one way that Norway achieved that 96-98% EV registration mark was through very streamlined regulations. But if you had to standardize this or work towards standardization across jurisdictions, countries you want to do more EV business with, what would be the starting point? Is there any conversation with countries like India or countries in the African Union for that matter?
I think that's an excellent question, and of course that would help a lot with the standardized standards and regulations. I think one lesson that we have in Norway is that the consumers themselves, they organized and they were very active, partnering with the government, partnering with the industry to make sure that they could actually benefit from being EV drivers. So I think mobilizing also the consumers, the buyers of the vehicles, that is definitely something that has worked in Norway, and I believe that might work elsewhere as well.
Right. Ambassador Bambavle, if we were to ask you to put your diplomatic hat on, give us a sense of what can be the right strategy for India's EV diplomatic push. Like we were talking about having a one nation, one EV policy for India, to have a cohesive regulation across the country, can we have a very strong EV diplomacy policy or EV export policy through which we can actually be a winner in the EV transition around the world?
No, I think, you know, the government would have to assist in the first steps, the first stages of the exports of Indian EVs. I think the government of India will have to come in and help out in some kind of subsidy for the consumers and for the producers. But that would be a short period of time. I think we are competitive enough and we have the scale at which we will be manufacturing soon, where we'll be very competitive with other countries and we will be able to sell and export to other countries, not only in the global south, but also in the north. But eventually, I completely agree with the Deputy High Commissioner of South Africa that the answer will be to go there to other countries and set up our own manufacturing capabilities there, because that is the only option. You can't keep on exporting from home. So I think that is a 10-year strategy that the government of India would have to assist private industry in India. I think private industry in India is up to the challenge. But a little bit of hand-holding will be required in the early stages, but then later on, I'm sure private Indian industry will be able to run on its own.
Right. Let me take closing remarks from all our panelists. Let me begin with Christine. Christine, give us your thoughts about how UK views these geopolitical tensions around electric vehicles, and how does it plan to secure itself for the future?
I think we see them as opportunities, or we try to see them as opportunities. And, you know, why we're all sitting on this platform, why we're all here and worrying about these issues is because we share the same objectives and goals in terms of a net zero transition. And we can only do that by being really bold. We can only do that through incredible innovation. We can only do that through sort of unprecedented collaboration and partnership. And that's what we're all talking about, really, in different ways. And, you know, I came here today in a Jaguar I-Pace vehicle, which is, you know, great British company now owned by an Indian company, creating an absolute top-of-the-range electric vehicle. I think about the Tata investments into the UK. You know, the UK can only go on its journey.
How can you forget Royal Enfield?
Well, there's the long list. But the UK can only make its, you know, zero carbon commitments if it partners, and we see India as absolutely the top of the list for us in terms of partnerships, and so it's a relationship that goes both ways. We all stand to benefit from this sort of collaboration.
Right. Cedric, your final thoughts, and something that you'd like all of us to think about when we speak about EV diplomacy. It's often very easy to say things, but getting things on paper, getting things done is difficult. Tell us about your aspiration.
Yeah. No, I think what we would want to see is that Africa should not only be viewed as a victim of climate change, to which it has not contributed. Africa can play a role in driving our quest for a reduced carbon footprint through our economic activity. Africa is not only the consumer of your products, but wants to be a key role player, an active participant, whether it is in the manufacturing of these vehicles, these batteries, the beneficiation of its critical minerals. It is not the Africa of 50 years ago, and so I think we need to change our mindset on how we view Africa. South Africa will certainly use the G20 presidency to articulate this position and to make sure that Africa becomes a central player. Because you see, if you look at growth and economic growth in future, it will be Asia, largely driven by India, and the African continent, with its massive population and potential market that will drive economic growth. So do not see Africa as a liability, as a recipient only, but as a partner that can be equal to the task of this transition into a greener economy. I think that is what I want to leave with you.
No, I think a big round of applause for that. And I would just like to say and add to that, Cedric, that when it comes to the African Union, South Africa, for example, be it Reliance Industries, be it Bharti Airtel, be it Mahindra and Mahindra, for Bajaj Auto, TVS, Ola, all these companies, Africa is such a big market. There's so much more to be done. But as Ambassador and you also said, when we speak about EV diplomacy, you also have to think about the aspirations of the other nation and what the other country wants. Nick, if we were to ask you about what India and Australia could do in terms of clean mobility, zero-emission vehicles for the future, what would be the roadmap? We're discussing the next phase of our trade cooperation. What kind of avenues would that open up?
Well, look, much like Christina, the job of the High Commission here in New Delhi, is to look for areas where we have expertise or raw materials and work as closely as possible with India in the greater game in terms of net zero and green economy. And there are some prospective areas where we are doing things. You said a bit earlier, rather than just talking about these things, delivery, doing things. So if I can just provide as my final point, one specific example, Australia and India last month announced a renewable energy partnership. So that looks good on paper, but what are we actually going to do? And I'm pleased to say that during the course of next year, we will be establishing in partnership with India a rooftop solar academy, which is going to train thousands of Indian solar technicians to feed directly into your Prime Minister's goal to have 10 million rooftop solar units. And so there's a specific example of an outcome from a shared desire and goal.
Right. Laghu, I'll put a tricky question to you. India has been slightly slow in finalizing FTAs. Do you feel when you speak about increased EV exports, more EV diplomacy, the first question is drop trade barriers, make it more open to do business?
Tough for me to answer, you're right actually. I really don't have, as a bank, we believe in the free trade, but as a country, I would say I'm not allowed to answer such kind of, I will be a bit hesitant to answer, but I'll pass on to my other panelists to be very frank.
Okay, any one thought that you'd like to leave us with? We've got panelists from Europe, UK, India, the African Union. What can we do together in order to have a very strong supply chain of electric vehicles and then support the needs of each other as well?
So, as a World Bank, where we play a role is connecting the dots, okay? So everybody is there, probably we have an overarching view, okay, because we have a global presence. And for many, we are a development lending institution, but we are a knowledge institution too, okay? World Bank is hugely invest into the knowledge, resource mobilization to the knowledge. We support the countries across the globe in with a common agenda of climate change mitigation and those, decarbonization of transportation and decarbonization of industry and all those things. And every country has a different priorities. Every country has a different socio-economic, political circumstances. How to customize all those policies and regulations, that's the one area. And when it comes on diplomacy, the question which you're asking, We would rather work on a knowledge diplomacy. Okay. So when we have a knowledge from Norway, we have a knowledge from India, how it can be transferred, and one region can leverage the knowledge from the other region. That's where our larger role is. Okay. And that's I would say that's the first advantage as a global institution we have. The landing and everything comes later. Okay, the knowledge diplomacy comes first. Okay, I can always learn from the Norway, but the India and Africa may have different priorities. India is leading into two-wheeler, three-wheeler in the bus market, while Norway is leading into the car market. So, but there is something to learn, but it has to be replicated in a different way, probably in the other region, and that's where we play the role.
Yeah, because countries in Africa, such as South Africa and even India, they are much bigger than Norway, much denser in terms of population, and city to city things change completely. And the weather, of course, sometimes can be not so conducive either. But Ambassador Mbable, my final set of questions to both you and Martin. What I'd like to ask you, Ambassador Mbable, is what can the private sector do? We often keep asking what governments can do in terms of having incentives for EVs, policies, and work with other countries. But what can the private sector do to support this EV transition globally?
Well, what the private sector can do, and which it is attempting to do, is to lower costs and improve efficiency. And I think in the EV space, we are beginning to see that. And as scales increase, you will see that costs get even lower. And as we adopt a faster EV technology in India and contribute to a green Bharat, we will also be contributing to a greener Earth and a greener globe.
Right. And Martin, final thoughts as OLA, as Norway is winning its EV transition. You've got a Norway pension fund. Clearly, you have the technology, you've got the experience and the money. What does Norway now want to offer the world? And final thoughts that you'd like to leave all our panelists with.
Thank you so much, and I believe that all of us on this panel, we really commend India for their high ambitions when it comes to zero emissions, when it comes to the green transition, and I believe we are all here to collaborate and to help as much as we can, because it's not only for India, but it's actually for the rest of us that India succeeds. So when it comes to the EV transition, Norway, the government, the EV Association of Private Car Holders, the Norwegian businesses, we are all eager to share our experience and to help as much as we can and to collaborate to also gain more experience and more knowledge from our part. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mbable, Martin, Laghu, Nick, Cedric, and Christine for joining us on the panel. It's been a thorough masterclass from top diplomats and the World Bank on how to win the EV diplomacy battle in a volatile geopolitical environment. And interesting times. We've got Trump in the White House, and things are only going to get more interesting in the months to come. Thank you for watching.
Huge round of applause for that stellar panel. I couldn't agree more with Pariksha. It's really a masterclass of the finest minds on stage. I'll just request all our guests to come together so that we can get a lovely picture with all of them, please. Thank you so much once again for taking out the time and joining us, and for those insightful conversation and discussion as well. But ladies and gentlemen, as we said, this is not it, right? We have many more conversations that we want to bring to you with really the various facets of this EV landscape. So let's move to our next discussion, ladies and gentlemen. And for that, we will be talking about something that makes lives very, very interesting for people like me and you, right? This is what we discuss almost every day, that if I need to buy an EV, how can it be more accessible for me and how can it be more affordable for me? Exactly what we'll hear in our next conversation. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Bhavya Dilip Kumar, the principal correspondent at moneycontrol.com, who in fact will be steering this conversation, which is aptly titled Democratizing Green Mobility. But also, let's give it up for the stellar panel that will be joining Bhavya for this conversation. Rakesh Ranjan, CEO, Food Delivery at Zomato. We have Sudhakar Reddy, founder and CEO at FreshBuzz, and Ankush Agarwal, CEO at OLA Financial Services, completing this lovely panel. And Bhavya, the floor is all yours. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a huge round of applause once as we welcome our stellar panel, please?
Thank you so much, Riddhima, for that intro. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Hope you're all having a great, insightful day, because definitely I am. And Delhi is super cold, especially I am from the southern part of India, where we start wearing sweaters when the sky turns slightly grey. I think Sudhakar can relate to it. But we're going to try and heat up this conversation a little bit for all of us. So, we also have a very wonderful 360-degree panel, right? Who's who of mobility is here. So, the topic that we are going to talk about, right? Democratization of green mobility. Now, this is very, very pertinent to have a dialogue. But the topic is also very broad-based, right? So, I want each one of you to tell us, what does this mean for you in your sector that you operate in, right? What does democratizing mean for you in terms of EV mobility?
Sure. Thanks, Bhavya. We operate across almost 850 cities in the country, and we have a monthly active delivery partner base of around 4.5 lakh, right? So for us, democratization means easy access to electric vehicles for all the partners. Now, the moment you look at the scale in these two dimensions, which is number of cities and number of delivery partners, the problem statement changes entirely. So we are not talking about only how do we get access to electric vehicles in the top 5 or 7 cities of the country, but we are talking about a town which has a 50,000 population or an 80,000 population. How do we get electric vehicles there? And by the nature of it, it's not only about getting the vehicle out there, but how do you create the right support infrastructure, charging infrastructure, after sales, and so on and so forth, right? So that's, for us, the size of the problem is fairly wide and fairly deep as well.
Right. Sudhakar?
So let me quickly introduce FreshBuzz. Just before FreshBuzz, this is my second startup. My first one was AbhiBus. So it's a marketplace where we sell bus tickets online. So I was handling at AbhiBus, we were selling about 80,000 seats per day. And at a marketplace, we had about 300,000 buses operated by 3,000 bus operators, be it small to big, and public road transport corporations. So the India moves on bus. I think today morning the remarks made by the Gadkari ji and other few high-profile people over here. So they said the bus is something which is everybody are focusing on. I think yes, the 300,000 buses are diesel buses, and now we just took a pledge that we want to make all 300,000 buses electric. So in that phase, what we've done is that we started becoming an EV bus operator, fleet operator. So the FreshBuzz runs about 20 buses, and the mission is to make about as much as the transition from the diesel buses to the electric buses.
Wonderful. Ankush?
Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for having me. For us, so in fact, I would take the liberty to slightly change the panel topic what we had, right? So we said it was, how can we democratize electric vehicles? In fact, at Ola, what we do is we think of it in the other way around. We actually believe electric vehicles can, in fact, democratize mobility in itself. Now, just to give context over there, there's 1 in every 4 or 5 adults in India currently has ownership of a two-wheeler. So it means there's a lot of white space for us to grow into, not just as EV, but overall as the automotive industry. That's the challenge that we have to solve for. And how we solve for that is by having high-performing vehicles in different price segments designed for the consumer needs. And that's what we are working towards.
Wonderful. Yeah, I think OLA is trying to solve the affordability and availability aspect of the democratization as well. But Rakesh, I want to come to you now. So as per recent stats, what we hear is that the last mile delivery segment will be growing at around $6.3 billion by 2025, which is now, right? And transportation and logistics are contributing to about 10 to 15% of the population with respect to the overall vehicles. Now, I understand that last mile delivery vehicles can't only solve the pollution issue, but with Zomato, can you give us some data as to how many of your fleet is electrified already, where exactly the stage is, but how hard or easy is the transition for you?
Okay. So first up is that we have actually taken a pledge that we want our entire fleet to be electrified by 2030. And again, given the size of the problem that I mentioned, it's a fairly ambitious goal and a target to take. So that's the first part of it. I think for us, we started on this journey around 2.5 years back when we announced these goals, and we also unveiled it last year, December, around this time. And then post then is when we have started working on it. Our electric vehicle penetration, if I would say, would be in the range of around 9 to 10%. Given the size of the business and the width of the business, that is actually a fairly good milestone to get to within 1.5 years of starting out, right? So we are 5 years more ahead of us. As and when the ecosystem catches up, because that's one of the larger challenges that's been for us, is that the ecosystem has slightly trailed than what we thought it would be at this point of time. And that remains the biggest challenge for us to be able to get a larger part of our fleet electrified. Challenges have been many. First up is that while we are in 840 plus cities, the electric vehicles are only in around 30 to 50 cities, right? So we've not been able to get more electric vehicles outside the top 30, 50 cities. So that's the first challenge. How do we get to cities beyond that? Even in the cities that we are operating, our electric fleet, we largely have to rely on fleet operators because the individual ownership of electric two-wheelers is almost non-existent in the space that we operate.
Right.
The preference for our delivery partners is still to buy a second-hand ICE bike versus trying to buy a new electric vehicle, which is slightly more expensive, they're unsure, and so on and so forth. So that's been the second challenge for us because we are largely limited by the scale of fleet operators right now. Third is that in the absence of any incentives for delivery partners to use an electric vehicle, it has largely become a source where one who cannot access an ICE bike is a one who's trying to access an EV bike, right? And that automatically limits the funnel to a large extent. For us, the cost of doing a delivery is slightly higher on electric vehicles as compared to ICE bike, right? So for us, it's so-called not great business, just if you look at it economically and financially on a cost economics basis. Of course, as a responsible business, it's something that we want to build upon. So largely these three challenges have been there for us.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that, but Ankush, do you want to come in here? Because he said owning these, for the drivers, owning electric vehicle is not incentivized, right? So do you want to come in here? Because I think Ola has also recently said that they'll get into delivery specific vehicles as well. So what do you want to say for this?
First of all, I completely agree with what Rakesh mentioned that the incentive for a delivery guy or whoever, a gig worker, fundamentally it should make economic sense for them to buy an electric vehicle. It does make sense for a bunch of them, but the correct product for few of them did not exist until now, which is where we have launched a new product very recently. We've announced the Ola Gig and Gig Plus platform, which is very attractively priced at starting from 39,999 and gives you a significant range. On average, I believe a delivery guy would travel around 80 to 100 kilometers a day on an outer edge, and that is the range that these scooters can give you easily. And it comes with a swappable battery. So the infrastructure is falling into place for that problem to be solved now.
Understood. Got it. Now, Sudhakar, I want to come to you here because you operate in a completely different segment, right? Like I can't take a bus and charge it at home and like start using it. But how do you, because your transition is huge, because from Abi Bus to Fresh Bus, you've completely transformed to an EV company itself, right? So how do you see the transition? Was it easier to convince a lot of bus fleet operators to do it? How was your journey?
So there are multiple things to why we started Fresh Bus. Just a quick background is that first is that India has so many operators, very, very unorganized. So what we want to do is just do an organized play. So that can be, that will enhance the customer experience. So that's the whole point of thinking about Fresh Bus. So that can be achieved on the diesel buses as well, right? So just a unified experience, right? But actually what is happening is the unit economics in the bus, for running a bus per kilometer is about 70 rupees for running a diesel bus. In that 38 rupees per kilometer is purely going to the fuel, which is diesel. So whereas that in terms of the electric bus, it's 8 rupees per kilometer. So the significant unit economics which is helping to take this the business forward, right? So I think for us it's costing about 48 rupees versus 70 rupees of a diesel bus. Yes, I think because we are front running it, so we are facing a lot of challenges in terms of the building up the charging infrastructure, because we can't use as you said rightly, that we can't use the domestic chargers of 60 kilowatt or 120 kilowatt because the batteries of the bus are 420 kilowatts. So it takes 7 hours to charge a bus. So what we have done is high capacity chargers of 240, 360, and now we're talking about a 1 megawatt charger as well. So that will fasten the charging. Like now it takes about 1.5 hours to charge. So for that we have to invest, especially where we don't get to those working with others. It has to be specially designed for us. So which we are starting that, putting these charging stations in place, and then giving that customer experience. And we are all able to do this together with the unit economics in hand. So that's something which is great, I think, but there are a lot of challenges out there. The OEMs have to get ready, quality OEMs have to get ready, and also the financial institutions have to come forward to support our vision. Because today no bank has seen these assets, because no banks are coming forward to lend. They're asking about a 30-40% of equity margin and a personal guarantees and the collaterals and to fund these assets. So these are becoming challenge, I think. So the 2-3 challenges what we see are taking this vision forward are, one is the financial institutions coming forward and taking those calls, at least reasonable calls, not aggressive bets, but reasonable calls, and also the OEM quality OEMs. All the bus OEMs, just before the session, they were saying about 8-9 OEMs are present in the country. But the problem is everybody are focusing towards building the intra-city where they are subsidized by the government and all. So there are no quality OEMs out there. So we want the Volvos and the Scanias, Mercedes kind of people to come forward and build these buses for us.
Right, yeah. I think that's an important thing to note, because Amitabh Kant was here in the morning and he stressed upon how bus operators, bus OEMs should move towards electric, right? But you mentioned, but you also have 20 buses, EV buses so far. So how did you convince those fleet operators to go electric?
No, that's what I think it was hard, right? So what we have done is I became a fleet operator now. So what I've done is that I took the 20 assets on a leasing platform. Again, we started teaching the leasing companies. We partnered with Macquarie. Macquarie is one of the largest asset management company. So they came forward, but definitely the leasing companies are very, very expensive. But we took that plunge of like investing, the charging stations and also taking those calls, so that we want to transition this industry of entire diesel buses to the electric buses. So we took those calls. Obviously, I think maybe over a period of time, once we have 300, 400 assets in the next, by 100, we'll be 100 by June.
Oh,
and
okay.
And once we cross about certain volume of 300, 400, then we will go back to the industry and ask them to prove this is working. The unit economics are working much better. Why don't you transition from the diesel to this? And we'll help in that. So that's what we are working.
Wonderful. So I've got one headline from you with that. Thank you for that. So Ankush, I want you to come in here. So both of them spoke about what they dealt with the partners, right? Like driver partners, delivery partners. How do you see it with the consumers? Because you're directly dealing with consumers, right? Even though two-wheelers have grown much faster, it's the fastest growing, in fact, among EVs. But what's that hesitation point among consumers that you see today? Is it affordability, or what's that point?
So, so the transition to electric has already happened. I think there was a few people debating about when is the inflection happening or how long is it going to take. No one is going to debate, is it going to happen or not? Electrification is bound to happen. And we fundamentally believe the inflection point is right now. We have certain states where, across the country, where the electric scooter penetration is close to 50%. And if you look at the past trends, the electrification is only increasing month on month. So the inflection is happening as we speak. And as I mentioned earlier, our focus has been to broaden and diversify our product portfolio, have different products at different price points, getting to every single customer's needs. So today what we have is we have products starting from 40,000 rupees going all the way up to a high performance vehicle, which is the S1 Pro at 1.4. So having high performance vehicles at different price points is the key priority for us.
But the range anxiety, is it coming down? Do you see that coming down among employees, among consumers?
I've never heard that anxiety from consumers, actually.
Really?
Yeah. So
Wow.
it's a debate that we normally have inside rooms, smaller rooms, where we use cars. For two-wheelers, however, the average use case that Gadkari ji had also mentioned, a study was done, and the average use case is 25 to 28 kilometers a day, whereas an electric scooter with a 4-kilowatt battery can give you up to 190 kilometers in a single charge. So range anxiety is customers. It was the initial adoption apprehension, but now you see EVs all across the country.
We are in a much matured market now for that.
I just want to add to that. Range anxiety, definitely maybe not so much heard amongst regular customers, but definitely something that comes up for gig workers quite a bit. If you look at, of course, now Ola has introduced something in the relatively lower price segment, which has decent range as well. If you look at how much a delivery partner typically drives, how much distance a delivery partner typically drives on Zomato, it will be in the range of 80 to 100 kilometers. And then, of course, they want to go back home as well, right? So you're looking at a range in the range of 100 to 140 kilometers, which most low-cost, relatively low-cost EVs that are present in the country right now clearly don't give, right? So for them, range anxiety is actually very real, right? So if they want to maximize their earning through gig work, that's the kind of distance that they're looking for. And second, they wanted high speed as well, right? Because traffic is very high. So between two red lights, you have to sort of accelerate slightly faster to be able to sort of move around and have a productive day. So for our delivery partners, range anxiety is real.
Not just the buyers, I think even people who are traveling inside the bus has a range anxiety as well. So because I think a lot of times at the times in the options when they are choosing the bus, today they're choosing diesel bus over an electric bus because of the what if something happens on the road, right? So then we have to educate the customer, right? Hey, this is not going to be the case. And we have brought up an assured program that if something happens, I have to give you a 200% back. So that anxiety is still there in the minds of the consumers or the travelers.
That's interesting. So when we talk of affordability, I think all three of you should chip in here. Rakesh, I want to start off with you. I think you touched upon it. One of the challenges that you highlighted was that, it's a costly affair for you, for Zomato as well. So how do you handle that? And also, if you can put some numbers out, right, for an initial EV transition phase for your last mile delivery, how high is it, and how are you managing that?
So it is slightly higher. It's not a lot higher, but in the kind of business that we exist, which is absolutely ice wafer thin margin, if I can say that, even that small 1 rupee per kilometer or 1 rupee per order is actually pretty high. So it's in that range. I think because we have consciously taken a goal to be 100% electrified by 2030, that's a cost that we are saying, okay, it's good for the environment, it's good for the country, and hence good for the business. That's the best way that we are trying to look at it right now. But there's another aspect. We believe that electric vehicles will create a lot more equity, right? Because electric vehicles have started in the gig work space, largely in the rental model, it creates a lot of equity for delivery partners, and especially for our migrant workers. So when migrants sort of come into the large city, they don't have the money to buy a bike, and sometimes not even the right documentation, etc., to be able to rent bike from a local operator, right? For them, having access to electric vehicles gets them become a part of the gig work force, which they would not have been able to otherwise be, right? So we also see that it also creates more equity with our delivery partners. While it does come at a cost, slight bit of higher cost, but with that, we can manage our peak demands better, right? We can manage our fringe localities better, and so on. So there is also some indirect benefit that the business accrues as well. And that's why a lot of focus has been on creating a large ecosystem of fleet partners, large ecosystem of financing partners. We have close to 45 fleet partners that we work with. And all of that is available on our app. So they don't have to go through a physical sort of office or a place to be able to access all of that. We, at city level, we also conduct what we call as EV bazaars, where we bring in a bunch of OEMs, financing partners, training partners, to get delivery partners used to trying testing these products so that they can adopt as well.
Right, but Rakesh, if let's say a new entrant is coming up, an entrepreneur wants to build in the food delivery or quick commerce space, and if they want to induct full EVs, will they be able to do it? Because is the cost much higher that a new entrant can't do it? But Zomato is fairly a large company now, right?
Yeah. So there are two ways, right? One is that, let's say, because there is a defined set of earnings that a delivery partner on EV would definitely make, the ease of underwriting that asset becomes better than ever before, right? Because you know that this gig worker will make at least so much money, right? Okay. So the underwriting is slightly better and easier, and hence that facilitates a slightly higher adoption of EVs, even for independent bike owners to sort of come in, right? So that's one of the biggest things. Second thing that we have been actually thinking of is that should we also buy EVs of our own? The trouble with that is that we are not in the business of operating a fleet, and hence we don't know how to operate a fleet, right? We don't know how to underwrite that asset. We don't have supporting after-sales service or a charging infrastructure and so on and so forth. So if we do go down that way, we will have to create the whole support ecosystem right now. And the current ecosystem is not as pervasive as we would have wanted it to be, right? So maybe we will try that model in high-density cities and localities in the near future. But besides that, it will be very hard to scale that model, and hence it will be a lot more about convincing local operators to come on board. And given that a brand name of Zomato will be behind, we will most probably be able to get more people to have fleet sizes of 5 and 6 and then rent them out to delivery partners.
Are you already piloting that?
The second model as well, we're in the process of.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Again, our needs are very unique, as I said, right? And again, thanking Ola in some way that they have been able to come out with something that sort of meets that demand. But our demands are fairly different, right? These need to be long range.
Yeah.
These need to be high speed, low maintenance, no frills, right? More frills makes it more amenable for sort of damages and repairs and so on and so forth. So we have been trying to work with a few EV partners and almost creating custom bikes.
Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, Ankush, I was just about to, yeah.
So just to add on to what we've just discussed, for me, there are two key ways that we focus on making EVs more affordable. The first is reducing the upfront cost of the vehicle itself, right? And that is fundamentally done by supply chain efficiencies, vertical integration, focusing more on technology, and reducing the cost that the customer has to pay upfront for the same product. And EVs are fundamentally deflationary versus a petrol vehicle increases in price every year. So that is one aspect. The second, which both of these guys mentioned, is the financing element. Now that is in fact an opportunity in electric vehicles, because the vast amount of electronics and software being used in electric vehicles enables you to track the vehicle better. So you can monitor the asset much better than what you could do with a normal ICE scooter or a four-wheeler, in fact. So that enables a financier to get a lot more control over data, about monitoring. And today in the ICE industry, you would normally have to pay a 20% down payment to own a scooter. Whereas already in EVs, we are seeing that number come down to 10%. And the cost of a loan to get an Ola scooter today is actually 2-3 percentage points lower than what it is to get a similar ICE product.
That's an interesting start. But is Ola into EV financing as well?
We have a marketplace at Ola Financial Services.
Correct.
It's a sister company. And it's a smart marketplace where we partner with a bunch of banks, NBFCs, and they provide the underwriting and financing to the end consumer.
Okay, interesting. So, Taka, what is it for you, the cost of electrification, right? Because you have a very good view of, you've built Abhibus. So, let's say you raise the same amount of funds you raise for Abhibus and FreshBus. Will that be enough for FreshBus to have an EV fleet?
Sorry, I think I missed it, sorry.
So, what's the cost of electrification? Do you need more investment to run FreshBus than, let's say, you've already run Abhibus?
Yeah, I think Abhibus is, it takes a lot of time because it's a marketplace model and it needs certain volume to sort of get to that break even. Once it crosses that, right? So there is a clear, you'll be able to make significant amount of money, right? With the same costs, right? But here in terms of the electric buses where you can make money from first bus itself, right? Because it boils down to that particular bus, what your, the route you are running on and the fares you operate. So this is slightly a different model when compared to Abhibus. So this is where if you can increase the fleet, right? So where your costs are pretty much similar and you'll be, makes unit economics of every bus can be profitable. So but the problem is that currently that to electrify a route, it is having a significant amount of equity to be put in for the leasing partner to lease these assets. And also we have to build a charging infrastructure. As I said, we can't use the existing domestic charges or a 60 kilowatt charges. So that is a harder problem for everybody for a small players to step into this game. So where it is taking the investment a lot more higher. So we are solving that problem by setting up this. But actually the unit economics wise, this makes more sense because of the vehicle utilization, right? Currently the bikes must be doing 30, 40, 50, 60 kilometers. The intra-city buses are doing about 150, 160 kilometers. We do intercity. We run between Bangalore, Tirupati, Hyderabad, Vijayawada kind of a routes, or maybe Delhi, Jaipur tomorrow we'll be launching. So that the vehicle utilization is 660 kilometer plus per day. So that brings significantly the capex, the bus cost is almost 50% higher than the regular diesel bus. But OPEX wise, it has a lot more margin on the table. But that building that ecosystem needs a lot of money.
Yeah, of course. Got it. So let's talk about the urban-rural divide or urban and tier 3, tier 2 divide, right? We have for the electrification journey, because that's also very important for the democratization of green mobility. Ankush, if you can come in first, right? In terms of two-wheelers alone, what's the gap like? What's the data on that for Ola Electric? Do you see that gap shortening? Like, are we there to solve that gap yet?
So in terms of demand for the electric vehicles, right, we see a massive demand from urban and small cities in the country. Today we have 700, 800 odd stores across the country, mainly present in metros, tier 1, tier 2, and few tier 3 cities. Despite that, we sell significant amounts in tier 4, tier 5 locations. And what we're doing right now is expanding our sales and service network footprint from 800 odd stores today to 4,000 stores this month because of the massive adoption of EVs that we have seen in rural India. When you talk to consumers, the value of an EV is even more apparent in the rural market because they're more value conscious.
Yeah. What is it for you, Rakesh? I think we were speaking about how you are seeing increased demand from smaller cities, but is it transitioning also to EV fleet that you operate? Do you see?
Not so much right now. You have to also look at how, let's say, vehicle ownership evolves in our country, right? If you look at, are there large fleet operators in India right now? Still not so much. When I talk about fleet, let's say I talk about four-wheelers and trucks and so on and so forth. It's said that the average fleet size of truck operators in our country is 2.5, right? Maybe it is 3 now. Which means that there are a lot of local entrepreneurs who keep a small fleet and then they rent them out and lease them out and operate them. That transition also needs to happen for EVs for it to get adopted in tier 3, tier 4 markets sooner. Because individual ownership, while it will definitely happen down to the sort of, let's say, lower income segment, it will take a lot more time. And for that to happen, there has to be a lot of local entrepreneurs betting onto it. If you look at right now from a fleet operations point of view, on electric vehicle side, you only have large operators. And for them, because they need to set up the whole infrastructure, it makes sense only to operate only in the larger cities, right? So someone like Zip Electric would have a hard time to set up a base in Hosur, for example, but it's going to be easier for them to do it in Bangalore. So one of the things that we are trying to now work on is that can we work with a lot of local entrepreneurs and give them the right incentives, give them the right education and visibility so that they can buy out 4 or 5 vehicles and then rent them out. So that evolution has to happen for tier 3 markets, tier 4 markets to adopt electric vehicles for gig work. But it has to go through the same cycle which, let's say, trucks and taxis have gone through in our country.
I think that's the cue for if someone's looking to start up, that's a wonderful idea to take up. But Sudhakar, I think to you, the challenge is on the charging side, is it not? Like, how do you tackle that challenge, convince drivers that, it's okay? And are you also getting into partnerships with fast charging players? How do you work about that?
Yeah, I think we partner with the charge point operators who are enabling this, the charging across India. So some of them are Charge Zone and Static. Some of these companies are coming up and setting up charging stations for cars, two-wheelers, and cars, and for everybody. So we are talking to them in terms of, hey, look, so we are enabling this route. Probably the hubs are going to be us. Probably in between, if there is something. Opportunity charging is required, then we talk to them and we push them. And so in one of our route, Charge Zone has already deployed the charging station for us, exclusively for us. And in routes like Delhi, Jaipur, we are talking to Static. So they are enabling a highway charge point for us. So I think definitely, this ecosystem has to be evolved. I think everybody has to work together to make it what the 2030 vision of India or a 2047 vision of India to make it happen. I think all of us have to work together.
Right. So we have last 4-5 minutes here, but let's talk about policies and partnerships, right? Rakesh, to you, how do you see partnerships with ONDCs facilitating the whole Bharat, touching the Bharat for electrification, right? So do you see such partnerships to help players like Zomato in democratizing green mobility?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as I said, we work with, on a monthly level, 4.5 lakh active delivery partners. And lot of delivery partners use our platform as a way to get started with work, which also means that which also means our churn is very high. So a lot of people join our platform, work there for a month or 2 months, and then use that either as an opportunity for supplemental income in the future, or they hence feel that they're more comfortable to work with organizations, and hence they start working with others. Which means that on an yearly basis, we work with 10 to 12 lakh delivery partners, while on a monthly basis, we might be working with 1/3 of that. So just the sheer scale of it, and the number of kilometers that they run, it is absolutely essential for folks like us to do as much as we can to have the highest amount of EV adoption, right? And that's why while we are working with some fleet operators in the large cities, we are also trying to figure how do we vet the ecosystem at the smaller city level. I think I'm also seeing a fair bit of interest now. There are partners, especially on the financing side. Electrify is one of them, which is trying to do the same with small-time operators and so on and so forth. So that is definitely one. I think the other thing is all state governments are interested in EV, right? Some state governments have taken definitive steps, and some state governments are interested as well. I think that will also spur the ecosystem to do a lot of other things. There's a lot of chatter around it and so on and so forth. There are also a lot of organizations now which are going full scale, backward integrated as well, which will hopefully also lower the cost of EVs. So that's another thing. And we're trying to work with few of them to be able to help them come up with the right vehicles for gig work, right? So bunch of partnerships here and there we are trying to forge. It's a very active space right now. I think that's the best part. You have financing partners, you have battery partners, you have like so many folks sort of interested in this. And I think the next 2 years, I agree with Ankush, we're sort of a tipping point right now. So the next 2 years are going to be very, very seminal.
Sudhakar, what about you? I mean, partnerships, policies, what would really help you foster electrifying buses? And also, you also compete with the government here in a way, right, to the public transport system. So how do you kind of, what kind of partnerships do you expect?
Yeah, I think fortunately or unfortunately, so currently the business model what we've built doesn't have too much of a government subsidies involved in this. The reason being is I think the FAME 1 policy, FAME 2 policy are completely are in place to subsidize the intra-city buses. And most of the intra-city buses are 100% are by the state governments. They're operated by them. For them, the vehicle utilization is very low. So where government has to step in to fill those gaps, right? Because for them, manpower cost is very high, and the electrification is must, keeping the pollution and everything in mind. I think for all the intra-city buses, I think the subsidies have to continue because of the vehicle utilization is extremely low. And for a private, till date, I think, yes, I think a bit of relief on the national permit where the government of India has exempted for the EV buses, there are no national permit cost. So you can register in any state and operate anywhere in India. So anywhere to anywhere in India. So that's something which is there, but that's a very tiny piece of it. But for intra-city, the subsidy should continue to support the SRTCs. For intercity, I think fairly it should be competitive, and so to fair play for all other private guys as well.
So the private players have to step up more.
Yeah, I think for that, as I said, the ecosystem, which is the financial institutions, have to step forward. Maybe government has to push these financial institutions to lend more, especially on the EV assets.
Understood. So Ankush, Ola Electric, I think, believes that subsidies should not go away, but the industry should prepare for a lower subsidy environment, right? So what is your view on this? Do you think India's market is ready for that?
Subsidies are good. I'm not going to say subsidies should go away, but fundamentally we believe that subsidies will go away, right? And we want to prepare for a post-subsidy world, which is what we've been doing. And the entire focus on technology and bringing economies of scale to bring costs down with supply chain, vertical integration, etc., is a focus towards becoming closer to that reality. Yeah.
Wonderful. So lastly, I just want one input from all three of you. So Zomato has already taken a target of electrifying 100% by 2030. But if we have to consider whatever we spoke about affordability, availability, and accessibility as well, right? So if you have to consider democratizing, including the Bharat, then what would be your envision, or what would be your vision for 2030? Will it still remain the same, or what will change?
I think when I look at democratization, I talked about the fleet structure, fleet operator structure. I believe that in the next 5 years, that fleet ownership structure has to fundamentally change from large operators to hundreds and thousands of small operators. That's what would mean the democratization actually translating into equity and access, right? Right now we have access, but we don't have equity. And that will come largely from that. And hopefully if there are some incentives which are able to move this entire transition faster, it will be great.
Right. Sudhakar?
So I think it goes back to the fundamentals. The diesel bus operates typically for about 7-8 years. So for every 7-8 years, they have to replace the bus, right? Yeah. So today, whatever 3 lakh buses are there, so they have to be replaced in the next 7-8 years. So per year, there's a 30,000-40,000 buses have to be inducted into the system. As Gadkari ji said, so whether the OEMs are ready for that, I think we are falling short of the OEMs, quality OEMs in the bus space, and also financing. I think if these two and the bit of infrastructure is falling in place in terms of charging infrastructure. I think if these one or two things of financing and the OEMs come up, I think we see that in the next 7-8 years or 10 years, I see the entire bus industry is going to be an EV industry for sure.
Wonderful. Ankush?
For me, there are two parts to this. One is making EVs physically accessible to people. For Ola, that's one major initiative that we are currently doing. As I said, we are opening 4,000 stores across the country. But despite doing that, there are around 8,000 taluks or tehsils in India. So even with 4,000, we're only 50% there. So there's a lot more that we can go. India is a big country, and we want to go even deeper to make it accessible to every single Indian, make EVs accessible to every single Indian. So that's one. Second would be to focus on technology. For us, technology is the core enabler which makes this a reality. It will reduce your costs, it will increase performance, and therefore it will drive consumer adoption.
Wonderful. I think big plans, big goals that we have noted, and we have beautifully addressed what are the challenges for democratization of green mobility, not just India, but the Bharat as well. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thanks for the valuable insights.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for that fantastic panel and the conversation that was steered by Bhavya. I think there was so much to unpack there. I think we can have a louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think they totally deserve it. Big thank you to our lovely panelists and of course to Bhavya for moderating it so well. Ladies and gentlemen, I really hope you're having a good day. Let's just talk. I feel we haven't spoken all day long. Can I get a yes or no? Are we having a good time? Okay, lovely. Are you liking the way the conversations are going? Can I get a louder yes? Okay, how many of you, I just want to see a show of hands. How many of you learned something new today? I'm sure you're all lovely. I think that totally deserves a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because that really was the idea that, you're all industry veterans, you're all experts in your own domain, in your own fields, right? But when we come for an event together like this, it really should be a starting point for all of us where we can learn something new, because there is so much to learn as far as this evolving landscape of this industry is concerned. So we've spoken about the evolving landscape of the EV industry. We've spoken about something called EV diplomacy. We've also spoken about challenges as well as opportunities. But now we just want to shift our focus to the other aspect as far as the usage from an individual perspective is concerned, as far as EVs are concerned, right? So you've had the best of the industry on stage, you've had policymakers, you even had ambassadors of state. And what really has been very, very clear, ladies and gentlemen, that the journey towards sustainable mobility is not just about innovation, but it's about collaboration as well. It's also about having that intent, having that vision to do something new, to do something bold, and to do something big as we move forward, right? So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to take this opportunity to introduce two very, very special guests. But before I do that, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to take this opportunity to call Kranti Sambhag to join us on stage, the editor at Overdrive, because he, in fact, will be in conversation with those two very, very special guests. But before we invite them, as we said, we've really got the best in the industry for all of us. I want to know from Kranti also. Kranti, you're someone who's tracked the field of auto, electric vehicles for years, right? I want to know, where do you see India as far as the global hub is concerned in the EV market? We've spoken about the potential in India itself, but vis-a-vis our global peers, where do we see India headed? Before we call on our next guest, because that's really going to lead us into that conversation.
About India leading the global EV scenario, I think that is going to happen very soon, because the kind of products we've seen, and if you look at the numbers and market, sales and everything, post-pandemic, the kind of growth or the kind of exponential sales we have seen, that has changed everybody's perception. All of us have started looking at EVs in a much different manner. And currently, if I can tell you right now, I have like 5 vehicles which I'm testing. I'm in long-term testing, and 2 of them are electric. And that was not the scene a couple of years back. So we are buying, or we are looking at EVs in a more, we are accepting much more than what we used to do, and then the numbers have also gone up, and the quality, the way these vehicles are built, I think on global stage, I think we are going to be one big, powerhouse.
Right. Kranti, the other question that I want to understand, and the only reason we're having this conversation, because this will lead us to the next 2 people we're going to see on stage. And this has interest for all of us from an individual perspective, right? We've spoken about challenge of infrastructure, battery infrastructure, radius miles. These are all issues that me and you speak on a day-to-day basis. But if you had to compare that picture to 5 years from now, how much progress has also been made?
I think one question which we discussed in my
session panel,
was the fast charging thing. I mean, this has actually changed. We used to just talk about charging or range anxiety, charging time. Now what has happened that even on my phone right now, I have 3 apps which can guide me to the nearest charging stations. So that phenomena has changed. That acceptance has changed, and now we are. It's part of our lives. So it's not that we are only thing that now we are, even for longer journeys, we are planning. We are looking at the maps and the apps. Where can we stop? We stop for coffee, charge for 45 minutes, then go to our next whatever charging point. Maybe again stop for a coffee or lunch. So now we have accepted that this is the way we are going to drive now.
Yeah, and I also just want to quickly ask you. Because Kranti, you've been working behind the scenes, getting this event together, speaking to a lot of EV industry veterans. What has their response been when we get something like Green Bharat going for the first time?
I mean, a couple of years back, it was a politically correct thing to say. Oh yeah, very good. We should do that. We should look at cleaning our water environment and everything. But right now, it's like more of an obvious, practical, common talk. So everyone has accepted this is part of your. Maybe the percentage is still 2%, but the acceptance is much higher now.
Yeah.
So I think that has changed. And even when you said that, working behind the scene, our next guest, I didn't know a couple of things about them. I only looked at them as bike enthusiasts, car enthusiasts, rally enthusiasts.
Correct.
But I've got one information which I didn't have earlier, and I think everyone is going to be surprised when I tell them or we ask them directly, and that is something which has kind of changed my mind.
So let's not build the mystery anymore. I don't think people want to hear from me and you anymore, Kranti. I think they want to see
Not
another
from me,
face.
yeah,
So ladies and gentlemen, let's really give it up for actor, host, entrepreneur and investor, Ranvijay Singh. Ranvijay, so good to have you with us. Thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us. It's so good to have you with us at our Green Bharat Summit. And of course, you will be having a conversation with Kranti, so why don't I leave the two of you to it, and then we'll of course have another very special guest join us, but I'll let that mystery be for now.
Right.
Kranti, please.
Ready? Yes, I guess this is mine.
Good evening, everyone. How's it going? Good?
So I guess we start, and I think I've already teased them with that information, which I didn't know. I mean, what we are discussing right now. We have always seen Ranvijay as, essentially for me, I mean, I'm a biker, so I always looked at him as a bike enthusiast, hardcore bike enthusiast. We have also seen him as an actor, TV personality, and he also...
Athlete, extreme athlete.
Extreme athlete, sneakerhead, everything. So for me, is like, hardcore biker. This is what I've seen Ranvijay as. But one thing which I didn't know was that he's not only, enjoying EVs or supporting EVs in a passive manner. He's supporting it in a very active manner. He's actually a stakeholder now.
Yes, I actually truly believed in electric vehicles way before they were mainstream. So first of all, congratulations to all the companies who've actually made electric vehicles, two-wheelers mainstream today. Today, when a family is talking about, when a kid is saying, hey, I want to go to college, I want a two-wheeler, there is a question, electric nahi hai, buildings have a point where everybody in the building kind of shares that one point and they figure out. So this seemed like a few years ago, it didn't feel like it would be a reality in India. I was part of a fund, like I told you, and they were invested in, somebody was making batteries for the autos and for all the other things that we...
Sorry, I'll just hold you just for 1 second because another
Yes.
entrepreneur is here. Please, Gul. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Gul Panag.
Yeah, Ranvijay, please.
First of all, I have to pay my respects to my producer. I just did a very nice, heartfelt, emotional film, which I'm not going to call you Gul Didi in front of everybody, but my dad was serving under her father, so we've had a very, very long relationship, and a lot of the responsible things that we're going to talk about today, she's paved the way for a lot of us 4G brats. Very happy to be sharing the stage with you.
Thank you, Ranvijay. You're always so gracious and so kind with your words. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me here.
So, Ranvijay would
we were just discussing how I'm not just a consumer. I've been part of the story for so long that we were part of a fund which was actually invested in a company. Can I say the name of the company? No. And they were making batteries for, if you go to these autos in Delhi, the batteries for them. So not just the company as a manufacturer of the vehicle, but the back end. And also when you go to an airport and you have those golf carts, they were making that also. So I was like, wow, man, it's here, it's happening. And then I chased a motorcycle company. I was a brand ambassador of an electric motorcycle company. Took a big decision because there are agencies that are involved. They're like, oh, this is a bigger brand. Why don't you be the face of this? I was like, no, man, I got to be true to myself. We do a lot of adventure sports. We do these SUV things. It's because we are those people. Again and again, you'll see her in Leh, either on a cycle or on a car or a motorcycle, because that's what she does. That's what I do. So if you're true to yourself, I said no. So I was a brand ambassador of an electric motorcycle, and then I was like, I am a bike enthusiast. I need to be part of a bike company that is also for bike enthusiasts. One of the fastest motorcycles in India today is an electric motorcycle. So I'm an investor in that, but more than that, I feel like as soon as you start riding an electric motor, and you get, even for like, not just paise bachane ke liye, that's another thing. The kind of pollution, all the other good stuff is there, but just for people who are young and enthusiastic and they want that power and adrenaline, and also electric is for them too, you know? And it's got all the other bonuses. So we were talking about how I'm not just a consumer, but I've been in the industry for like 4 or 5 years.
I got a bit of that, yes.
And you also have a similar story, as I mentioned, that I didn't know about that. But before that, I want to talk about the drift experience which you recently did.
In an electric origin
Yeah.
SUV, it broke
How
the
was it?
internet. It was quite, well, I want to actually take forward what Ranvijay was saying. As somebody who's driven electric as my primary vehicle of commute for 10 years. So I got my first electric car in 2015. January. So this January, on 3rd of January, it will complete 10 years, not that particular car, but subsequent cars. And the thing that's truly incredible about electric cars is that they are fun to drive. Electric bikes, electric cars are performance vehicles. So of course they're good for the environment and all of that. But the bigger attraction for most people who don't really think about the environment is that they are performance. Now, take an example of these newly launched electric origin SUVs, rear-wheel drive, 280 brake horsepower on a 80 kilowatt-hour battery.
Looks good on you, man.
So,
when he was holding it, it suited him for a second.
So that's pure performance. And one of the things that caught everybody's eye with the electric origin SUV was that tremendous performance. The fact that it's a rear-wheel drive, it has tremendous torque, it towed a 22-ton truck. So there's immense performance there. And I've always believed that once you go electric, there's just no going back, because the instant power delivery, the acceleration you get as somebody who likes cars and bikes, is unmatched with most accessible ICE cars and bikes. I mean, of course, if you're lucky enough to be able to drive, Lamborghinis and Bugattis, then it's a different experience. But for most street cars that we have, and most street bikes we have access to, the kind of acceleration electric provides is phenomenal.
Also, just want to add to that is, we're all very used to technology now. There's nothing, like, we want to get food, we order it via tech. You don't call anybody ki bhaiya chowmein bhej do, right? We order taxis via tech. Once you have an electric car or a motorcycle, it is so easy and it's so tech savvy. Like, I charge my phone with my motorcycle. It's crazy. For a motorcyclist, to be looking at a map every 10, 15 kilometers, you take out your phone, first you take out your gloves, it's cold. And now, through an app that connects my phone to my bike, the navigation is on the motorcycle, right? What is your riding or driving pattern? Do you brake too late? Do you brake too much? Everything, there's data there. My driving license, it's there. Insurance, everything. You get alerts from your vehicle. When you're in an electric car, it's like, it's crazy. The displays are crazy now because it's electric. There's so much.
It's what Airbus did to
Wow.
aviation. Airbus, a lot of, the aviation joke is an Airbus is a laptop with wings, whereas a Boeing is a cable and pulley machine. And that's what electric vehicles have done to, it's literally a massive computer. The screen is like from one end to the other.
She has to bring it in that she knows how to. This is crazy. Like, you keep appreciating her, she'll give you another one. She's like, oh, I'm also a pilot. By
That
the way.
wasn't my
Just let me tell
intention.
you.
I just meant to say that the immense amount of technology is quite phenomenal.
So I wanted to ask about something else. But when I see you both, you are both off-road enthusiasts, two-wheeler enthusiasts, motorcyclists. Electric motorcycle or electric car, which is more enjoyable for you guys?
I mean, if I may, I know Ranvijay is too polite to not let me speak first. I think, I want to take a step back and talk about two more things when I come back to electric vehicles, bikes and cars broadly, we've established they have better performance because of no lag in power delivery, instant transmission delivery because of the electric powertrain. But, I think going green is so much more than just mobility. And I want to talk about three things before I quickly give this back to Ranvijay. One is thought leadership. So one of the things that I did about 10 years ago was build a green experiential home, which is on Airbnb, where you can come and experience off-the-grid living. It's powered by a complete solar array. It's a 20 kilowatt solar array. Wow. And it powers the entire house, of course, not air-conditioned, because we're in the hills, we don't need it, but the whole house is off the grid. And we built this quite a while ago. And you know what the beauty of it all is? When you drive from Mumbai all the way to the house, which is somewhere near Pune, I charge on solar. So it's the full green cycle. You're charging on power produced by solar. So that's thought leadership, and it's an experiential home. If anybody wants to go stay there, I'm happy to connect you to how one can go about booking it. So it's also demonstrating that it is possible to live green, to be able to be sustainable and yet have a fairly comfortable home. So one is the thought leadership that comes from demonstrating experiential living. Two, as Ranvijay already spoke, it's not just about our fun outlook, our adventure outlook that makes us interested in better performance, which more often than not comes from EVs now, but also where we like to put our money. And speaking of which, I'm here. My founder of Sunfuel is here. I'm a co-founder at Sunfuel. It is an electric charging infrastructure company. So it's the whole spectrum. It's thought leadership and experiential ecosystem. It's making the right choice in terms of what you drive or what you ride. And then, of course, what kind of ecosystem you want to create as an entrepreneur and as an investor. So it's all of it. And to answer your question, right now, I can't wait to get my hands. I mean, I've driven these electric origin SUVs for some time before the regular public saw them last month, but I cannot wait to get my SUV. So right now, it may change in a few months, but because abhi bukhar chada hua hai, I would pick the SUV.
So I'm going to go for the motorcycle 100%, and I'll borrow the SUV when she has it.
That's the best of both worlds, right?
Fantastic. And now, finally, I come to that question, which I really want to know, which I didn't know earlier. Your investment in electric ecosystem, what was that initial thought, reason, trigger point? Why did you think of getting to this arena?
When Sudhir and I, in fact, Sunfuel was founded during lockdown. And Sudhir comes from Solan, which is a town in I wouldn't say the foothills, it's proper hills of Himachal. And Sudhir used to talk about how it snowed in Solan when he was young. Sudhir, please wave to everyone. And he would talk about how when he was younger, it used to snow. And that was one. And when we were talking during lockdown, we started talking about air quality. 13 was the air quality in Mumbai on the 24th of March, the day after the lockdown. The trial lockdown happened on 23rd of March, 2020.
Yeah.
On 24th, the AQI was 13, and I have a shot of my AQI monitor. And why I have an AQI monitor is because some of you may not know, but I now divide my time between Delhi NCR and Mumbai. And at the time, we were building this home here. And everybody said, oh, but the air quality is so bad in Delhi NCR. And we did a survey all through 18 and 19. And except for those 10, 12 days, which are right after Diwali because of sudden drop in temperature and, cold air sits and hot air rises phenomena, the air quality in Delhi is worse. But here's the thing. The air quality pan-India is the same between Delhi, Mumbai, not Bangalore, Chennai, Kanpur, Lucknow. We did this survey with our traveling AQI meter to establish that everywhere we're looking at 250, 260. It never drops below that unless there's been a fresh rain. So that was the other part, that we saw the demonstrable effect of no cars on the road within one day in Mumbai, 13. And I think that's where, Sudhir said, we've got to do something which creates value, which creates shareholder value, which creates revenue, but at the same time makes the world a better place. And that's what we're trying to do at Sunfuel.
I feel like people who go electric, whether they're conscious or not, the fact that they own an electric vehicle, two-wheeler or four-wheeler, it is thought-provoking. It is. When they don't go to a petrol station, when they're charging their car, it'll be a conversation starter with their other friends who are not as conscious yet. It is not a judgment thing. But now, with more awareness about fitness, especially after COVID, we all talk about wellness and stuff like that. We talk about air quality. These were not conversations that were happening earlier. Lung capacity. With better living, with better infrastructure, with people like you who have companies that are generating electricity infrastructure across, it is a thing of pride also. The young kids come home and say, Dad, we should have an electric car. Why can't we have it? Because this is thought-provoking. And because we talk about air quality, because we talk about saving the planet, and I feel like every time we do events like this, every time there's a brand that's promoting, this is a country where when electric vehicles came, you have to start telling people that, oh, ye to yahan se Goa pahunchenge kaise? You know, people had these strange questions. Isme to charge karte kuch ho jayega. The first initial few years was just just awareness. Now we're at a place where we're like, which one? What is 500 kilometers, 300? You know, it's happening so quickly because it's a parallel industry of solar, of wellness, of electric, all coming together. So I think, and we're in the right country, man, where now you have an idea, within a few years it's implemented and executed. So I've seen it in front of my eyes. And it's also a thing in the family, like now the younger generation goes home and tells them that we got to have at least one car electric. And then it's reverse education. It's not parents telling the kids telling the parents.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very powerful tool. You know, another thing I wanted to add here was, I think when people go on holiday, they're more open to trying new things than when they are in their homes. So another thing that we've done is actually in association with OLA as well, we run experiences in Ladakh on electric cycles and electric scooters, wherein you can explore those parts of Leh. See, on day 1 and day 2, in Leh, you really can't do much because you have to acclimatize. Right. Day 1, you really get there, but day 2, you can't do much. You still have to move about little by little.
German bakery.
There are places you can go to which are only accessible by two-wheeler, which you can't walk to because you just can't walk, and you can't drive to because four-wheelers don't get there. And that is where, through another, the experiential aggregator that I run, which is Magucho. Magucho runs electric cycle rides, which are zero effort, and of course, electric scooter rides in Leh, which is in fact the microcosm of India, all the way from April till September. When there's nowhere to go in the country, you can always know you can count on Leh. And I think the number of people who have adopted the idea, every time a tourist comes and does a cycle ride on the electric cycles, they realize there's zero effort. The throttle is actually enough to take you wherever. And that's how conversion happens. Because when people are on holiday, they're experiential, they're looking to try new things, and they're like, ye to bhai bahut badhiya hai. So the trial aspect in your home ecosystem is a little challenging to pull off. But when you're out and about traveling, and I must say the UT administration in Ladakh is so forward-thinking when it comes to seeding the idea both of electric mobility as well as a solar ecosystem. And with the kind of sunlight Ladakh gets, it's the perfect candidate to have a net green
Very
world.
interesting aspect you brought right now, because when we talk about electric batteries, temperature zone is something which we all discuss. So, if you could share that experience, did it feel some odd, or the battery performance was okay?
There's a charge cycle that the manufacturer will typically have, which needs to be adhered to, and they all have protocols for cold weather. And in fact, most OEMs that operate in India have already done extensive testing in Ladakh for precisely this reason. Right. Even the Mahindra SUVs, electric origin SUVs, were stationed in Ladakh for 2 years, just to see how the battery would perform at -20, -30. So I'm confident that all OEMs are already doing their R&D and their research in that kind of cold weather. But if there is one place which is a complete ecosystem of clean energy and clean mobility, it's Ladakh, given the UT administration's thrust on generation of clean power through solar and their incentives for electric mobility as well.
One serious suggestion I wanted for all the EV manufacturers in India. I mean, both of you are big names, faces, influences of influencers. You kind of guide the conversation. And plus, you have experience in storytelling and communication as well. What do you think, I'll start with Gul, what do you think the EV manufacturers, they should do to change the narrative, whatever we have? So that it changes, the public perception is more, acceptable.
I'm going to do a roundabout answer. So
I have a very specific answer, but after you.
I feel like I'm not in a great position to tell companies who have already taken the lead, manufacturers, they were the first ones to risk everything. People who have been, who are in the business of making EVs have had to fight many different battles. There have been lobbies of like car manufacturers across the world. I'm not talking just India, we're talking about the biggest. It's an uphill climb. To tell them what they should do better is not a position that I hold right now. What I think people should concentrate on, especially when you talk about us, is spreading awareness of the benefits and the joy and sharing experiences and busting myths. That is the biggest thing when it came to electric cars, charging, motorcycles, all of that. Also, because I believe in self-sustenance. I believe that India should manufacture everything, all electric parts, everything. I'm one of those guys, right? Like the logo, Green Bharat. I mean, we make in India, everything should be from here. That's my thing, but I know it's easier said than done, especially if you're a manufacturer, putting things together. But there are companies that are doing all parts should be. What happens is that, one, you're proud. Second, after a point, the real big thing in an economy like ours is it has to be good for the pocket. The range, like if I and Gul, we do a show, for example, it's an exposure where we're in a car or a motorcycle and we're racing each other or going from one point from, this is also pitch. Huh?
Yeah, we should
IP.
do that.
And we're just charging our motorcycle and the car and everything and showing people the benefits of this. That's what the companies should, which they're also doing. That's why we're here. So that when somebody sees, oh, I can actually go from this place to this place, 500 kilometer range, because the belief in, now I'm a user, she's a user, so we truly believe it. We're not looking for words of what to say, because I ride a motorcycle every day, which is electric. No problems, even better, more storage in a motorcycle because there's engine in here, right? So a lot of these benefits we need to talk about, we need to be aware, have more conversations about it. And not fight the iska range 300 hai, iska 350 hai. It's okay, man, under the capacity of whatever company, because it's an uphill climb to tell people who are used to just getting their first motorcycle. This is a country where aspirational hai. A kid who's in college says, I want a motorcycle. Now between which motorcycle and electric and all, he's like, मेरे को motorcycle तो दे दो, right? मुझे automatic gear वाला कुछ चाहिए. So then you're telling the family to buy a car and all this. So I think it's the exposure. It's talking about what are the benefits for the planet, for your pocket, for everything, and the fact that if you can just be like if there's a chip that's not getting made in China, nothing should stop. And I think we're on that. We're there. We mostly are concentrating on being, self-sustainable. I have not touched on your point.
I think you've summed that up really well. I think what the OEMs can do is to make sure they do thought leadership, that they do awareness. But and the public needs to be educated. In fact, what we often talk about at Sunfuel is the information asymmetry, the complete lack of awareness as to how much charging you really need. And we often talk about city charging network. A city charging network is required but not needed. It's required because you want to see a charger nearby, but it's really not needed because you're going to more often than not charge at home. And how often are you actually going to go from city 1 to city 2? Unless you're one of those people who goes, say, to Pune every weekend, then you're not the right TG. My point still remains that most people, where data suggests, the commute between cities is not as often as the drive within the city. And within the city, your large charging pools are either in office or in home. So I feel the information asymmetry that exists in the electric ecosystem needs to be addressed, one. And two, if we need to take on China, China is on the threshold of being the largest, by numbers very soon, car manufacturer by the sheer number of EVs they're producing. They were very behind the world in ICE, so they figured that's not even a battle they want to fight. So they went ahead and won the EV battle. Now, how did they do it? Massive government support, huge incentive, both at the OEM level and both for the retail customer. I think that is one push I feel that we need from the policy framework. We need more aggressive inputs. I don't want to call it a subsidy because I don't like the word subsidy, but I think that we have to incentivize the adoption of electric mobility, and not just for fleet and for multi-large fleets where they're taxis and all of that. Not that. You have to demonstrate the fact that there is real intent in wanting to be an EV giant. And that's only going to happen if we aggressively do policy intervention, both by incentivizing the OEMs, and incentivization of OEMs can't come through economies of scale. I mean, they're anyway taking the leap, as Ranvijay says, by building more, by doing a leap that nobody has taken, by taking that jump over ICE OEMs and saying, we will do this. And thereafter, incentivizing them, supporting them, incentivizing the customer, making sure that the information asymmetry is addressed, and of course incentivizing the charge point operators, where policy must keep up with what's happening in the world. The current government framework, and I'm going to go a little technical here for 1 minute and then completely come out of it. The current policy incentive for charge point operation for a DC fast charger is 50 kilowatt hour. Is 50 kilowatt hour. It used to be 30. Today, cars are being made with 80 kilowatt hour batteries. We need to be ahead. The policy framework and the policy intervention that's required is to incentivize 100 kilowatt hour DC chargers, 120 kilowatt hour DC chargers. We cannot be incentivizing technology that's already yesterday's technology. A 50 kilowatt hour DC charger should not have the kind of government support that it has. It needs to be extended to 100, 120, 200, 300 kilowatt hour chargers. That is where policy needs to be. Policy can't be doing catch-up, where average cars today are going to be in excess of 40 kilowatt hour batteries. And we are giving a push for a 50 kilowatt hour charger. So we are always playing catch-up. And I think we really need to be more aggressive as far as policy intervention is concerned in the entire EV ecosystem, from the OEM to the consumer to the charge point operator.
Fantastic. I mean, two phases I can pick from your answers. I mean, one was myth-busting, what Ranjay mentioned, and you talked about the asymmetrical information and also the policy. We should not be, the policy should not be catching up. So in this sense, being a Delhi boy, I think you think that Delhi NCR should have different kind of approach for EVs, because each winter we talk about AQI, and you mentioned AQI.
I think right now the best incentive that's being given in the EV ecosystem is being given by Haryana. And I think the Delhi government should take the lead in firstly offering a larger incentive for the retail customer. Definitely. I mean, you want to be able to make the electric offering as attractive as the ICE offering. And Delhi is choking for about a month every year. So I think that responsibility falls both on the central government as well as the state government, because it is the nation's capital. It's just not Delhi state, right? So I feel we need to be more aggressive. Many years ago, Sheila ji had pushed the envelope by making sure all buses were CNG. And that made a dramatic difference.
And also the autos. It's one of the first places where the autos went green.
We need to now take that beyond. I think the kind of infrastructure that Ranvijay was talking about, that, think from conceptualization to execution, that loop has shortened so much in the last 10, 15 years now. We just need to make sure that a larger part of the commercial vehicles are probably routed outside of outside of Delhi, because that's what's going to save us. We are still very far from a technology standpoint of adopting 100% long-distance trucks on EV, and that's probably going to happen with the Sun Hydrogen game getting stabilized, which is we're still some years away from. But until then, whatever EVs can support in terms of heavy buses and trucks, there is limited benefit beyond a point of having an EV transportation system. More of us should be adopting mass transport, public transport. We don't do that. So I think behavior modification, behavior choices must be made.
And I think Delhi is one of those places where some radical things can also happen. You did odd and even here, right? If you say one day electric in a week, then start with that, right? You can do these, you say, okay, parking free. There are lots of places in the world where there are congestion charges and the electric vehicles don't have to pay. So people have started buying in those areas just electric cars because the congestion. You know, there are lots of these cool ideas. In malls, you can have the best parking is electric, right? These are cute ways, but it incentivizes people, and that's all you need. These days, anything goes viral. Once people start going and getting VIP parking because it's electric, suddenly there'll be, so there's a policy, government and everything, but there can be creative ideas also, right? There could be electric Thursdays, electric Fridays. You could just hitch a ride, pool. Because this is one of those places where this solution has to happen now. It had to happen like 5 years ago, actually, right? So why not? And things like this have happened. Or even happened. People were like, "Oh, traffic come here." It's not a popular or successful one, but if creativeness can be also leaned up on, so why not?
Fantastic. I mean, not only me, everyone here and everyone who's watching this, they're listening to you. And as I mentioned, I'm not sure if you like that term or not, but you guys are influencers, so you are going to change the whole discourse and talk around EVs. And thank you so much for coming to Green Bharat Summit. This is our first edition, and hope to see you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you
so much for having me next to her.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can definitely have a much louder applause as we thank Gul Panang and Ranvijay Singh. As Kranti really said, they've been spearheading the EV cause from a very individual perspective. They've been very, very passionate about it, and we've seen that in their stories for the longest time possible. So really, it was so good to have them with us for our first edition as far as the Green Bharat Summit is concerned. Thank you once again, Gul. Thank you once again, Ranvijay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment of pride and honor for each one of us. This really is the moment that we've all been waiting for, because we do have the presence of India's Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, who's been extremely kind to take out the time and join us. Could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Just thanking the Minister for taking out the time and joining us, because it really means a lot to us. Thank you so much for joining us in all our endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you've been patiently waiting to hear from the Minister, so I will not take any more time. We thank the Minister for his time. We're also going to have him in a conversation now to try and understand a little more about the EV landscape. We're going to try and understand about the first approach to revolutionize transportation and then charge up its future as well. And for that conversation, ladies and gentlemen, join me in also welcoming not just the Honorable Minister, but the moderator for this conversation as well, Bodhisattva Ganguly, Group Consulting Editor at Network18. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome the Honorable Minister and a moderator for this conversation.
So, thank you, Piyush ji, for gracing this occasion. This very important initiative of the Network18 group on e-mobility, on EVs. So let me start off by saying
you've been vocal in saying, you've said in the past, the entire EV vehicle ecosystem needs to, because it's one of the emerging industries of the future, India needs to be a leader, it needs to move to India. I know you have a passion for quality also. How do you think it can be done? Does it need incentives? Does it need subsidies? What are the government steps? Subsidies also something which you'd love to talk about. Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for organizing this event and helping create an awareness, particularly amongst our youth, about the importance of sustainability and the role electric mobility can play in moving towards our national goals, a more sustainable lifestyle, and a safer future for the next generation. India has been a success story when it comes to automobiles and the entire value chain, auto components, the shell, battery, almost the entire auto ecosystem is very strong in India. I don't know if you got a chance to visit Bharat Mobility, which we had earlier this year. If not, the second edition is going to happen early next year, first quarter, even bigger and grander than the first one. And any visitor to Bharat Mobility will really feel proud about India's achievements. We have made a mark for the nation across the world with an ecosystem in automobiles that could be the envy of the entire world. In electric mobility, while we do have a challenge on the raw material, critical materials required for battery, and possibly also some challenges around the technology for cell manufacturing, I think by and large, it's a very easy to make vehicle. Electric vehicles don't need the very complicated ICE engine. The rest of the shell and everything is almost the same. So it's one ecosystem where we can very surely and certainly be Atmanirbhar, have a robust India element to it. And looking at the success stories of Tatas or Mahindras or Ola Electric for that matter, I'm very certain that given the rapid increase in adopting electric mobility that we are seeing in India, now even in commercial vehicles like buses and trucks, very soon the entire value chain will be in India. Our auto component industry, led by the Automobile Component Manufacturers Association, ACMA, has had several engagements with me and are very, very committed to meet all the requirements of the electric vehicles that we have.
Right. So, you have a
And sorry, I don't think it needs subsidies.
Right.
I'm one of those, and I hope all the youngsters who are watching this program or in this room will clearly take back a message, move out of the subsidy mindset. Subsidies or these clutches are okay for a short period. Like a kickstart of a scooter. Remember the old days we had the scooter where you kick-started it just to give it that initial thrust. A subsidy can only and only play that role. Any industry which expects to remain subsidized, subsidy-driven or protected from competition beyond the initial few years can never be successful. We have to stand on our own feet. We have to build our competitive edge so that we can look at the long-term success story in our industry.
In fact, one of the things when you pushed for LED lighting was that you removed the subsidies.
That's right, and that's why it was successful. To set it in context, there was a subsidy of 9 crore rupees annually given to help support the LED lighting systems. And government used to give 100 rupees per bulb. So 6 crores, that means 6 lakh bulbs were getting 100 rupees a bulb from the government. 3 crores were spent on administration expenses,
right,
because we had to administer the scheme across the country. And you can imagine the whole country, 120 crore people in 14 when I started thinking about this. Everybody was waiting for their turn to get that 100 rupees subsidy before they replaced their lights with with LED lights. And it was such a stupid thing that instead of 120 crore people, giving economies of scale and large scale demand for that product, making it much more affordable and giving a payback of less than 6 or 7 months. We were waiting for a future subsidy. Because of that, the total sale was minuscule. Therefore, there was no Indian manufacturing. Imported products were sold at a very high price, and the whole LED lighting was a pipe dream. The first file I signed on that program was to eliminate that subsidy, much against the wishes of the bureaucrats, though. Everybody thought that that's counterproductive, and it's what a message it will give that you are withdrawing subsidy. But I believe that was the beginning and the most important element of our project to take LED lighting through the length and breadth of India. Today, you can all be very, very proud that your country, your motherland, is the world's fastest adopter of LED lighting in the world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave it a real thrust that we have to succeed. And in the whole world, we are recognized for having adopted LED lighting faster than any other country, even 1/10 our size. And I remember the estimate at that time was consumers will save 40,000 crores annually in their electricity bill. I suspect if we were to juxtapose it to today, when you can't get that old Edison bulb or anything in the stores anymore, we would be saving 100,000 crores today, annually.
So I guess the point you're making is that EVs, whether in two-wheelers or three-wheelers or cars, should become economically viable, should be economically attractive on its own merits, not driven because of subsidies. I mean, that's the broader point.
Supported it through a variety of subsidy schemes.
Right.
FAME 1, FAME 2, PM E-Drive, now the PLI scheme for automotive industry of 26,000 crores. We have the advanced chemistry cell manufacturing support for 50 gigawatt hour worth, I think, 18,000 crores. So we've had a significant amount of kickstarting the ecosystem.
Right.
But let's not make that permanent. Let's make the industry self-reliant and stand on its own feet.
So are you satisfied with the response of the industry to the PLI schemes for battery manufacturing and so on?
I think there's been very good response. These are new areas. Not any and everybody can do it. But I believe that the response has been good. The adoption and absorption of new technologies has been quite fast. And I'm very confident that in the days to come, literally the way things are going, the two-wheeler industry will, two and three-wheeler will certainly move into 100% electric phase. At today's prices, frankly, even buses, trucks, passenger vehicles, all of them are economically viable to buy electric, particularly since the operating cost becomes almost zero.
Now, I know it's strictly down to your area, but can the government mandate buying e-buses only or cars which are EVs, at least the central government, if not state governments?
Bodhi, I'm of the view that government should not be mandating anything. We should allow economics to prevail and the market forces to find their own level. Right. When government mandates anything, there's always a natural reaction and opposition to it. My own sense is that it's a compulsive economic case to move to electric vehicle. And when you look at the capital costs of purchase or leasing a car and the operating cost where both electricity is much cheaper to recharge your battery and repairs and maintenance are almost non-existent in an electric engine. I think it's a no-brainer that the country will move towards electric very fast.
Right. So one thing I wanted to, especially, America has increased the tariffs on EVs from China, EV exports to China to more than 60%. Europe has also imposed high tariffs on EV exports from China. What kind of an opportunity do you think it gives to Indian EV makers?
I was seeing some of the electric vehicles that India now manufactures. They were on display in one of our programs for the German business delegation that had come in. I'm also next week going to be seeing Mahindra's new car, which I believe is very smart.
Yeah.
Ola has come out with some beautiful options. I see TVS and Bajaj, all of them coming out with really very smart and very beautifully designed international world-class vehicles. My sense is that we have to be bold about it. Not only the domestic market, which we must try to capture, but each of these manufacturers of electric vehicles should quickly also look at capturing world markets. My concern very often is that we get into a cocoon with such a comfortable situation, large domestic market, that we don't ever try to foray out. I believe if they were to look at the export market more aggressively, they could improve their own economies of scale, going for much larger factories, much larger scale of production, and become even more competitive, both domestically and internationally. So I would think with the wonderful products India makes, we should not let any market go. We should be much more aggressive in the marketplace, international marketplace.
In terms of foreign automakers entering India, one is, of course, the Tesla, whether it's coming or not, and we'll see what happens. What about Chinese EV makers? Because they are also now emerging as leaders in the EV ecosystem. Is there any, I know obviously there is the border issue with China, but is that something which the government is thinking about?
Well, as of now, we have a press note 3, which mandates that government approval will be required for any Chinese investments. And any applications that Chinese companies or their Indian partners make go through that press note 3 process. To the best of my knowledge, we have not approved any Chinese manufacturer ever since the press note came out to infuse equity into any automobile manufacturer.
Right. And as far as Mr. Elon Musk is concerned, it's still radio silence for his...
Well, we cannot decide on behalf of somebody else whether they choose to come into India or they do not choose to come into India. I can only say that we are ready and happy and willing to create the conditions that will attract more and more companies, whether it's Tesla, whether it's BMW, whether it's Mercedes, whether it's Volvo, or whoever else makes electric vehicles. We'd like all of them to come to India and manufacture in India. We are happy to create the benchmark conditions, the local positive environment to attract their manufacturing in India. We are happy to go an extra mile to support them in setting up their charging systems all over the country. But all our policies will be individual or company agnostic. They will be for the industry, and everybody will be happy to come in. And we will be delighted to see all of them. We'll be delighted to see Mr. Elon Musk and Tesla come to India. And personally, I think anybody who misses this opportunity of coming to India does so at their own risk and cost, because this is the world's largest market today. 1.4 billion aspirational Indians. And the big advantage with India, ladies and gentlemen, is that most vehicle owners will be first-time owners. In the developed world, they already have their ICE engine car. So they will be replacing that with a new technology electric vehicle. Replacement is always a bigger challenge. But when somebody is buying their vehicle for the first time, it's much easier to attract them to an electric vehicle. I would think that if Mr. Elon Musk or if Tesla was to come to India and open the bookings for their vehicle in India, probably they'll end up getting 100,000 cars booked in the first day itself.
Yes. Yeah. Probably. It has great brand value. Okay. So while this conference is about electric mobility, but for a country like India, should there be multi-paths, on this journey? For example, what about hybrids? What about even what are your views also on so-called intermediate technologies like CNG?
Well, we welcome every technology that helps reduce the carbon footprint. So we are happy if CNG or any of these other intermediate technologies come in. We are happy to promote hydrogen. It's a long way off before it can be used in vehicles, but I believe that possibly some large commercial vehicles like trucks and buses, they are exploring the hydrogen option. Little expensive, but you have to keep innovating and working on it. Unless you experiment, you will never get anywhere. So even though it's more expensive today, I think we must continue to study and explore even other possibilities, whether it's ethanol-driven buses, which Mr. Gadkari is very passionate about, whether it's CNG, whether it's hydrogen. As regards the hybrid technologies, personally, while I do use a hybrid car for the last more than 10 years, I've never been a fan of hybrid per se. I believe that running the petrol engine only to charge a small battery of 0.5 kilowatt or 1 kilowatt and using it to drive your car doesn't really give you any great savings. I've not found any great fuel savings in the hybrid car. It's just that it's a nice car and well designed, very smooth, very silent, that I continue to use it, and somewhat less polluting than the ICE engine. And I don't have to bother about range anxiety or about charging the vehicle. But we have an open mind. I mean, I don't think any of us should close our mind to options. So of late, I came into researching and studying about plug-in hybrids, where the battery size has been made 1/3, and it only runs for about 100 kilometers. So against a 50 kilowatt or 60 kilowatt battery, which typically a four-wheeler passenger vehicle would have, giving you 400, 500 kilometer range, to assuage any concerns buyers may have. And I believe range anxiety is one of the biggest concerns in electric mobility. Instead of that 50, 60 kilowatt battery, which is the biggest cost on the automobile, they are now looking at reducing that to a 15, 17 kilowatt battery, which drives your vehicle for the first 100 kilometers. And if you are not able to charge that battery and have crossed or are expected to cross 100 kilometers, it also has the ICE engine. You just need to switch off the battery and switch on the ICE engine, and lo and behold, you start running on the petrol part of the vehicle or diesel vehicle. End of the day, the larger part of your petrol consumption is saved, or crude consumption is saved. I saw my own user case. 99% of the days, my car doesn't go more than 100 kilometers. And if each one of you, or we could run a poll on this, Bodhi, through your Network18 channel. Ask people how many days in a year does their car run more than 100 kilometers in a day. And my gut sense is that 95% of the days, no passenger vehicle would be running more than 100 kilometers in a day.
Yeah.
Even in coming from a remote place, or coming from Gurgaon to Delhi and going back to Gurugram, or going from Nariman Point all the way to my constituency in Borivali or Dahisar and back, you would still be able to do it in 100 kilometers. And there's no range anxiety, because if you do cross that and 10, 20, 50, 100 kilometers extra on any particular day, you switch on the petrol engine and lo and behold, you can drive as long as you like. That way, I think we'll cut down our crude imports very significantly. The ICE engine will not get totally obsolete, which is one of the reasons why automakers are also resisting the electric mobility. And all of us can contribute to reducing carbon footprint. Cost of the electric vehicle will fall significantly, even though it will have a second ICE engine. But battery costs will reduce from 50, 60 kilowatts to 15 kilowatts. So I thought that was a very exciting possibility. My preliminary studies tell me that we should look at that and market that much more. But again, it's for the private sector and the companies to decide. As I said, government is not mandating anything.
No, so let me, you provided an opening when you said automakers resisting electric mobility in India. So obviously they have investments, they have sunk costs in the form of huge investments in petrol and diesel technologies. Do you think this is a significant obstacle in the widespread adoption of EV technologies in the Indian?
I'm given to understand, and I'm pretty sad about it, that some of the automakers are worried about the large investments they've done in the past. I think they're being very myopic in their thinking. If I was in their shoes, I would look at the overall investment in plant and machinery, and I would find that the investment which will go dead is a very small component. Just the ICE engine part. The shell and the upholstery, the seats, the airbags, the steering, everything else continues to be used. It'll be better to forego a small investment, but to try and capture larger market share and contribute to the climate action that we are all, in a way, all of us are committed to be a part of. I would look at it that way. If they continue to hawk those ICE engines beyond a point, I suspect some of these companies will become obsolete in the future. And I'm finding more and more companies which resisted electric mobility in the past are now also looking at getting into electric vehicles.
So, Minister, many companies at a global level and some countries have also announced policies that beyond a certain year, say 2035 or 2040, you won't be allowed to sell any new petrol or diesel cars. Is something like that under consideration?
As I said before, we believe that we should not be mandating what has to be done. I can already see before my eyes that electric mobility is becoming an economically viable use case. तो हमारी देश की जनता बड़ी समझदार है. वो अपने आप निर्णय कर लेगी कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में जाना है.
Right. Okay, so you don't believe in any mandates of that kind?
Since you're pushing the envelope on the question, I'm repeating that I don't believe that it is necessary.
Okay, so while there's a lot of the movements towards EVs obviously driven by the climate change, the challenges of climate change and so on, Mr. Trump, I mean, there have also been strong political countercurrents in the West, right? Where, for example, Mr. Trump may or may not believe in climate change and yeah, sorry. No. So the question really was that, and he may now believe in EVs because.
I was just going to say that. It's almost like a jugalbandi, eh?
Yeah.
I was just going to say that whatever may be the views in the first term, I'm sure this time around he will be a strong proponent of electric mobility.
Right, okay. Right, let's see. I mean, he's yet to come to power and he can change his mind and he may not also be best friends with Elon Musk forever.
Well, I hope they remain good friends.
Right. So, but that's not going to, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that obviously what happens in the US, and we'll see what happens, does influence the rest of the world, including, big emerging markets like India, the direction of policy and so on and so forth. So you don't see, it's not just also electricity, right? I mean, he has said that he is in favor of oil and gas, even of coal, which is the chief villain in the, so but you don't see that impacting India's national goals in any way.
First of all, let me tell you, coal is not a villain at all. Coal is what is powering your home and my home and this program also.
Right.
And we have a right to use low-cost energy made out of coal, which is our indigenous product. Just as the Western countries or the developed countries in Europe or America or Japan or Korea have used low-cost energy as the principal driver of their economic growth and their prosperity. None of these countries would have been where they are today with per capita incomes of $50,000 and $80,000 and $100,000 if it was not for low-cost energy, largely coming out of coal. Once they've achieved their national objectives of growth and development and prosperity for their people, it's very nice to preach that coal is a villain and coal is bad. And we completely reject that argument. Sure. We need a base load in the country. Our base load comes out of coal, and we will need that coal-based base load to inject all the large quantity of renewable energy that we produce. By the way, we are one of the best performing countries in the G20, all the major economies, when it comes to meeting our nationally determined contributions that were decided in Paris at the COP21 in 2015. We are one of those few countries who have exceeded what we had committed. We had committed a certain amount of renewable energy, 45% of our installed capacity by 2030. We have already achieved that in 2022, 8 years ahead of schedule. And now Prime Minister Modi has increased our renewable energy target from 200 gigawatt, which we now have, to 500 gigawatt. The world's fastest rollout of renewable energy has happened under Prime Minister Modi's government.
Right.
So we are a government very sensitive to nature, to the environment. As a nation, 140 crore Indians are very sensitive to nature and the environment. And if we go around the room, you'll have people who pray to the sun god, pray to the moon god, pray to the rivers, pray to the trees. We find godliness in everybody and everything. That's the beauty of India. That's our legacy. That's our history. That's our culture. That's our tradition. That's our strength. We are a country which never believed in waste. You go back home and if you leave behind in your plate a lot of food, I think my mother, she's no more now, but my wife would certainly tell me, why are you wasting so much food? Why did you take so much in your plate in the first place? Bodhi, when you and I were kids, if we ever left a room without switching off the light or the fan, I think my mother would give me a smack on my face. These kids these days don't have to suffer that anymore. Though I sometimes feel that this consciousness that we have in India is our biggest strength. This consciousness that waste is not good. This consciousness that whatever we have in extra or surplus, let's share it with some lesser privileged person or somebody who needs it. That is our strength, what Prime Minister Modi has offered to the world as mission life. Lifestyle for environment. And I believe that's the life we all live. If we don't, we must live. We must be conscious about the circular economy. We must be conscious about reducing, if not eliminating, waste and wasteful consumption. I mean, I still, for the life of me, cannot understand why we cannot reduce the size of a pizza or the Coke or coffee cup. A lot of it is wasted. B, in any case, it's not good for our health to be having so much of it. So it's really sad that the world is not willing to reduce wasteful consumption, because to my mind and in my understanding, the problem of climate change is not emanating from manufacturing. It's emanating from consumption. As long as there will be wasteful and excessive consumption, somebody or the other will manufacture to meet that demand. It's consumption which is the source of the carbon up there, the damage to the ozone layer, of the problem of climate change. And till this message is understood by 7 billion people around the world, we will not be able to solve the problem of climate change.
Right. I just wanted to, I'll just come to a couple of questions on the economy also, since we have you here, but I'll just ask, one of the issues which you did allude to is of the biggest obstacle for EVs is the range anxiety. So where are we in terms of developing a nationwide, charging infrastructure?
Well, I see some very impressive steps being taken by industry. Just yesterday, one of the companies which is into swapping of batteries and promoting common charging and common batteries across the country was showing me on his mobile, his app, about the presence of their charging system throughout Delhi. And they've created an ecosystem which is there in probably every 2 kilometers or less. They have a proper charging and swapping station. Now, these are things which really grow out from a nucleus. I'm seeing the charging ecosystem developing across the nation in all the major cities. Prime Minister Modi has already guided us that we should have this charging ecosystem in almost every petrol pump, gas station across the country. We should promote more and more charging stations in residence associations, in common public parking places. So I think this is something which normally takes off a little slow, but once the inflection point is met or achieved and costs come down, and we're already finding battery costs and charger costs, fast charger costs come down, this will take off, and overnight you will not realize when this whole ecosystem comes up across the country. It's doing really well, and I must compliment Indian industry for the work that they're doing in this.
Right. So I'll just ask you one sort of question on the GDP growth. The last GDP growth came in at 5.4, which was below expectations, and I think this was, of course, before the GDP figure. Another discussion. I also asked you your views on this. So what will the government think of increasing capex? You also talked about various other policy responses. For example, you advised certain sections of industry that they could consider cutting prices, right? On a similar way, not exactly the same, but the CA also made the point that while corporate profits were very high, the wage growth in the last few years had been, low single digits. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I think, as was mentioned by the Honorable Finance Minister recently, clearly the Q1 was a period when we had elections. Q2 also we had some major elections. But the lag effect of the May-June election obviously continued for some time. But we can already see that capex, both public spending, government spending and private spending, is picking up. The third quarter preliminary figures of the first 2.5 months seem to be showing good numbers. The GST collection is one indicator, exports is another indicator. And by and large, my sense is that you'll see that by the time we reach March 25, we would have made up for some of the lost ground and will continue to be the world's fastest growing large economy. Having said that, I think it will also be important to see how other countries and the geopolitical situation plays out. Probably we may see some of these conflicts around the world also softening in the months and quarters to come. Overall, India is in a sweet spot. The mood of the nation is very positive. The mood of government to encourage industry, both to meet the domestic demand and to take our offerings across the world, is clearly there. We stand with industry. We are working towards both better quality and inclusive growth, sustainability and inclusive growth. And we are working towards ensuring that sustainability is at the core of all our activities. With this kind of a decisive leadership that the nation has, and with states like Haryana and Maharashtra, which are both growth engines,
right,
now out of the cusp of electoral politics into action mode, I think the future looks good. Normally, I never look at the stock market as any barometer or any indicator of these things. But you can already see the stock market showing a bounce back. Right. Possibly because, as we all know, the stock market discounts the future. They must be seeing that the future looks to be pretty good. The future seems to show that consumption is coming back. Rural demand, as I am informed by some of my friends, right, who are engaged with rural supplies, are suggesting that rural demand is back, and monsoon has been very good. So all things in the aggregate seem to suggest a good future in the days to come.
In fact, a lot of IPOs also in the last couple of weeks, fairly decent. That's also an indication. One last question. Are we ready to embrace, when President Trump comes to power, India hasn't so far has not figured in any of the pronouncements on tariffs which he has made. Are we ready to embrace a Trump presidency?
Modi, as I have always believed, India is a friend to all. Over the last 10 years, Prime Minister Modi has worked first with the Obama administration, then with the Trump administration, then with the Biden administration. And we'll again work with the Trump administration, thanks to the blessings of the people of India who have given an unprecedented third term.
Right.
I say unprecedented because A, it's happened in India after several decades. B, and more importantly, if you look at elections across the world between 2023 and 2024, when many major democracies have gone through the electoral cycle, almost everywhere, every major country has seen a change in government. Countries like Japan, where the LDP lost, are seeing a change in government after decades and decades. They always had the one-party rule. Government in France. Many other governments which will soon be going into elections are also shaky.
Yeah.
Clearly shows that Prime Minister Modi has earned the goodwill, the love and affection, and the trust of the people of India who have given him the third term to serve. And I'm sure, just like he only improved the relations with the United States of America, with every subsequent US administration, in his third term, our relations with the United States government will only get bigger and better, and we'll see a lot of positivity in this relationship and a lot of goodwill that both the leaders share along with their friendship. The trust that Prime Minister Modi and President Trump have demonstrated in the past and will continue to further enhance in the days to come. Future is bright for India, is all that I can say in conclusion. We have a very bright future for the people of India.
Piyushji, thank you. On that note, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a huge round of applause as we thank the Honorable Minister, not just for his time, but for his valuable insights and for always supporting all our endeavors. Thank you, sir. It's been such a pleasure to have you with us and to hear from you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a long day together, but we're still not done yet. They say maybe we've saved the best for the last. We do have a very interesting speaker who we're going to see speak and indulge in a conversation in a short while from now. But I request all of you to stay with us, because after that, we will celebrate the summit together when we join us for cocktails and dinner as well. So I'll request all of you to continue being with us as we have a very crucial session that we would want to get straight to now. So ladies and gentlemen, we were speaking about the EV landscape right through the day. We've spoken about the EV landscape here in India. We've spoken about the EV landscape globally. We've spoken about the diplomacy of electric vehicles as well. But how crucial is it to be an EV player today, to understand the mobility, to understand the potential in the country? So let me not take any more time, but let's get straight to it. Before that, I'd like to invite our moderator for this session. I'd like to invite Money Control's Deputy Executive Editor, Chandra Shrikant, to please join us on stage, because Chandra will now in fact be indulging in a very insightful conversation, ladies and gentlemen, with the founder of OLA, Bhavish Agarwal, to really understand how OLA Electric is working towards revolutionizing electric mobility in India. Chandra.
Hello everyone. It's always challenging to do the last session because, I'm literally in between you and cocktails and dinner. But talking to Bhavish is always an interesting experience. He doesn't hold back. He's always very candid. And unfortunately, he's not with us in person, but he will be logging in live from Bangalore. He's very busy opening some record 4,000 stores this month, a target that he had set out. So we will just wait for Bhavish to log in a minute from now. But just wanted to thank you all for being an amazing audience. We've had some great sessions, since 10 a.m. today, starting with Amitabh Kant, to sessions with automakers, people in the battery industry. We also had an amazing session on the tech that powers EV. We, of course, had insights from two very key union ministers, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari and Piyush Goyal, who have painted a very optimistic picture about the EV industry in India and its potential going forward. And interestingly, both ministers have very strongly said that the EV industry should come out of the subsidy mindset and instead focus on investments. They've also said that automakers should stop being myopic and status quoist and invest more in EV. Otherwise, the ICE makers will become obsolete. So we've had some very candid insights. We also heard from Gul Panag. I always knew her as someone who I saw on the big screen, but it was very refreshing to hear her talk about EVs, her investments, and her plans going forward today. We will just bring up Bhavish in a minute from now. I think he's just logging in. Give us a couple of minutes. Oh, there he is. Hi, Bhavish. Can you hear us?
Hi, Chandra. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, huge round of applause. Bhavish Agarwal, the founder of, I'm losing count, 3 unicorns now, Ola Electric and Kritrim, is joining us live from Bengaluru. Bhavish, I was just, recapping the day. We had so many amazing sessions and we really wish you could join us in person because it's truly been an amazing day with amazing insights from Union Ministers Piyush Goyal, Nitin Gadkari, Amitabh Kant, and of course founders, innovators, technologists. We really wish you could have joined us in person, but thank you for joining us live from Bangalore.
Chandra, firstly, I want to actually congratulate CNBC Network 18 to have set up this kind of a platform. And I feel it's very timely. It's come at a time when this whole, the momentum behind Green Bharat is just taking off. Right, so I'm looking forward to the conversation. I apologize to everybody for not being there in person. I spent my whole day in the factory today. So, we've got to build this.
Right. In fact, let me start with that very audacious target that you tweeted about, I think a week ago, that you plan to open 4,000 stores by December 20th with a service center, compared to 800, that you currently have. Yes. Where are you now? It's December 13th. Will you have 4,000 by December 20th?
Wait and watch, Chandra. So we will be sharing more. But, this is, like I said, this is the inflection point for India's EV journey, India's green journey. And like the name of this event is, it's the inflection for Green Bharat. And the inflection means we have to actually make every common man in every nook and corner of the country be able to access the best quality products. So, that was our goal with which we said that we 4,000 store kholne, and we are actually going to make it happen. It's going to be, it's been a very challenging jump because, unlike incumbent companies, we don't have an existing distribution. So, and we have a model where we own all our stores. We don't have dealerships. And we are actually right now, we have 3,000 construction sites across the country right now.
Right. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 4,000 by December 20th, how confident are you?
11. Well, the boys who are going to make it happen were on the panel today. So, we're all running towards it. It's going to happen. And, it's also, Chandra, the kind of interest we have from the upcountry in India to buy EVs. You'll be surprised to see people in small towns, villages want to buy the best in class EV. They've been pulling us, saying, "Hamare paas dukaan kholo." More importantly, "Hamare paas service center kholo."
Right.
So that's what this one-time jump is about. And this is going to obviously serve our existing products, but also as we bring out motorbikes, etc., which are even more relevant in small town India. So it's going to be one big move towards accelerating electrification in India.
So how many hours a week have you been working, Bhavish, towards this goal?
I am not going to join this argument anymore. I think you are the one who aap sabko.
No, I'm not going to get you into trouble. Don't worry. But
but jokes apart, Chandra, I feel, I actually think the young people of the country, when we tell them 70 hours, 15 hours a day, etc., and I've been guilty of that, they wouldn't like it. But I actually feel the young people of our country want more purpose. And what bigger purpose can there be to build the future of the country, right? And through a vision like building the EV future of the world in India, building India into a clean energy, green energy country. I mean, this purpose drives all youngsters. And I see in OLA itself, we have so many youngsters who mujhse zyada kaam karte hain. Forget how many hours I work. My team works 20 hours a day.
My God. But Bhavish, one pertinent point that came up in both Union Minister Piyush Goyal's fireside chat as well as Nitin Gadkari's fireside chat is they believe that the EV industry should get out of the subsidy mindset. In fact, both of them have said that, subsidies are okay to kickstart something to give the initial trust. But any industry that expects to remain subsidized beyond the initial few years can never be successful. I wanted to get your thoughts on this because if you look at China, their subsidies continued for many more years. Here we are sort of thinking about pulling the plug on FAME, after, FAME 1, FAME 2. But for this industry to grow, to kind of make those strides, what is your own view on subsidy?
Chandra, I agree with what the ministers have said, and I think they've also said it in a nuanced way, which is that the government firstly has been very thoughtful and progressive when it built a incentive framework for the EV industry. And there are multiple layers of incentives for multiple types of value add. To the average consumer, there is the FAME or the PM E-Drive scheme, which is tapering off. It's been tapering off for the last 2-3 years. And like I've said this in the past, that I actually feel it should go away. Consumers don't need any EV subsidies now, and the government has a 1.5-year-old roadmap for the PM E-Drive subsidy, and after that it will go away. Then there are subsidies like which are more incentives, the PLI schemes, which I believe are still required to encourage more and more localization and more local manufacturing of EV and components. And we are actually the biggest investor across both the PLI schemes. PLI for EV and PLI for lithium cell. So we're the biggest investor. We have the biggest capacity installed across both these schemes. And the government, again, like I said, has been very thoughtful in bringing out these schemes. And now there is talk about potentially bringing PLI for cell components, just like we have PLI for EV components. So that theme of PLI incentives for localized manufacturing of components, I think, is a strategic theme which we should continue. And the government has shown very clear interest to double down on that. I also want to, on this topic, step back a bit and share the bigger picture of how Green Bharat is very strategic for India's India's journey towards Viksit Bharat. If you look at our generation, Chandra, and you and I are similar generation, like most of the people in the audience, I presume. For our generation globally, the biggest challenge is going to be climate change.
Right.
The world is trying to come to terms with climate change. People in the Western parts try and leverage their strengths in supply chains or financial markets to lecture our country sometimes. Like the Honorable Minister said that, we have to continue with coal, but our long-term vision is to go towards a cleaner power grid also. For the world to combat climate change, it can't do it without India. India is 20% of the world's population. And not just that, India is a great leader of the global south, politically as well as technologically, as well as in terms of how consumers behave, the cost structures. India is a great microcosm and leader for the global south. So like in the West, you have iconic companies like Tesla, etc., solving for climate change. All of that included, even China included, is largely 1 billion people out of the 8 billion people. So for the world to achieve a sustainable climate paradigm, India has to electrify. India has to make its grid green. And, in that sense, India will be building products and technologies for the rest 7 billion people in the world. That's the scale of opportunity we have in front of Green Bharat. So in the near term, we are incentivizing, etc. But the strategic objective of the whole ecosystem is that we have to make the world's largest EV hub in India, from product manufacturing, EV components, lithium cells, the whole chain. And that's where Ola Electric is actually the leading company across the whole chain, setting up these kind of capabilities and technologies in India.
Right. Bhavish, while you spoke about how you have doubled down and tripled down both on the vehicle side and the battery side, we also had Amitabh Kant this morning, the G20 Sherpa, and he had a very dire warning for the auto industry in India. So he said while EV penetration, China has crossed 50%, Europe 23%, US 10%, India is just 2%. And he went on to say that, our manufacturers are at least 5 years behind the curve. They haven't really capitalized on the opportunity despite the government's policy push. And now with the US clamping down on China, the market is wide open for Indian automakers to go global, but they haven't shown as much intent as they should have. And he said that this also extends to battery. He said that the world is doing 1,000 gigawatts of battery storage. We have 0. So, where does the fault line lie? How much blame should the industry take? Or, are we really too early in the game and we will see these changes pan out, say, in the next 2-3 years? Some of these investments play out in the next few years.
Chandra, the government has done more than enough, in my view. The government has brought in policy, it has brought in procurement of new technologies, has brought in an incentive and subsidy framework, has brought in encouragement for entrepreneurs like me. So I think it is the onus of the entrepreneur and the industrialist to really take this opportunity up. And we have a unique once in a generational opportunity. And if you look at all large countries, large industrialized countries, they've always had a large automotive industry, because it's around the automotive energy industry is where other industries grow. So it is one of the anchor industries for any large economy. So we have a once in a generation opportunity to really lead the global wave of green technologies, because the world needs partnership. The world needs low cost, high technology EV manufacturing, lithium cell manufacturing. And the only such alternative the world sees is China right now. And the world doesn't like what it sees over there. So India has a unique opportunity to really build a global scale industry in EV products and EV technologies and components like lithium cells, motors, rare earth metal supply chains, etc. And I feel while we are at the cusp of, we are at the very early stage, but if you see, we've had a strong change in the last 2-3 years. When we began our journey 3 years ago, EV penetration in India was 0. And today in scooters, which is where our effort has been in the last 3 years, EV penetration is 25%. So similarly, across all categories, you will see actually a sharp inflection over the next few years. And like Amitabh Kant said, by 2030, these technology curves are not linear. They are S curves, as we all know. Once the momentum builds, there comes a time when it just skyrockets. And we've seen this technology after technology up. You can see it in the quick commerce space. You saw it in the food delivery space. Before that, you saw it in the ride-hailing space. Now we are starting to see it in the EV space, 4G, 5G. So we are at that inflection point now. And the next 3-4 years, there are going to be a bunch of important vectors which are going to accelerate this. Firstly, the customer, and India is a consumer economy, right? The consumer wants EVs very, very clearly. If there's a great EV product, he or she will buy EV. Number two, the cost of technology, which is the lithium cell fundamentally here, is only falling like this. And that's the beauty about technology, that if we invest into the future technologies only improve productivity of capital and labor. So the cost keeps falling. And already we're at a place where maybe in a couple of years, EVs will be without subsidy cheaper than ICE vehicles.
Wow.
And that's further going to inflect the industry. So I fully agree with Amitabh Kant that we are staring at that inflection. For companies like me, which are all electric, we feel very excited about the opportunity. There are some companies which talk about their green portfolio having natural gas, etc. I don't see that being the cleanest approach. It is cleaner than petrol, but there's nothing as clean as electricity.
I wonder which companies you're talking about, Bhavish, if you want to name them.
No, I will skip the names.
Right. Bhavish, you've also been very vocal about, your focus on battery tech. In fact, we had an opportunity to see the kind of investments you're making in the Ola Gigafactory in the outskirts of Bangalore, close to Krishnagiri district. So, give us an update on that. When will we see these Bharat cells powering EVs in India?
Chandra, I was there at our factory all day today. I just came back for our session, and the factory is coming up to speed very fast. In fact, the factory is all ready. We are producing thousands of cells every day. We are being very rigorous about the testing and the quality testing. So thousands of cells being produced every day, being put into tests, rigorous tests, high temperature tests, high speed charging, discharging. So we are on track. We've guided the street to Q1 FY26. My effort is to make it faster than that. Which is just 3-4 months out. So we are very keen to get our cell into our products. And also we are going to, the lithium cell is going to be a platform for product innovation in India.
Right.
If you think of so many categories of products, be it other automotive categories, drones, power tools, medical devices, consumer electronics, any kind of these products will need lithium battery cells. And today we import all of that from China. So our lithium cell, I hope, and I'm going to position it as a platform for all startups, for Startup India to really use and build more and more products around it for the Indian market.
Right. Give us an update on your product portfolio, Bhavish, in terms of the Ola motorcycle and any rethink on the four-wheeler plans?
The next year is going to be the year of product for Ola Electric, Chandra. So this whole year we've been focused on consolidating our operations, making them more efficient, and also engineering the product and behind the scenes. Next year, you will see in 12 months, we will launch maybe one product a month. And our motorcycles are going to be out around March. Our next generation scooters are going to be out before that. Our auto rickshaws are going to be out maybe in the middle of the year, and then more high-end motorcycles towards the end of the year. And once, our focus right now is to build these 2- and 3-wheeler products. Like I said, India is the biggest market for these small mobility products. And, you'll be surprised, and the audience will be surprised to realize, and maybe some will know, that 2- and 3-wheelers in India consume more petroleum than 4-wheelers in India. So for India's macroeconomic advantage, for India's pollution to get better managed, all of it, electrifying the 2- and 3-wheelers is a very central piece in the whole puzzle there.
Right. Bhavish, in terms of the 4,000 stores planned, right, will that also help you claw back market share in the electric two-wheeler space? Are you confident of coming back to the top position?
100%. We had launched our stores to about 800 about 1.5 years back, and then we spent the next 1.5 years consolidating our operations in those stores. And all this while, to the credit of the other incumbent competition, TVS and Bajaj and others, they grew into their existing stores where they sell ICE vehicles. So we said, okay, we have to do this in true Ola style. So we said we'll just in one go launch, take the distribution or store network advantage out of the equation. And that's what we are doing. We feel very confident that it'll help us claw back the market share, and steady state market share for our scooter portfolio, we expect to be around 35 to 40% as a leader. And it's not just market share, Chandra, it's also market share with margins. If you saw last quarter, our gross margins were 20+%. And our gross margins are only going to improve as we go along. And the broader theme here is, if you think of the winning strategy in EVs, the long-term winning strategy in EVs, there are only 2 companies in the world which have delivered scale, market share leadership, and profitability. It's Tesla in the West and BYD in China. And the strategy is, the common theme is that they're all vertically integrated in technology and manufacturing. Yeah. And we are the only such company. We make our own motors, we make our own battery packs, we make our own cells, we make our own electronics, we do our own software, and we do our own machines in the factory. So we are and that helps us keep our margins high as well as keep innovating very fast. And that's the winning strategy. And as long as other companies don't do a similar strategy, I think they'll find it hard to maintain a balance of scale and profitability in margins.
Right. Bhavish, do you think, price cuts will also help? Because, GDP is slowing down. There is concern about consumption sputtering in India. Do you think price cuts will also help apart from this aggressive store launch across the country?
You'll see. I don't want to let the
Cat out of the bag.
The cat out of the bag right now.
So that means a price cut is coming.
The beauty about technology, Chandra, is that it keeps reducing costs. We've seen that in industry after industry. So with our Gen 3, with our own lithium cells, our margin advantage will only increase. So at some point, we will definitely pass on some of that to the consumer. But as you say, just to digress a bit on the macroeconomic point on GDP growth, I actually feel GDP growth slowed down in the first half of this year due to maybe lower investments in infrastructure, etc., from a more government side, which has now picked up pace again, right? So I don't foresee any major structural challenges on consumption or GDP growth for India in the near term.
Right. Bhavish, also, are you, is a lot of your bandwidth going towards resolving customer complaints, ensuring quality is at par? How much of your time is going towards that every day?
We have completely resolved all the service backlog that we had. And we actually, it was not as much a major complaint issue. It's that we didn't expand our service network fast enough.
Right.
And that's something that we learned a lesson from this, because we had grown our sales very fast. And we had not grown our service network fast enough. And automotive, in the end, even if the customer doesn't need service, he'll still once every few months bring it in, ke sir dekh lo sab isme oil theek hai ki nahi, पहिए में हवा ठीक है कि नहीं, right? Especially a new technology like EVs. So that's actually, as we are now expanding, we are making sure every store has a service center from day one. So that gives confidence to customers to buy EVs at the beginning itself in their journey towards EVs. So customers should feel confident. We are opening service centers everywhere. No backlog remains. We are looking to the future.
So how much, of your bandwidth is going to your various business? Because you're in AI through Kritrim and Ola Electric and battery and cab aggregation and, quick commerce through, not quick commerce, food delivery through ONDC. How are you kind of dividing your time?
I have a brilliant team, Chandra. You saw my team. My team was through the day there today, and they know their subject better than me. And that's the thing across all our companies. My time primarily right now is focused on Ola Electric to make sure we scale the EV opportunity in India very quickly, and to make sure things like the Gigafactory, etc., also become large. And for example, in the Gigafactory, we have a 4 or 5 year lead over anybody else in India. Because we started 4 or 5 years ago, our Gigafactory journey. So we are very keen to make the most of this leadership position that we have. And I'm very singularly focused on scaling up Ola Electric.
Right. As we wrap up, Bhavish, it's been a few months since, Ola Electric went public. What's it like running a publicly listed company? What has changed for you as an entrepreneur? What has become easier? What has become difficult? What's been the key learning?
Chandra, I feel, I'm looking at this change not from a what is easy or what is difficult lens, but I'm looking at it as what is it that I have to learn more, right? Because it is a journey we have to go through. And for me, the biggest emotion or the feeling that I carry is a much stronger, deeper sense of responsibility that we are managing people's money, and especially all the mutual funds and all. It's all aam aadmi ka paisa hai wo. So we have to allocate it wisely. We have to make sure we deliver returns and deliver long-term returns. People have invested in us, believed in us. So, it's incumbent upon us and, for the whole Ola Electric team to deliver into this future of Green Bharat and make sure shareholders make money.
Right. Here's wishing you the very best on your journey of Green Bharat. A huge round of applause for Bhavish Agarwal. Thank you, Bhavish, for giving us time, for taking all our questions, and we hope to meet you in person soon. Thank you, Bhavish.
Thank you so much, Chandra. Thank you.
Thanking Bhavish once again, and of course, thanking Chandra as well for, steering us through that conversation really, really well. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of what we set out to achieve today. It has been an absolutely power-packed day, full of insightful conversations, dialogues we've heard from some of the best as far as the industry is concerned. They've been key leaders, policy makers, ambassadors of the state. And ladies and gentlemen, one thing has been very, very clear, that the journey towards EV, as many said, has possibly just started, because the potential and the opportunity is still there for all of us. What we really need is collaboration, vision, intent, and all of that for sustaining our mission as well. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, as I said, we are wrapping up our summit today. The end of Ola Electric Green Bharat, an initiative by Network18. On behalf of Ola Electric and Network18, once again, I do extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who joined us today in this endeavor of ours. Whether it was our speakers, panels, the union ministers, but there is one set of people that I really need to thank, and that is you, the lovely audience who sat with us the entire day, joined us in our panel discussions, in our conversations, and helped us make this event a huge success. So thank you so much. Can we end this day on a huge round of applause, because this is us looking towards a much brighter, or should I say, a much greener future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again, but do join us now for cocktails and dinner, and have a great evening ahead.